Chapter 2958. One's own people. In fact, as soon as the 10-starry sky ferocious beasts rushed out of the spatial tunnel, Yi Xian had already quietly extended his gaze to observe the situation outside. In the end, the scene that entered his eyes almost made him tremble in fear. Previously, he even thought that the high priest Wen Xingdou might not be coincidentally in the Forbidden Valley. Those guys who were suspected to be the descendants of the Demon Emperor had just returned. It would take some time for the news to spread. However, the scene in front of them was extremely strange. The entire Forbidden Valley was actually filled with moving heads. With a casual glance, there were at least 5,000 to 6,000 people. With so many demon dwellers here, it was naturally impossible that they were here for him. Yi Xian still had this much self-awareness, but the problem was that there were too many people around. He had originally planned to take advantage of the chaos to slip away, but now that so many demon dwellers had suddenly appeared outside, the chances of him being discovered had simply skyrocketed. Furthermore, the effect of his perfect mental shock skill was only to completely conceal his figure and aura. Whether it was the naked eye, the power of divine sense, or the scanning of mental power, they definitely wouldn't be able to discover him. However, that was all there was to it. Not being able to see it or feel it didn't mean that it had really disappeared. If it was standing right in front of him and he touched it with his hand, it would still be completely normal. As such, given the crowded situation inside and outside the valley, what if Yi Xian was accidentally touched by someone while he was stealthily sneaking out of the valley? Wouldn't he be exposed on the spot? After realizing this, Yi Xian was so anxious that he almost cursed on the spot. However, as the middle-aged expert outside who seemed to be the current demon emperor issued an order, all the demon experts inside and outside the valley left in the blink of an eye. Yi Xian was pleasantly surprised at first, but the problem was finally solved. Unfortunately, although the majority of the troops had left, they had left behind a small group of about 10 people. Not only were all of them at the origin stage, but they also began to get busy. They split up and set up formations enveloping the entire valley. Seeing this, Yi Xian was dumbfounded again. If he wanted to leave stealthily, it was obviously impossible to do so by flying in the sky. On one hand, it would be easier for him to be exposed, and it would be bad if a Grotto Heaven Realm existence accidentally saw him. On the other hand, a fierce battle was breaking out in the sky above. Moreover, it was a high-level battle at the Tao Insight Realm. He was afraid to avoid it, so how could he voluntarily send himself to it? Sneaking away from the surface was the only choice. However, as the formation set up by the several dozen Origin Realm experts was gradually completed, the entire valley would be sealed off. When that happened, Yi Xian would be done for. After all, judging from the terrifying fist power of the middle-aged demon who was suspected to be the current demon emperor, these 10 powerful ferocious star beasts would not be able to hold on for long. Once the battle was over, the other party would definitely notice something fishy. He could ask Zhuo Liqing and the others and find out that he had rushed into the space tunnel before them. However, at this moment, Zhuo Liqing and the others had already appeared, but he was nowhere to be seen. This was clearly a sign that he was hiding in the space tunnel. When that time came, he would either be forced to return to the Saint Devil Forbidden Land, where the danger was more intense, or be killed in the space tunnel. It was impossible for all the Origin or Grotto Heaven Realm experts of such a large group of demon people to coincidentally use up the once-in-a-century opportunity to enter the space tunnel. Even if there were none on the Demon Emperor planet, he could still summon a few from the Demon Emperor planet. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian felt more and more uncomfortable. No matter what, he could not delay any longer, otherwise the situation would become more and more unfavorable for him. Thinking of this, he immediately made a decision. Taking a chance, he rushed out of the entrance of the space tunnel. Although he was already in the Forbidden Valley, his figure and aura did not leak at all. Rumble, screech, screech. In the sky, a series of loud roars continued to sound, mixed with the desperate howls of the fierce beasts. Yi Xian subconsciously raised his head to look at the sky above the huge valley. At this moment, the wind and clouds had already surged. The monstrous battle between the Supreme Grotto Heaven Realm experts had affected everything. The entire sky had fallen into a chaotic obscure haze. Only endless energy and the aura of the laws were raging, and not a single person could be seen. But one thing was obviously certain. From the roars of the fierce beasts coming from the sky, it was obvious that the 10-star beasts were about to be defeated and were being beaten up. Such powerful and terrifying star beasts, and there were even 10 of them, but at this moment, they were being beaten up by 5 seemingly inconspicuous demon experts. They didn't even have a chance to escape. Thinking of the strength of the current demon emperor and Mo Qigong, Yi Xian was fascinated. If he could also have such strength instead of relying on the headless infant corpse and the weeping soul blood horn in his body, how could he be like now, hiding his head and tail? Bang bang. Bang bang. Just as Yi Xian was a little absent-minded at this moment, two loud bangs suddenly came from the ground of the valley not far to the left, instantly waking him up. When he turned his head subconsciously, he saw 200 meters long star beasts lying there. There was a cloud of dust around them, but they were already dead. They were just killed in the battle in the sky and fell to the ground. Furthermore, these two ferocious beasts were clearly two of the 5 ferocious beasts at the Grotto Heaven realm, yet they were killed in such a short period of time. It was most likely done by the current demon emperor, who had reached the pinnacle of the Grotto Heaven realm. Yi Xian was shocked, and the sense of urgency in his heart immediately became stronger. It seemed that this battle was most likely going to end soon, and he couldn't delay any longer. Thinking like this, he immediately picked a direction and rushed out quickly. At this time, in the chaotic battlefield in the sky above, there was a soft sound of surprise at this moment. It was the voice of the demon emperor Mo Wentian. Huh? There is actually another one below? What kind of fierce beast is this? It actually has the ability to sneak around. Rumble. A light cry of surprise sounded out as a gigantic energy palm the size of a mountain rushed out of the sky. As if it had eyes, it carried an aura that could destroy the heavens and earth as it rumbled towards Yi Xian's head. This was clearly the rhythm of Yi Xian being discovered. However, from the words of the other party, it seemed that he only found that the situation was strange, but did not see through it. It was a fierce beast that was hiding. We are on the same side, don't be impulsive. Chapter 2959. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio, leave him alive, huh? Zhang Wuji? It's actually you? Following Yi Xian's cry of surprise, Mo Qigong's surprised voice sounded out from the chaotic battlefield in the sky. It clearly revealed a hint of surprise and relief. Stinking brat, you're good. When those 6 fellows came out just now, I didn't see you. I thought you died inside. I didn't expect that not only would you be fine, you would actually obtain the inheritance of the mental strength skill the first time you entered. However, speaking up to this point, Mo Qigong's voice suddenly paused and changed the topic. That's not right. Although you've gotten the spiritual power of a coward, you're not a ferocious beast. Why are you hiding? Could it be that you've gotten something good inside and are afraid that I'll rob you? That's right, that must be it. Aha, I've caught you this time, haven't I? Who told you not to scold me? Hehe, you've fallen into my hands in the end. Come, it's better to keep you by my side first, lest you run away in the blink of an eye when I'm not careful. Rumble. As the last words were spoken, another terrifying thunderous roar came from the chaotic battlefield in the sky where the chaotic aura was surging endlessly. The giant energy palm that the Devil Emperor Mo Wentian used to press Yi Xian paused for a moment before retracting it. However, at the same time, another energy palm that was obviously withered, and although it was as big as a mountain, it was obviously very thin. Even the tips of its fingers were extremely sharp, but it rushed out from the battlefield with a rumble. This time it changed from pressing to grabbing. It was obvious that it wanted to capture Yi Xian directly and bring him to the battlefield in the sky. Realizing this, the latter's expression immediately changed. Whether it was Mo Qigong or the Devil Emperor Mo Wentian, Yi Xian actually had the strength to fight against them. Although he relied on external forces, it was still a kind of comprehensive strength. Otherwise, why didn't the headless baby corpse and the weeping soul blood horn rely on others instead of relying on him? He had a good character. There was no other way. However, he didn't dare to use these two methods lightly. When the current Devil Emperor's giant palm pressed down, Yi Xian would rather expose himself than use them. But now he really was a little hesitant. This energy claw that was rumbling towards him was so thin and sharp. If he were to be accidentally killed by those 5 sharp fingers, or if his bones and tendons were to be broken by the skinny and fleshless giant palm, wouldn't that be too tragic? However, according to Mo Qigong's words, it seemed that he didn't have time to tell him what he did. Of the descendants of the studio of the Devil Emperor Demon Sect. This made Yi Xian quite surprised. If he knew this would happen, he would have jumped out openly. Anyway, the helpers had retreated far away and no one would stop him. He could escape after leaving the valley. As soon as he thought of this, he immediately regretted it to the point that his intestines turned green. After all his calculations, in the end, the best way was to do nothing and directly walk out of the space passage. This was the safest way to deal with this matter. This was simply a dog's life. Screech, screech. Just as Yi Xian was feeling depressed and hesitating whether he should directly take out the weeping soul blood horn and disperse the bird claw that was attacking him, he immediately fled. In the chaotic battlefield in the sky, there were once again incomparably mournful cries of fierce beasts. Moreover, unlike before, not only had the remaining 8 ferocious beasts started to howl fiercely in unison, but besides the despair in their howls from before, there was clearly a wisp of even more intense panic and fear within them. Yi Xian was stunned, but he quickly reacted, and the expression on his face couldn't help but become strange. The reason why these 8 remaining star beasts were like this was clearly because they had seen him previously in the Saint Devil Forbidden Land, when facing him, or to be precise, facing him who had a close relationship with the headless infant corpse. The army of over 10,000 beasts could only obediently wait in the distance. Even if danger could descend at any time, they still didn't dare to rashly approach. From this, it was enough to show how much these star beasts feared the headless infant corpse and him. And now, not only did they suddenly see him, but Mo Qigong also happened to attack him. With the headless infant corpse's ferocious nature, facing such a situation, there was a high chance that it would immediately fly into a rage. Perhaps once it attacked, it would not care who was in the sky. After it rushed out, it would transform into the blood-red heavenly blade that could even kill the eye of the heavenly Tao and slash down. This wasn't a joke. Previously, when they were in the Saint Devil Forbidden area, the headless infant corpse and Yi Xian had joined hands to suck more than half of the 100 over descendants of the demon emperor into human beings. It was still right in front of them. It was precisely because of this that the 8 ferocious beasts of the starry sky suddenly howled in fear. Although the Devil Emperor Mo Tian was powerful and had the strength to crush any one of them, it was obvious that even he could not make these ferocious beasts lose their guts. But in the face of Yi Xian and the headless infant corpse, who could even kill the heavenly Tao avatar and seemed to be fearless, these star beasts were completely terrified. Even the violent bloodlust of the star beasts had been suppressed. For this, in addition to Yi Xian, the current demon emperor and others who were fighting the 8 star beasts in the sky obviously also noticed this. The latter's exclamation sounded again in an instant. "Huh? These star beasts are actually afraid of him? And it's not just an ordinary fear. The panic has obviously been engraved into their bones. 7th Imperial Uncle, is this child also one of the trial saints of the Black Mosquito tribe? No wonder he can arouse your interest. There is indeed something strange about him. Let's end this quickly. Kill the rest and leave one alive. I want to personally interrogate this brat and see what's so strange about him." Screech. Rumble. Bang bang. Bang bang. As the demon emperor Mo Tian finished his last sentence, in the chaotic battlefield in the sky, a few incomparably mournful howls of the star beasts sounded again in an instant. At the same time, there was a violent explosion of qi. Obviously, the 5 supreme experts of the Devil Cultivator had already made a move to kill. Immediately after, 7 gigantic figures fell from the sky like dumplings, crashing into the ground with a loud bang. In the next moment, the figures of the 5 supreme experts of the Devil Cultivator appeared in the sky one after another. One of them, the commander of the Demon Emperor Guards, Chanas, was holding an Origin Realm Firetail Wolf in his hand. Obviously, it was the one the Demon Emperor Mo Tian wanted alive. Chapter 2960. Translator. Naoibo Studio Editor. Naoibo Studio feigning civility under normal circumstances, not to mention that Yi Xian was just a saint child from a foreign tribe, even if he was an official saint from one of the top 10 tribes of the Devil Dwellers, or even the only one who had successfully obtained a mental power technique during his first trial in the Saint Devil Forbidden Land, the one who was said to be one of the 9 current saints, the one who was most likely to become the future high priest of the tribe, was far from being able to attract the attention of these 5 beings in the sky at the same time. However, Yi Xian's situation was obviously different. It had nothing to do with the fact that he had also successfully obtained a mental power technique during his first trial in the Saint Devil Forbidden Land. The key was that the few ferocious starry skies beasts were terrified of him. Yi Xian knew this very well. Therefore at this moment he was secretly hating these few ferocious starry skies beasts. This was clearly a scam. Unfortunately, everything had happened and it was too late for regrets. After his figure appeared, the Devil Emperor Mo Tian waved his hand and immediately dispelled the majestic rolling qi in the sky. Even the light blue confinement sky screen above disappeared silently. Following that, the 5 supreme experts of the Devil Cultivator race, who were all at the Heavenly Passage realm, descended with a boom at the same time. They landed on the ground of the valley not far in front of Yi Xian. Throughout the entire process, the gazes of the 5 of them had always been on Yi Xian. They examined him from head to toe with suspicion. Only Mo Qigong was usually cold to everyone, but when he saw Yi Xian, his image completely collapsed. At this moment he was chuckling. Although the light in his eyes swept over Yi Xian's body, it clearly revealed a thieving feeling. He didn't have the slightest bit of suspicion. At this moment Yi Xian felt a little numb in his scalp. Among the 5 Supreme Devil Dwellers experts with Grotto Heaven Realm cultivation, 4 of them were scrutinizing him with suspicion. The only exception was that although he didn't seem to be suspicious, he clearly didn't have good intentions and wasn't a good person either. Facing such a situation with his cultivation of the 4th level of the Meteor Realm, he was like a small ant. It was already good enough that he could stand steadily. If it were anyone else, their legs would have gone weak and they would have fallen to the ground. Just as he was pulling his face and was about to laugh out loud to ease the somewhat tense atmosphere, suddenly from the body of the Devil Emperor, a mental power with the intention of probing suddenly surged out, and without any suspense, it instantly enveloped Yi Xian's body. Then this mental power directly invaded Yi Xian's body like a human cultivator conducting a soul search. After quickly sweeping through his body, it then rushed to Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. In the next moment, Yi Xian only felt that an unknown power suddenly appeared outside his sea of consciousness. It flashed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. But in less than a moment, the mental power that the Devil Emperor overbearingly invaded Yi Xian's body and rushed to Yi Xian's sea of consciousness to forcefully probe was clearly forced out by the mysterious power outside Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. As if it was frightened, it quickly retreated and completely withdrew from Yi Xian's body. In the next moment, the Devil Emperor's shocked exclamation quietly sounded, "What? Level 8 mental power? This is impossible." As this exclamation sounded, the other 4 people's expressions changed at the same time. Even the dozens of Origin Realm Devil Dwellers experts who were rushing over from all sides of the valley were shocked when they saw that the battle had ended. However, Mo Qigong soon curled his lips and directly deduced the shocking information revealed by Devil Emperor Mo Wentian's exclamation. He rolled his eyes and said, "This joke is not funny at all." The dignified Devil Emperor forcefully probed the mental power source core of a Meteor Realm cultivator and actually made such a mistake. Isn't this too fake? There was a faint trace of dissatisfaction in his words. Obviously, Mo Qigong was extremely displeased that Devil Emperor Mo Wentian had forcefully probed Yi Xian's mental power source core without informing him. After all, Yi Xian was someone he had taken a fancy to. Mo Wentian should have been able to hear what he had said in the sky earlier. As one of the 3 core existences of the Devil Dwellers and the Emperor's uncle, Mo Qigong had the right to express his displeasure even though his cultivation level was not as high as Mo Wentian's. In this regard, the others clearly understood. Mo Sihai and the Devil Emperor Guard Commander Chanas looked at Yi Xian strangely. What kind of remarkable ability did this brat have to be able to make Mo Qigong express his dissatisfaction with the Devil Emperor? Did he steal his soul? As for the High Priest Wenxing, he smiled faintly as if he did not pay attention to Mo Qigong's words at all. A thoughtful look flashed in his eyes as if he was analyzing the meaning behind the Devil Emperor's exclamation. Then, no one knew what answer he had obtained, but the faint suspicion in his eyes disappeared completely. However, this clearly gave Yi Xian an even more unfathomable intuition, which made him immediately vigilant. At this moment, a torrential anger surged in Yi Xian's chest. Although Yi Xian was the current Devil Emperor, this act of forcibly probing the spirit source core was too overbearing and unreasonable. It was obvious that Yi Xian did not bother to hide his disregard for Mo Wentian. With Yi Xian's temperament, this action alone was enough to make the Devil Emperor Mo Wentian bear a grudge. If there was a chance in the future, he would definitely kill him. However, this kind of murderous intent obviously could not be revealed now. Yi Xian had grown up through countless dangers, so this was something he could easily do. In fact, no matter how angry he was, he did not show it on his face. Instead, he smiled awkwardly and continued Mo Qigong's words, saying, "Lord Devil Emperor is not wrong. There is a spiritual imprint in my mind, and it is condensed from the 8th level of spiritual power." After saying that, Yi Xian flipped his hand. A few of them had already been prepared in advance, and the high-level spirit source energy within them had already been absorbed. The 8-eyed silver crystal, which had long since become a useless blank crystal, appeared in his palm. Then he added, "I absorbed the power of a few multi-eyed sense crystals in the Forbidden Zone. They were all sparkling silver. Some of them only contained pure mind origin source power, while some actually contained a kind of spiritual inheritance. One of them contained a level 8 spiritual imprint. However, I couldn't control this spiritual imprint, so it wasn't very useful. Its only function was to protect my source core and prevent others from probing it forcefully." Chapter 2961. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Niobe Studio, the Devil King's jealousy, these are the ones. I've absorbed all of the essence and pure spirit origin energy in them. Yi Xian sneered inwardly. He flipped his hand and took out 6 eight-eyed silver crystals, held them in his palm and slowly handed them out. He had prepared these 6 eight-eyed silver crystals in advance in case they were exposed after they came out. He could take them out to complete his mission, but he hadn't expected that they would come in handy at this moment. At this moment, Yi Xian handed over the 6 eight-eyed silver crystals in his hand and said indifferently, "I've obtained quite a number of multi-eyed spiritual crystals. I found them when I entered a cave by accident. Some of the shiny silver ones looked better, so I picked them to absorb first. I didn't expect the effects to be so good. One of them left a spiritual imprint in my mind that could protect my source core from being probed. Unfortunately, that's all there is to it. I also tried, but I couldn't control it on my own accord." Among the other crystals, 3 of them only contained pure high-level spiritual origin energy, while the other 2 allowed me to inherit 2 types of spiritual power techniques. The technique that used my spiritual power to conceal my aura was one of them. As for the other one, I've given it a name. It's called the Spiritual Thunder Lightning Technique. As he spoke, Yi Xian suddenly raised his left hand and waved it in the direction of the entrance of the Forbidden Valley. Crack! A black bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in that position without warning. Although there had been many strong practitioners of the Devil King's royal family, because of the outbreak of the battle, they had all retreated far away according to the instructions of the Devil King, Mo Tian. At this moment, due to the conclusion of the battle in the air above the forbidden area of the valley, the thousands of demons had all gathered here one after another. Some of them just so happened to be at the entrance of the valley, and they had just turned the corner and were making their way into the valley. Yi Xian's spiritual thunder lightning technique had been casually waved, but coincidentally, it landed on the head of one of them as if it had been deliberately aimed. It was the 3rd prince. Wu. With Yi Xian's current cultivation, which was only at the 2nd level of the meteor realm, and he didn't use his full strength, this black lightning was naturally unable to cause much harm to the 3rd prince. However, after all, he had just had his blood chi essence and life force absorbed. At this moment he was weak. In addition, this black lightning was too strange. When it suddenly fell, the 3rd prince immediately cried out miserably like a bird startled by the twang of a bow. Even his body fell to the ground as his legs gave way. He was in an extremely sorry state. "Ugh, my apologies, Lord Demon King. This isn't one of your royal descendants, right? I'm only in the meteor realm, and I haven't even used my full strength in this spiritual lightning art. So, it shouldn't be so terrifying, right? He can't even withstand a single blow. He must be messing with me." His spiritual lightning technique had coincidentally landed on the head of one of the hundreds of royal family descendants. Moreover, this person seemed to be one of the best among this group of royal family descendants. This could be seen from the way the others were treating him like stars surrounding the moon. Therefore, while Yi Xian was secretly delighted, he also had an idea. He could take advantage of this opportunity to make those guys, who had not had time to talk about what had happened in the forbidden area, feel afraid. Then they would hesitate and keep quiet for the time being. Even if they turned around and came to their senses soon, Yi Xian would have already left the Demon Emperor planet by then. At this moment, Zhang Tai's seemingly casual words were actually testing the reaction of the Nephilim Emperor. At the same time, he was also secretly provoking him. He believed that the Nephilim Emperor would definitely be pleased after hearing his words. Additionally, he would take out a large number of multi-pupil perception crystals to bribe the Nephilim Emperor later on. Those guys would definitely feel that they were asking for a snub by bad-mouthing him in front of the Nephilim Emperor. As long as they had such thoughts in their hearts, they would definitely not mention what had happened in the forbidden area for a short period of time. As expected, after hearing Yi Xian's words, the Demon Emperor Mo Tian's face immediately darkened. He turned his head and glanced indifferently in the direction of the entrance of the valley. Suddenly he snorted coldly. Previously, when the 3rd prince came out of the forbidden area, he did not report the situation in the first instance. Instead, he complained to him tearfully. This had already made the Demon Emperor Mo Tian unhappy and disappointed. At this moment, he naturally understood the power of Yi Xian's spiritual lightning technique with a single glance. Even so, the 3rd prince was still directly struck to the ground and let out such a mournful howl. Even he felt that he couldn't hold on any longer. Although the snort was soft, it was clearly heard by everyone present. The descendants of the Demon Emperor had already helped the 3rd prince up at this moment. When they heard Yi Xian's instigation, coupled with the Demon Emperor's reaction, they immediately felt miserable. As they looked at each other, their eyes were filled with hesitation. The aura of the spiritual thunder lightning technique just now? It was also at this moment that the expression of the Imperial City's high priest, Yan Xing, changed. He seemed to have been moved as he probingly asked Yi Xian, "Could it be that this priest's senses are correct? That's clearly the aura of a level 6 spiritual force. Your source core has already undergone 5 transformations? How is that possible?" Yi Xian was stunned. He shrugged his shoulders and pretended to be innocent as he said, "My mind power was originally at the level 4 mind power, but after entering the forbidden area and obtaining these sense crystals and absorbing these 6 silver sense crystals, my mind power has undergone 2 transformations. Therefore it should be at the level 6 mind power now. I have to say these sense crystals are really effective." When they heard this, the eyes of the supreme beings of the Grotto Heaven realm present twitched. They subconsciously looked at Yi Xian's open palm again. The complex feelings in their hearts were indescribable. This kid made it sound so easy, but these were 8-eyed silver crystals. How could they not be effective? One had to know that in the entire demonic race, only one demon emperor had been lucky enough to obtain an 8-eyed silver crystal in the forbidden area. The demon emperor had treated this 8-eyed silver crystal as a sacred treasure and enshrined it in the ancestral temple of the Imperial City. He had never been willing to absorb its power, so he had planned to wait until the opportunity came for his 7th source core transformation. When that time came, with the help of the high-level mind power contained in the 8-eyed silver crystal, his level 7 source core would successfully transform and the possibility of evolving into a level 8 source core would increase greatly. One could only imagine how precious this item was if even the demon emperor was reluctant to use it. However, this kid in front of him had used 6 of them at once, so his source core had been upgraded to a level second only to the demon emperor's, Mo1 Tion's. If he could absorb these 6 8-eyed silver crystals, it would definitely be possible for his level 7 source core to become a level 9 source core, which would surpass the Ancestor Emperor's level 8 source core. Chapter 2962. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Light at the end of the tunnel. As for why these ferocious beasts are afraid of me, speaking of this, Yi Xian turned his head and glanced at the demon emperor Mo1 Tian. Coincidentally, he caught sight of the cold murderous gleam in his eyes. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. He paused for a moment, then pretended as if he didn't notice and continued, "Previously, a heavenly tribulation appeared in the forbidden area. Countless black lightning rain fell from the sky, and I don't know how many fierce beasts were killed. I guess it has left a shadow in their hearts. As for me, when I escaped from the forbidden land, I was chased by some ferocious beasts, so I performed a few spiritual thunder techniques in a panic. However, although I didn't hit them, those ferocious beasts all turned around and ran away in fear. This is clearly the same as that man. It is also because of the psychological shadow of a bird frightened by the twang of a bow." As he spoke, Yi Xian glanced again at the group of descendants of the demon emperor who were walking into the valley. Among them, Zhuo Liqing, Hao Fangfang and the others were also among them. "So what they are afraid of is not me, but the black lightning I performed." As he finished speaking, Yi Xian waved his hand again. This time he didn't release it casually. His spiritual power locked onto the bound figure of the commander of the demon emperor guards, Chanas. At this moment, because it was too close to Yi Xian, it was the ferocious beast of the starry skies that was trembling constantly. Kacha? A black lightning appeared out of thin air again and fell directly on the head of the ferocious beast. Obviously, the power of this spiritual thunder technique was not strong, but even so, the ferocious beast of the starry skies howled miserably. It immediately rolled its eyes and fell to the ground. This was clearly the result of fainting from fear. The poor ferocious beast of the starry skies thought that Yi Xian was going to attack it. He had once cut down the will of heaven and earth in the cage of heaven and earth with the blood-red heavenly blade. The existence of the will of heaven and earth in the cage of heaven and earth had already caused countless ferocious beasts in the mystery land to feel boundless fear from the bottom of their hearts. This kind of psychological shadow, coupled with the great despair of being captured right after escaping, and seeing that it was about to be killed, had already pushed the spirit and will of this astral beast to the brink of collapse. Therefore, when Yi Xian made his move, he was caught between shock and fear. That was why this unexpected scene happened. What was even more coincidental was that this ferocious beast's reaction was exactly the same as the third prince's. In fact, it was even worse than the third prince's reaction. See? That's an Origin Realm supreme vicious beast. How could I possibly knock it unconscious with just a single strike? Seeing that this ferocious beast was so cooperative, Yi Xian was overjoyed. He immediately shrugged innocently again. He was afraid that the Demon Emperor and the others would probe too deeply into this matter. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his expression did not change. However, he stealthily drew everyone's attention back to the third prince. Now, the pale-faced third prince and the others had already arrived in the valley and were standing not far away. Yi Xian turned his head and grinned at him. Then he said, "That fellow's reaction was exactly the same as this ferocious beast's. In my opinion, he was probably shocked by the lightning. This is a mental illness that needs to be treated." Although these words were deliberate, they did hit the nail on the head. Although this group of descendants of the Demon Emperor, including the third prince, were not afraid of lightning, their deep fear of him was no less than that of those ferocious beasts of heaven and earth. After all, the latter had only seen Yi Xian unleash a blood-red heavenly blade from afar and cut down a heavenly eye clone of the will of heaven. However, more than half of this group of descendants of the Demon Emperor had had close contact with Yi Xian. In a short period of time they were almost sucked dry. This was a great horror. It was even more terrifying than directly cutting off their heads. The reason why this group of people still dared to approach at this moment was that the Demon Emperor Mo Wentian and the others were present. However, at this moment, looking at the attitude of the Demon Emperor Mo Wentian, he might not support them in this matter. In addition, the words mental illness that Yi Xian said fell into the ears of this group of descendants of the Demon Emperor, but the speaker did not mean it. It immediately reminded them of the terrifying scene of being almost sucked dry by Yi Xian in public in the Forbidden Land. So, a wisp of indignation appeared on the faces of these descendants of the Devil Emperors, but then they seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and they immediately stiffened and revealed embarrassed expressions. This was especially so for the third prince, who was even more so. This was clearly a sign of guilt after being hit by Yi Xian. None of this escaped the observation of the Demon Emperor Mo Wentian and the other supreme masters of the Grotto Heaven realm. Therefore, after they turned to look at each other, they basically believed Yi Xian's words in their hearts. Only the Demon Emperor Mo Wentian snorted coldly again, and his face suddenly darkened. Even if there was no problem with Yi Xian and he seemed to be a young descendant with an extremely strong spiritual power talent on the surface, even so, as the Demon Emperor, if Mo Wentian wanted to kill him, it would only take a few words. Not to mention other things, just the matter of the 6 eight-eyed silver crystals was enough to make him want to kill Yi Xian. This feeling of envy, jealousy, and hatred made Mo Wentian very unhappy, especially when the target was a low-level demon cultivator who was only in the meteor realm. At this moment, his face darkened, and it was obvious that his killing intent had suddenly risen, and he was about to turn hostile. Yi Xian seemed to be casually speaking, but in fact, he had been observing the Demon Emperor Mo Wentian from the corner of his eye. At this moment, when he saw the other's reaction, his heart suddenly beat wildly. Without thinking, he hurriedly used his last trump card. "That's right, High Priest, is the trial over? Not only did I obtain the spiritual power inheritance, but I also have a large number of multi-eyed divine crystals. Even if the others have found quite a few, I should be able to win in terms of grade. I also have quite a number of 8-eyed silver crystals." Just as he said this, the Demon Emperor Mo Wentian's eyelids suddenly twitched wildly. Other than the 6 blank objects in his hand, this brat actually still had 8-eyed silver crystals? And quite a lot. How was this possible? Since when did the 8-eyed divine treasure become so common? These thoughts flashed through his mind. Although Mo Wentian did not believe it, his eyes immediately burst with a strong light of surprise. This was really a glimmer of hope. "Brat, you still have 8-eyed divine crystals on you?" At this moment, the others were also greatly surprised, and all of them had a feeling of being shocked. Imperial Uncle Mo Qigong directly rushed over to Yi Xian and began to search his body without hesitation. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. This was a good opportunity. Therefore, on the surface he pretended to roll his eyes, but on the inside he was already very happy. He pretended to be a ghost and bit Mo Qigong's ear, but in a voice that everyone could hear he whispered, "Qigong, the Black Mosquito Tribe saint is my dream since I was young. I hope Qigong can put in a few good words for me. Don't worry, I've secretly kept 10 8-eyed divine crystals for you." As he spoke, Yi Xian flipped his hand and took out the simplest space box in his undying world, which could not be inspected by spiritual power. He handed it to the dumbfounded Mo Qigong and said, "Qigong, this is what I've handed over. Please examine it in front of everyone." At the side, the Demon Emperor Mo Wentian was already full of shock. Even his breathing had become heavier. Chapter 2963. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio bribery in public. This time, when Yi Xian entered the Saint Devil forbidden area of the Demon Emperor planet, he was in the vast corpse pool within the enormous ring-shaped mountain. Not to mention the headless infant corpse, just the multi-pupil thought crystals alone was enough for him to obtain more than 8 million ordinary thought crystals. Besides that, Yi Xian had more than 800,000 eight-eyed silver crystals. It could be said that even if he threw out 100 of them, it would only be 1 in 10,000. However, it was obvious that he couldn't be so generous. What? Didn't he see how the Devil Emperor Mo Wen Tian was so nervous about the eight-eyed silver crystal? Since they were so easily satisfied, it would be bad if Yi Xian gave them too much. As for the nine-eyed golden crystal, Yi Xian also had more than 50,000 of them. Among the 50,000 nine-eyed golden crystals, there were some that were of perfect quality. In other words, apart from containing a large amount of high-grade essence crystal energy, there was also the existence of a primordial divine ability inheritance. There were as many as 107 of them. Including the one that Yi Xian had already taken away by the fallen sky bao, he had obtained a total of 108 perfect quality nine-eyed golden crystals in this corpse pool. Not to mention the remaining 107 perfect quality nine-eyed golden crystals, Yi Xian did not even intend to take out a single one of the 50,000 normal quality nine-eyed golden crystals. After all, these imperial demons probably did not even know about the existence of the nine-eyed golden crystals. There was no need for him to find trouble for himself. After considering all these factors, Yi Xian made preparations in the undying world in his body immediately after he decided to seal their mouths. It was very simple. He just took out 3 small spatial boxes. Of course, they were ordinary spatial boxes that were of lower quality refined by the demon tribe. They were different from the ones refined by the human tribe. The spatial boxes refined by the human tribe did not require the items to be poured out. They did not even need to be opened. One could use his divine sense to probe inside and see what was inside. Of course, the demons had also refined small interspatial boxes of the same quality, but they had replaced them with ones that were suitable for spiritual power detection. However, Yi Xian had purposely taken 3 of these inferior quality boxes. Only by pouring out the contents of the boxes could he examine the contents of the boxes in detail. On one hand, this was consistent with his identity as an ordinary low-level demon. On the other hand, this was done with a purpose. To put it in a superficial way, he was just showing off. To put it in a sophisticated way, he was just trying to shock those descendants of demon emperors who were almost sucked dry by him. When they saw that they had given such a huge amount of resources to the Devil Emperor Mo Wen Tian, with their shrewdness and their status as the descendants of the Devil Emperor's tribe, even if they finally decided to take the risk, there was bound to be a period of hesitation in the process. What Yi Xian wanted was this time gap, enough for him to leave the demonic imperial planet in a hurry. In order to achieve this effect, Yi Xian had to take out too few multi-eyed sense crystals, or else it would not be enough to shock those descendants of the Devil Emperor. After all these considerations, he put 10 eight-eyed silver crystals and 100 seven-eyed and 6-eyed sense crystals in one of the spatial boxes. This spatial box was left for Mo Qigong to create an appearance that he had put in a lot of effort to get the position of Black Mosquito Tribe's Saint's son. This was also one of the measures that Yi Xian did not want to be suspected by the Devil Emperor Mo Wen Tian and the others, who would suspect that he still had a large amount of multi-eyed sense crystals. As for the second small spatial box, he placed 7 or 8 eight-eyed silver crystals, as well as a total of more than 300 items below 8 eyes. He had specially prepared this small spatial box for himself. If the other party still wanted to get to the bottom of it, Yi Xian would take out this small spatial box. According to the total number of 8-eyed silver crystals and other sense crystals in it, it was just right. It would not make people suspect that it was fake, and it would not make the Devil Emperor Mo Wen Tian and the others jealous. As for the last spatial box, it was naturally used to bribe the Devil Emperor Mo Wen Tian. In this spatial box, Yi Xian did not have a total number of multi-eyed sense crystals, no matter what grade they were. At first glance, it seemed that it was all that was left, except for the 2 sets that he had prepared for himself in Mo Qigong. 47 eight-eyed silver crystals. There were a total of 7,643 multi-eyed sense crystals of all grades below the 7-eyed level. Compared to the total number of sense crystals in Yi Xian's possession, this was not even a strand of hair. However, to anyone in the Devil tribe, including the current Devil Emperor in front of him, not only was the number of multi-eyed sense crystals in this spatial box shocking, but the quality was also beyond compare. There were more than 48-eyed silver crystals. What was there not to be satisfied with? Before this, there was only one in the entire Devil tribe. It was enshrined in the main hall of the ancestral temple like a treasure. At this moment, after receiving the small spatial box from Yi Xian's hands, Mo Qigong could tell with a single glance that the quality of this small spatial box was the lowest of the low. It didn't support just extending one's spiritual force into it to know the details of the items contained within. Hence he did not hesitate at all. He opened the lid of the box directly, then inserted a strand of mental strength and casually tipped the lid of the box towards the ground. Crash, ding ding dang dang. In the next moment, with the crisp sound of crystals crashing against each other, large amounts of multi-pupil thought crystals poured out like rain from the small space box in Mo Qigong's hand and fell to the ground. From time to time, a silver light would slide down from the spatial box. This clearly represented an 8-eyed sense crystal. In a short 2 to 3 seconds, this silver light had appeared 7 to 8 times. Such a scene instantly petrified Mo Qigong, who was holding the spatial box in his hands. He was dumbfounded on the spot with his mouth wide open. The Devil Emperor Mo Wen-Tian, High Priest Wen-Xing, and the others instantly widened their eyes. They looked as if they had seen a ghost. As for the dozens of Origin Realm powerhouses further away as well as the Devil Emperor's descendants, Hao Fangfang, Zhuo Liqing, and the others who had just arrived, they all gasped. Many of them were so shocked that they lost their voices on the spot. Yi Xian even heard the sound of a few heavy objects crashing to the ground. He didn't know which one of those fellows with poor mental fortitude was directly scared unconscious. He Qigong, I've taken out all that I can. I've only kept a little for myself. The Black Mosquito Tribe Saint should not be a big problem, right? Chapter 2964. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio. Turning danger into safety. Previously, Yi Xian had said that he'd specially left 10 8-eyed silver crystals for Mo Qigong and asked him to take care of the Black Mosquito Tribe's holy son on his behalf. However, at that time, Mo Qigong didn't take it too seriously and still didn't quite believe it. On the other hand, 10 8-eyed silver crystals was indeed a big deal. Although he was the elder of the current Devil Emperor, the Devil Emperor was the Devil Emperor after all. If Mo Qigong had really greedily taken the 10 8-eyed silver crystals, even if the Devil Emperor Mo Wen-Tian did not say anything on the surface, he would definitely hold a grudge against him. In this way there would be a gap between them and the loss would outweigh the gain. Therefore, Mo Qigong thought that even if this brat could really take out the 10 8-eyed silver crystals, he would definitely not accept them. However, at that moment, when he saw the multi-pupil sense crystals in the small space box that he was holding in his hand and pouring onto the ground, it was as if there was no end to the multi-pupil sense crystals. There was already a huge pile in front of his feet, and the small space box was still pouring down. More importantly, from time to time he could see a ray of silver light flowing out of the box and sliding onto the ground. These were the 8-eyed silver crystals. Mo Qigong made a rough estimate. In just a short while, he had caught sight of at least 20 streaks of silver light. In other words, there were at least 28-eyed silver crystals in the terrifying pile of multi-eyed sense crystals on the ground. Moreover, the small space box had not been emptied yet. There must be more. Conservatively speaking, there were at least 30 of them. In this case, the Devil Emperor Mo Wen-Tian had more than 38-eyed sense crystals for himself. Even if he had given 1 or 2 to the High Priest Wen-Xing and the commander of the Devil Emperor Guards Chanas as hush money, there were still nearly 38-eyed silver crystals in his hand. Since that was the case, he naturally had no qualms about taking the 10 8-eyed silver crystals that he had already stuffed into his pocket. If he did not take them, he would have to share them with the Devil Emperor later. He was afraid that the Devil Emperor would not be willing to take them. As the Emperor's uncle, if he wanted to take them, it would not be just 1 or 2. Therefore, given the current situation, the Nephilim Emperor couldn't wait for him to take the 10 8-eyed silver crystals. He turned to look at Yi Xian, finding him pleasing to the eye no matter how he looked at him. Not only was he unmoved by force or persuasion, he was also very much to his liking. Even in such a critical situation, he was so tactful. He knew that these things would be a disaster if they were left in his hands, and he even knew how to show filial piety to this old man. The more Mo Qigong thought about it, the more he found Yi Xian to his liking. He immediately raised his head and laughed loudly. He turned to look at the High Priest Wen-Xing, who was looking at him enviously. He grinned and said, "Old man Wen, the matter of the saint has always been decided by you. But this time the saint of the Black Mosquito Tribe has to be given to this brat, even if he doesn't want to. Also, don't even think about the 10 8-eyed silver crystals in my hand." As he spoke, Mo Qigong glanced at the Devil Emperor Mo Wen-Tian again. He said in a low muffled voice, "You can ask him for them later. I have to give half of the 10 to fourth brother. I only have 5 left. Although it's not a small amount, it's not a lot either. That's natural. Later, Priest Wen and Commander Jia can come and find this emperor by themselves." The Devil Emperor's expression was still serious, but his tone was obviously much gentler. When he heard that even Mo-Sihai's share did not need to be paid by him, he was secretly delighted. He could save at least 4 or 5 8-eyed silver crystals. The Devil Emperor was delighted. When he looked at Yi Xian again, he suddenly found him much more pleasing to the eye. Moreover, judging from this brat's eagerness to be the saint of the Black Mosquito tribe, even if he still had some 8-eyed silver crystals in his hand, it was definitely not a lot. Since this was the case, this matter would end here. Since he had already received a huge benefit from this brat, if he still insisted on it, it would seem that he did not have the magnanimity of an emperor. Of course, although this was the case on the surface in private, he had to investigate this brat's background and secrets in detail. If there was really a problem in the devil domain, who could escape the investigation of the dignified Devil Emperor? Not to mention that he was still in the Black Mosquito tribe, one of the top 10 foreign tribes, and held the position of saint. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the Devil Emperor Mo Wentian immediately made a decision to let Yi Xian go first and not make things difficult for him openly. As for the remaining doubts in his heart, when this brat left the Devil Emperor planet and returned to the Black Mosquito tribe, he would send a secret edict, and everything would come to light very quickly. As a result, the Demon Emperor immediately changed his attitude. For the sake of the massive amount of pupil perception crystals, he praised Yi Xian with a rare smile on his face. Then he decided on the spot that the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son belonged to, and in the end, the flower fell into Yi Xian's hands. There was no suspense in this matter. After all, whether it was the inheritance of the spiritual power skill or the number of multi-pupil perception crystals, Yi Xian fully deserved it. Even Zhuo Liqing and the others had no choice but to accept it. In addition, when the Devil Emperor's descendants heard that the Devil Emperor had personally decided that Yi Xian would be the saint of the Black Mosquito tribe, they were all dumbfounded. Their hearts were cold. The Devil Emperor's words were not joking. Since the Demon Emperor had already announced this matter in public, then even if they exposed everything that had happened to Yi Xian in the Saint Demon Forbidden Area, they probably wouldn't be able to change anything in the end. Instead, it would cause the Demon Emperor to be displeased and think that they were deliberately embarrassing him. They were afraid that they would not have a good ending. Moreover, this brat was so generous. He did not even frown when he took out such a huge amount of multi-pupil perception crystals and handed them over to the Devil Emperor. For the sake of these multi-pupil thought crystals, it would be difficult for the Nephilim King to disregard his pride and make a move on him. At the thought of this, the Devil Emperor's descendants looked at each other. They were completely speechless, but their faces were full of resentment. Everything had been settled. Yi Xian was afraid that he would stay in the Demon Imperial City for too long, and it would be troublesome if there were too many dreams. Therefore, taking advantage of the fact that the holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe had finally landed on his head, he was wild with joy and excitement. He immediately proposed to the Devil Emperor that he would return to the Black Mosquito tribe. He even purposely muttered something like, "When I return, the first thing I need to do is to urge the High Priest, Grayskull Ray, to hold the Saint Succession ceremony so that I can be at ease." These mutterings made sense, and they matched Yi Xian's previous appearance. As such, the Devil Emperor did not suspect that he was in a hurry to leave, and he immediately agreed. He waved his hand and said generously, "In that case, Commander Jia will take you to the Star Dock of Demon Guard 1 to choose a space fortress as your transportation warship. Take half of it back. After all, the Black Mosquito tribe is a large tribe. How can they not have a space fortress?" Chapter 2965. Translator, Naoibo Studio Editor. Naoibo Studio. Starry Sky Treasure. Long Yi Hao. When the Devil Emperor Mo Wentian finished speaking, Mo Qigong, who had been stupidly pouring the multi-pupil perception crystal onto the ground from the small box in his hand, had finally finished. The final tally came out as soon as he scanned the pile of multi-pupil memory crystals with his spiritual power. The terrifying number of over 48-eyed silver crystals even gave Mo Qi a big fright. It was more than 10 crystals than his previous estimate of over 30, a full quarter of it. Under such circumstances, if the Demon Emperor only gave High Priest Wenxing and Commander Chanas 2 each, wouldn't he have over 40 of them in his possession? This was a lot more than the 30 or so that he had estimated. On the contrary, the thousands and tens of thousands of perception crystals of other levels below the 8-pupil level could no longer attract his attention at this moment. At this moment, Mo Qigong was so regretful that his intestines turned green. If he had known this would happen, he would not have acted like this. In this way he would have 10 8-pupil memory crystals. Even if Mo Sihai could not get 10 from the Demon Emperor, he would have no problem getting 6 or 7. Thinking of this, Mo Qigong immediately puffed up his cheeks and moved closer to the demon emperor. Mo went in with a smile. His face was full of the best uncle and nephew relationship they had ever had since they were young. The Nephilim king immediately became vigilant. With a wave of his sleeve, he put away all the multi-pupil sense crystals. Then, without even giving Rong Mo the chance to speak, he instructed Chanas, the commander of the Nephilim royal guards, to take the holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe, Zhang Wuji, to the star dock of the demon guard to choose a space fortress. Then he quickly turned and left. Obviously he was worried that he would be targeted by a thief and suffer heavy losses. Mo Qigong was not happy at all. He turned back and greeted Yi Xian, asking him to return to the Demon Emperor planet after the Holy Sun inauguration ceremony. When he was free he could spend some time here. As for this time, since Yi Xian was in a hurry to get back to work and he happened to have an important matter to attend to, he didn't want to get too close to Yi Xian. After saying that, he raised his hand and beckoned to Mo Hai, and the two immediately chased after the Demon Emperor. It was clear that they were determined to get a few more pieces of the eight-eyed silver crystal from the Demon Emperor. Yi Xian's eyelids couldn't help but twitch when he saw this. He was afraid that the uncle and nephew trio would not be able to divide the spoils equally. If they fought on the spot, then he would really be guilty. With the departure of the Demon Emperor and the two guardians of the Forbidden Valley, High Priest Wenxing could only lead a group of origin stage Demon King Imperial family powerhouses to temporarily station themselves in the Forbidden Valley. This place could not be left unguarded, and it would be troublesome if something went wrong. As an elder from the Black Mosquito tribe, High Priest Wenxing was about to bid farewell. Whether it was Yi Xian, Zhuo Liqing, Zhuo Hao Fangfang, or the other failed candidates, they all had to come over to formally say goodbye. As for Zhuo Liqing and Zhuo, High Priest Wenxing casually said a few words and ignored them. However, on Yi Xian's side, he repeatedly warned him that he would make a trip to the Black Mosquito tribe in a period of time and asked Yi Xian to tell the High Priest not to let him wander around for the time being. After all, he had just become the holy son of the tribe, so he still had to work hard on his cultivation base and the use of his mental power skills. In the end, as the former High Priest of the Black Mosquito tribe, High Priest Wenxing even said that he would personally check the results of Yi Xian's cultivation during this period when he went to the Black Mosquito tribe to see if he had slacked off. Now that he had told Yi Xian about this in advance, it was to make things clear. If Yi Xian was found to have slacked off, he would have to punish him slightly to encourage him. Yi Xian smiled awkwardly in response, but he did not say anything. Naturally, he would not agree to it. If he passed the message to Huigulei and asked him to keep a close eye on him, what was going on? Since he did not plan to do as he was told, he would not simply agree to it. Otherwise he would be going back on his word and it would affect his Taoist heart. On the other hand, Zhuo and Zhuo Hongli, who had been looking for an opportunity to interrupt and prove their existence, saw that Yi Xian still hadn't made a clear statement. They both shamelessly moved closer and patted their chests to promise High Priest Wenxing that after they returned, they would immediately pass on the original words to the Ash Sacrifice High Priest. In the end, they even explained to Yi Xian, as if they were afraid of misunderstanding, that he was now the holy son of the tribe, and his status was different from before. Whether or not he was diligent in his cultivation was a matter of great importance to the entire tribe, and so on. They were obviously tattletale, but they made it sound so dignified. It was even better than singing. Yi Xian pretended not to hear them, and his face did not show the slightest change. However, he was already sneering in his heart. Humph, do you think you can do it just because you patted your chest and made a promise? You have to make it back to the Black Mosquito Star alive first. After saying goodbye to Wenxing, Yi Xian chatted with Chanas, the commander of the Demon Royal Guards, while walking toward the east bridge of the moat that led to the outer city. To reach the Demon Royal Guards, one had to take a warship instead of walking. However, warships were forbidden in the Demon Royal City, and even flying was forbidden. Even Chanas, the commander of the Demon Royal Guards, was not an exception. Behind them, in addition to several personal soldiers of the Demon Royal Guards, Zhuo and Zhuo Liqing, as well as Hao Fangfang and a few other candidates who had failed the selection, followed closely behind them. However, their faces were full of depression, and they could only follow behind silently. Now, Yi Xian was completely different from when he first came to the Demon Royal Star, at least in the Demon Royal Star. Even though Zhuo Hongwu's cultivation was higher than his, and he was the younger brother of Zhuo Fengtai, the great commander of the Black Mosquito tribe, he did not dare to offend Yi Xian, who now had the upper hand in front of the higher-ups of the Demon Royal Star. After leaving the outer city of the Demon Royal Star, Chanas, the commander of the Demon Royal Guards, immediately waved his hand and released a standard warship issued by the Demon Royal Guards. They quickly entered the warship, rushed out of the atmosphere, and sped toward the Demon Royal Star, one of the two satellites in the orbit of the Demon Royal Star. Although the Demon Royal Star was not as big as the Demon Royal Star, it was not small either. It was about the same size as the Black Mosquito Star and the Sky River Star, and it was a life sphere of normal size. Behind the Demon Royal Star there was a huge star dock. There were some important and strategic high-end warships that the Demon Royal race had received from their master, the Heavenly Fate clan, over the past tens of thousands of years. For example, the Space Fortress was one of the most important components. The moment they arrived at the entrance of the star dock, Yi Xian abruptly heard the system's warning sound in his mind. Instantly, his face froze and he was almost stunned. Chapter 2966. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Broken Little Fortress. As soon as Yi Xian stepped out of the commander of the Demon Guard Chana's battleship, the sound of the devouring system beeped in his mind. From the word Star Fortress, it was clear that the Long Yi Xian was referring to one of the star fortresses of the Demon Guard ahead. This made him speechless. He was still in someone else's territory, and yet the system had directly asked him if he wanted to forcibly seize the star fortresses. It was an enormous bastion. Since when could the devouring system have the ability to forcibly absorb such a colossal object? When he had encountered the Black Mosquito and the Black Wind before, he had never heard the system ask such a question. Could it be that the sudden appearance of a starry sky bastion had stirred him up so much that he couldn't keep his cool? According to what Yi Xian knew, the devouring system used a classification system similar to that of the human Third Universe's Myriad Federation when it came to treasures in the star space. For example, top-grade and ultra-top-grade star treasures were still considered common. Although they were rare, they were still occasionally seen. After that were legendary treasures, epic treasures, and finally, treasures. From the beginning to the end, Yi Xian's three basic treasures, his personal battleship, battle weapon, and battle armor, could be said to have gone through a lot of painstaking effort and invested a large amount of resources and effort in order to be able to advance to this point. But even so, those three treasures were still only epic grade. This was the result of 5 or 6 fusions. Battleship, Dongshu Shuttle. Epic treasures. 6 fusions. Combat weapon, Demon Blood Star Tier Sword. Epic treasures. 5 fusions. Armor, Indestructible Glass Armor. Epic treasures. 5 fusions. Of course, it wasn't that Yi Xian didn't have any starry sky treasures in his possession. For example, the piece of void indestructible gold that he had already fused with his battle armor, allowing it to advance to the epic level of the indestructible glass armor. In addition, Yi Xian had obtained a Rai D seal from the Black Mosquito, which was also a treasure-level origin treasure. There was also the void marrow essence he had obtained from the Black Hole of Life, which could evolve into a universe. It was also a star treasure-level treasure. However, none of the items mentioned above were forged. They were either minerals, origin treasures, or naturally condensed void marrow crystals. All of them had the same characteristic, which was that they were born and nurtured by nature. They were the best treasures nurtured by nature, and they were not created by human beings. Even the void cave fragment that Yi Xian had obtained, as well as the starry sky dragon's immortal ancestral blood dragon, were both immortal treasures. However, at the same time they weren't created by humans. Instead, they belonged to the two primordial level innate life forms, the starry sky tortoise and the starry sky dragon. It could be said that although Yi Xian had come into contact with a few supreme treasures that had reached the level of a starry sky treasure, there really wasn't a single one that was man-made before he heard the system prompt in his mind. But now it was called the Wild Dragon. It was named after the name Long Zhan and Long Zhan. Only a starry sky bastion could match the name of this ship. However, even though Yi Xian was extremely moved by this space fortress called Long Yi, no matter what, it was still impossible for the devouring system to forcefully grab it. As for why it was able to seize this bastion by force, it had never been able to do the same to Black Mosquito or Black Wind. There would be an explanation for this later, but for now Yi Xian didn't know. He didn't have the time to search the system's database for information. Yi Xian originally thought that the so-called Long Yi battleship would definitely be extremely domineering. Otherwise, it would be a waste of this inexplicably blood-boiling ship name. However, after entering Demon Guard Star Dock, when Yi Xian saw the true appearance of the Long Yi battlestar under the reminder of the devouring system, his entire heart instantly turned cold. If he didn't know the devouring system had never had a bad habit of playing pranks, he would have suspected he'd been tricked. Although the demons were not proficient in technology, they were still the servant race of the Heaven's legacy race. Furthermore, it was extremely difficult to distinguish the demons from humans. Because of this, even the Tianyi clan viewed them with great importance. So, like the Wild Dragon, the Celestial Fate race had generously provided the Demonkin with a large number of space fortresses, strategic weapons of mass destruction. Not to mention the equipment that had been given to the 10 major tribes, the Demon Scout Corps, and the space bastions that were docked on Demon Satellite 2, or performing missions outside, just in front of Demon Satellite 1 starship dock. The number of Wild Dragon bastions was not small. There were dozens of them, and a few of them were clearly dilapidated. They were squeezed in the deepest part of the huge star dock, and it was obvious that they had been scrapped. And the Wild Dragon bastion mentioned by the devouring system happened to be one of them. And the diameter of its hull was only 5,000 meters. In this regard, the Tianyi clan was the same as the humans of the Third Universe. Basically, a 1,000-meter-long battleship was a planetary class, and a 3,000-meter-long battleship was a star class. At 5,000 meters, the hull would generally change into the shape of a Wild Dragon bastion. After all, it was more stable. A 5,000-meter-long Wild Dragon bastion was a Cosmic Cloud class, also known as a small fortress. A 10,000-meter-long Wild Dragon bastion was a Cosmic River class, also known as a large fortress. In addition to these two types of Wild Dragon bastions, there were clearly two Cosmic class bastions with diameters of 20,000 meters. The Wild Dragon bastion was extremely eye-catching. Even Yi Xian couldn't help but take a few more glances. On the side, Chanas clearly misunderstood. He smiled awkwardly and said, "That won't do. In the entire Wild Dragon Star region, the Tianyi clan only gave these two. In fact, it's not a big deal, it's just a little too big. It is said that the Heaven's Legacy race has already mass-produced 50,000-meter-long star-class bastions, and even a 100,000-meter-long star-class Starry Sky Fortress is about to be built. That is a true giant." At this point, Chana's tone and expression clearly revealed a sense of longing and pride. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly had a telepathic thought from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 2967. In the bag, although the so-called Long Yi battleship looked shabby and was clearly an old bastion that was about to be decommissioned, Yi Xian didn't think too much about it and chose it on the spot because he trusted the devouring system. Of course, the purpose of choosing a bastion was nominally to supply the Black Mosquito tribe. Zhuanggu was supposed to be in charge of this matter, but Yi Xian was now the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son and had a lot of influence on the demonic emperor planet, at least on the surface. That was why Zhuanggu had to bear with it for the time being and follow behind like an attendant. In other words, even if he chose the Long Yi battleship, Yi Xian would still have to hand it over when he returned to the Black Mosquito tribe. Yi Xian had already made up his mind about this matter. It was impossible. On the one hand, Yi Xian had no intention of letting Zhuanggu and Zhuo Liqing return alive. They had plotted against Yi Xian on the way here and had almost killed him. If Yi Xian allowed them to return to the Black Mosquito tribe in one piece, it would be too boring. Since that was the case, he could just take the Long Yi battleship and take it for himself. Could it be that Zhuo Fengtai was allowed to destroy the fierce mosquito bastion that belonged to the Black Mosquito tribe? Why couldn't he, the so-called Holy Son, take a small bastion with a diameter of 5,000 meters? The reason the Demon King Mo Wen Tian had suddenly relented on this matter was because of the large pile of multi-pupil cognition crystals that Yi Xian had given away. In that case, even if Yi Xian took the Long Yi battleship, he had no qualms about it. There was nothing to be embarrassed about. He could just find an excuse to brush it off when he got back. After all, Zhuanggu and Zhuo Liqing had been killed, and Zhuo Fengtai was bound to be furious. When one had enough lice, one wouldn't be afraid of an itch. With Yi Xian's current strength, he didn't need to fear a mere 4th-level Origin Realm cultivator. But compared to the other bastions in Stardock, Long Yi's ship was a little ugly. So long as Dan Fan was a normal person, he wouldn't have chosen it. Therefore, in order to avoid arousing the suspicion of this so-called commander of the Demon Royal Guards, Yi Xian had to come up with a plausible excuse. He decided to make a breakthrough from the name of the small fortress. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately grinned awkwardly. He continued Chanaz's words a little embarrassedly, "Commander, you must be joking. Hee, this 20,000 meters in diameter is actually a cosmic fortress? I've learned something new. But there are too many bastions here. I've only just walked in and I'm already dazzled by the choices. Why don't you have them give me a copy of the ship's name list? I'll just look at the ship's name. I'll pick the one that looks the best." Chanaz was taken aback when he heard this, but he quickly reacted. He couldn't help but despise Yi Xian in his heart. This kid clearly wanted a cosmic fortress with a diameter of 20,000 meters. After being exposed and embarrassed, he was now pretending to be someone important. He actually planned to take a look at the ship's name list and pick the ship's name directly. Ugly people are always up to no good. However, although he despised Yi Xian in his heart, Chanas didn't expose him. Instead he did as he was told. Behind him, Zhuo Liqing and Zhuo Hongwu, who were standing not far away, frowned. They turned their heads and exchanged a look, but in the end they didn't say anything. Since they had already endured it before, they didn't mind enduring it a little longer. The so-called ship's name list was quickly sent over. It was just a piece of paper and it was clearly written on the spot. Yi Xian didn't mind. After receiving it, he lowered his head and started reading. As he read, he muttered the names of the ships, but he didn't seem to be satisfied with any of them. After reading a dozen names, his eyes suddenly lit up and he shouted loudly, "Longyi? Longzhan Longyi? Great. That's great. I like this domineering ship name. This is it." Commander, with such a domineering ship name, this Longyi wouldn't be one of the 2 cosmic fortresses, right? If that's the case, it's too much of a pity. We have to choose again. But I really like this domineering ship name. Pfft. When he said this, even the usually serious Chanas couldn't hold it in anymore. He was so amused that he laughed out loud. It seemed that this kid was indeed a petty person who was intoxicated with success. He was immersed in it and enjoyed it quite a bit. With a strange expression, Chanas raised his hand and pointed at that small fortress that was clearly the most tattered and unsightly one in the entire star dock. "Cough cough Longyi, that's the one. It's a small fortress. I think you should choose another one." Bang bang, bang bang. Just as Chanas finished speaking, 2 soft sounds came from behind him. He turned around and saw Zhuo Liqing and Zhuo Hongwu, their faces full of anger. It was clear they'd been struck by lightning. If they were to return with this crappy little bastion, it was hard to say whether they'd make it to Black Mosquito Planet alive. Who knows, it might fall apart on the way. Because of that, the uncle and nephew immediately shouted angrily after climbing up. "Zhang Wuji, what are you trying to do? This is our Black Mosquito tribe's fortress. Do you think it's your own private property? How dare you treat it like a child's play? It's fine. How can a space fortress be so picky? Don't pretend if you don't know anything. If you can't handle it, just move aside." Although they had already decided to bear with it for the time being, Yi Xian had indeed gone too far this time. They could not take it anymore. Therefore the uncle and nephew could not hold it in and vented all their dissatisfaction. Yi Xian was secretly delighted. He immediately purposely turned his face red and looked extremely embarrassed. He was so angry that he kept stomping his feet. He pointed at the uncle and nephew and scolded, "Child's play? You dare to say that I'm child's play? I still want this Long Yi Xian today. I am a man of my word. If I say that I will use the name of the ship, then I have to make the decision. This is something that the Demon King personally allowed me to do. Do you dare to stop me?" He was obviously angry from embarrassment, and he even mentioned the Demon King Mo Tian. This directly stunned Zhuo Liqing and Zhuo Hongwu. Although they were full of anger, they did not dare to say anything. In the end, they snorted coldly and left. At the side, Chanas had already lost interest. He could see that this kid was just a nouveau riche who had gotten lucky. He did not have any standards and was simply a petty person intoxicated by success. He probably would not be able to achieve much in the future. With that thought in mind, Chanas tried to persuade Yi Xian to give him a way out so that he would lose interest in changing to another space fortress. After a few perfunctory words, he called the person in charge of the star dock and went through the procedures with Yi Xian. Chapter 2968. Xing Bo's posthumous work. Although the Longyi battleship was old and worn, that was only its appearance. There was no problem with its performance. Of course, it was only a stellar-level battleship that was over 3,000 meters long. Even compared to an ordinary 5,000-meter-wide bastion, it was still slightly inferior. After all, it was old. The bastion could actually operate on its own. All it needed to do was to activate the autopilot, confirm the star chart, and enter the destination. When Yi Xian entered the Longyi battleship, Hao Fangfang was the only one following behind him. Even he had a strange expression on his face. After all, Yi Xian's performance had been very disappointing. Hao Fangfang was the same. But he was even more annoyed with Zhuo Liqing's group. That was why he still followed Yi Xian. Although there were only 2 of them, once the autopilot was activated, there was no problem for them to drive the bastion away. Yi Xian immediately entered the password in the control room on the top floor of the Longyi battleship. He quickly gained control of the Longyi battleship and drove it out of Demon Guard Yi's star dock. He headed straight for the Black Mosquito tribe and into the boundless void outside. As for Zhuo Liqing and Zhuo Hongwu, as well as the thousands of demon kin who had survived the fierce mosquito, They had come to Demon Guard planet on Zhuhongwu's special stellar-level battleship. Naturally, they had no problem returning. Yi Xian didn't even bother to pay them any attention. After a long struggle, they finally left Demon Guard planet safely. Yi Xian's heart, which had been hanging in his throat, finally settled down. At this moment, after Hao Fangfang entered the Long Yi ship, she immediately chose a cabin and walked in. She seemed to be too disappointed with Yi Xian's previous performance and didn't plan on paying attention to him. The latter just happened to be free, so he started to study this so-called Starry Sky Treasure Battlestar in the control room of the Long Yi ship. Yi Xian's devouring system had a special feature. When it came to certain treasures or objects, the devouring system's database would not have any relevant information before coming into contact with them. Even searching for their names would not yield any results. However, once it came into contact with the object, the system's database would automatically update and include the relevant information of the object. At this moment, Yi Xian was using the devouring system's database to search for all the detailed information about this Longya fortress. An existence that could be called a starry sky treasure by the devouring system naturally couldn't have a simple background. Yi Xian had long since been mentally prepared for this, but even so, when he pulled out all the data and information regarding the Long Yi Hao and read through it, he was still stunned at the first possible moment. His face was blank and he was speechless for a long time. His background was not simple at all. It was simply frightening. This wild dragon ship was actually the posthumous work of the #1 human, Xing Bo. Although the name Xing Bo was a taboo in the first universe controlled by the Tianji clan, and no one dared to mention it in the third universe, almost everyone in the human race knew his name. His status was equivalent to the great pioneer of the human race's technological civilization. He had long been deified. Of course, this was also because Xing Bo was already dead. As for Yi Xian, the moment the devouring system automatically upgraded itself and officially entered the starry sky environment, he already knew about Xing Bo and the origin of the devouring system. Xing Bo was the great pioneer of the human race's technological civilization. He had created two superintelligent robots, De and De. De killed his own creator, Xing Bo, betrayed the human race, and established the Tianji clan to dominate the first universe. He even threatened to destroy the human race and unify the three universes. It could be said that he was actually a traitor to the human race. As a last resort, the human race established the Wan Luo Federation with the other races in the universe to fight against the Tianji clan. De was also a robot created by the #1 human, Xing Bo. Currently, his official identity was the imperial advisor of the human race's technological faction, the Immortal Dynasty. He was the one who used the intelligence of the robot race to invent the devouring system. He distributed it throughout the universe to select human geniuses with potential. Therefore, there were obviously other people who had devouring systems like Yi Xian. However, everyone's growth was different. Every devouring system was also relatively independent. As it grew with its host, its changes would also be different. This was a story for another time. Today we are talking about the Wild Dragon ship. The Wild Dragon ship was the last work that Xing Bo had completed before he was killed by the traitor, De. Therefore, it was not an exaggeration to call it his posthumous work. Even the superintelligent robot De, which he had created, could invent something as crazy as the devouring system. De had even created the entire Tianji clan's glorious civilization. Some of the technologies that he had invented later on had even surpassed the current technological faction of the human race. From this, one could see Xing Bo's crazy talent and strength in the field of technology. He was probably the only one who could create such a man-made starry sky treasure-level space fortress. According to Yi Xian's estimation, even if the Tianji clan or the Immortal Dynasty of the human race's technological faction were to use all kinds of resources and technologies at all costs, they would only be able to create a peak epic-level space fortress at most. Starry sky treasures were usually born from nature. It was not so easy to create them manually. The reason why the Wild Dragon ship ended up on the Demonic Emperor planet was that before Xing Bo was killed, he did not spread the news of this starry sky treasure-level space fortress. Therefore, after it fell into De's hands, it was mistaken for an ordinary fortress and was given to the robots under his command to use. Later on, after tens of thousands of years, this small fortress had even witnessed several great battles between the robot race and the human race. In the end, it was full of scars. In addition to the rapid development of the Tianji clan, there were many breakthroughs in technology. They had the ability to build a new type of space fortress with a perfect internal superposition technology. Therefore, this old and battered fortress was abandoned by them and thrown to the demonic tribe as if it was trash. This was more than 10,000 years ago. In these 10,000 years, the wild dragon ship had been idle in a corner of the demonic star fortress. It had never been used by anyone. It could be said that it was a treasure covered in dust. If Yi Xian had not entered the demonic star fortress and discovered the wild dragon ship with the devouring system in his body, this could be said to be the greatest work in the history of human science and technology. Who knew how many years it would have been abandoned by the world? As for why the wild dragon ship was a starry sky treasure-level space fortress, its secret had not been discovered by anyone for tens of thousands of years. The reason was actually very simple. The reason why the wild dragon ship could enter the starry sky treasure level was not because it had an abnormal attack or defense ability from the very beginning. On the contrary, when Xingbo created it, the wild dragon ship was very weak. It was slightly inferior to an ordinary 5,000-meter space fortress of the same level. However, it had the most important characteristic. It was different from all the known space fortresses of the human race in the Tianji clan. Chapter 2969. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Bastion of Life. Whether it was a bastion built by humans or the Celestials' legacy clan, the construction process required countless materials. There were all kinds of alloys, special minerals, energy crystals, and even formations. So much so that the bastion's central control system was similar to that of the interplanetary networks of the planets. It was a cross between a living and a non-living superbrain. Even so, a bastion like this was still a dead object. But Xingbo's final work, Long Yi Hao, was alive. And by alive he meant, it was a real life form. The construction of Long Yi Hao didn't use any other materials. There were no alloys, no minerals, no energy crystals, no formations, and nothing like that. In truth, it was a world bug that had simply used the natural growth and development of a living body to forcefully grow into a world bug. World bug, a mysterious and unknown life form. So far, only the great pioneer of human technology, Xingbo, had ever found and obtained one. Its characteristics were currently not fully understood, but one point had already been verified by Xingbo, and that was that this mysterious life form possessed an extremely strong ability to self-evolve, as well as a unique characteristic of malleability. Furthermore, its loyalty could be said to be absolute. It would only serve one master for life. The so-called malleable uniqueness could be seen as dominoes. You only had one chance to push down the first domino. Once you pushed down the first domino, the entire chain of dominoes would continue to react. If there was no end to the chain of dominoes, the chain of dominoes would continue to be pushed down by the previous domino, which would continue to be pushed down by the previous domino in succession. This was basically what the malleability of the world bug meant. After Xingbo obtained the world bug, he should have hesitated for a period of time, but in the end he decided to guide the world bug and evolve it into the most powerful super fortress. Therefore he used up the evolution pre-molding rights of the world bug, which was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It was equivalent to gently pushing the first domino down. Even the devouring system couldn't understand the process through the Long Yi Hao. Perhaps it could be seen as some kind of program writing method, or perhaps it was even more complicated. Xingbo was the great pioneer of the human race's technology. Who knew what he was capable of? In short, Xingbo's vision of what a perfect, powerful bastion should look like had been inputted into the world bug's body through some unknown method. It was almost like data input. This infusion marked the end of the world bug's malleability. From then on, it would continue to evolve according to Xingbo's vision of a perfect bastion. Like the chain reaction of dominoes, it wouldn't stop until it died. According to Xingbo's research, the world bug didn't die. It wasn't that it had a strong life force, but that it was a special kind of life form. In Xingbo's words, it should be called a group of mononuclear self-evolving life forms. To put it simply, this so-called world bug was not a single bug. It was a swarm. This swarm was made up of countless tiny world bugs. It was like the cells of a human body. Every moment old cells would die, but at the same time a large number of new cells would be born. In Xingbo's view, this self-evolving cycle was immortal and indestructible. Therefore, once the evolution began, the perfect bastion that existed only in Xingbo's mind would continue to evolve. At most, some accident would cause the world bug to go into hibernation. That was why the evolution was temporarily halted. Right now, the evolution was in a temporary halt because the mononuclear self-evolving life forms were in a very bad state. Tens of thousands of years ago, it no longer had the strength to spawn more minuscule world worm cells and continue the path of evolution according to Xingbo's vision, incessantly condensing new and more powerful fortress components and functions. Because the lack of energy supply was so severe, the world bug's core, which was equivalent to the commander-in-chief of the group, had no choice but to go into hibernation. That was why, for tens of thousands of years, the independent world bug's evolution system continued to produce new members, but their numbers were few and far between. They were only equal to the ones that had declined and died. The only way to change this situation was to provide enough energy to the independent world bug's core, a mysterious crystal that Xing Bo called the source of evolution. Moreover, after injecting energy and reactivating this source of evolution, Yi Xian still had the chance to brand a strand of his own soul imprint onto it. Xing Bo had left this opportunity for him, and it was also the world bug's other greatest feature aside from its malleability. Once the soul imprint was imprinted, then this world bug would be absolutely loyal to Yi Xian. Moreover, this kind of master recognition was unique to every world bug in its entire life. It could only be done once, and it couldn't be changed unless the entire group was destroyed. It was a pleasant surprise. Imagine once the world bug recognized a living bastion as its master, it would be completely loyal to the owner. Even if the passageway was wide open and enemies were allowed to enter, they wouldn't be able to do anything. On the contrary, a single thought from the owner would be able to command the bastion to kill them. It was a pity that Xingbo didn't use the soul-recognized sovereign. It wasn't because he was great, but because when he injected the idea of a perfect superfortress into the world worm's crystal of evolution, he realized that there wasn't much life force left in the crystal when it was innately nurtured. The best he could do was wait until the world bug's core, which was only the size of a fist, grew to the size of an ordinary fortress 5,000 meters in diameter. When that happened, the evolution process would have to stop as the core went into hibernation. Xingbo tried to supply it with all sorts of energy, but to no avail. In the end, for the sake of realizing his dream of building a perfect bastion, Xingbo decided to keep the Long Yi as its master. He hoped that whoever discovered the ship's secrets would be tempted enough to find the energy required for the evolution of the world's insectoids. That way, the bastion of life could be restarted on its path of evolution. Chapter 2970. To lay murderous intentions in the dark at this moment, Yi Xian was extremely depressed. The great surprise of accidentally obtaining a Starry Sky Supreme Treasure Super Life Fortress had long since dissipated. What replaced it was a huge sense of loss as well as a strong sense of depression. Her life was too tough. She was clearly on the verge of becoming a nanny. Previously, he was looking for the multipupil thought crystal that could help the immortal rank cosmic super brain fragment grow. Now, he had to look for the energy that could help the world bug colony that had evolved into a 5,000-meter-wide fortress to recover its normal reproduction and evolution. More importantly, even Yi Xian had no idea what this energy was. Furthermore, he was absolutely certain that all the resources he currently had were absolutely useless. What kind of existence was Xingbo? Tens of thousands of years ago, he had already tried all the resources that he could find. The things in Yi Xian's hands might just be a drop in the bucket of all the resources that he had already tried. In short, trying to find this mysterious energy whose name was unknown was like looking for a needle in a haystack. It was even more difficult than Yi Xian looking for the source of devouring, which had become the currency of the system. At the very least, the latter had a name. At the very least, Yi Xian had come into contact with it before, used it before, and knew what it looked like. However, Yi Xian had no idea what kind of energy the world worm's source of evolution required and what kind of state it was in. The only way was to try out every new resource that he obtained in the future. It was clearly a case of treating a dead horse as a living horse. It was purely a matter of luck. Because of this, even through the devouring system, Yi Xian already knew that the core of the Long Yi Life Fortress, which was the source of evolution that was equivalent to the core of the entire world's bugs, was actually hidden in a secret location on the second floor of the Life Fortress. However, Yi Xian did not have the interest to immediately search for it and research it. After all, no matter how he researched it, he could not awaken it from its half-dormant state and brand it with a soul brand to make it recognize him as its master. What else was there to do? Thinking of this, Yi Xian was gloomy for a while, but he quickly threw this matter to the back of his mind. Then he began to think about the matter of killing Zhuo Liqing and Zhuo Hongwu's uncle and nephew. This matter had to be done on the way back to the Black Mosquito Star. Otherwise, it would be difficult to find another opportunity after returning. As for the other failed trial takers with them, as well as the more than 4,000 demon powerhouses on the fierce Mosquito Star, Yi Xian did not intend to spare them. Yi Xian also didn't plan on letting any of them go. Coincidentally, the demon cultivator's brain core in his hand had already been used up, so he could only use the Weeping Soul Beast to absorb spiritual energy. However, the Weeping Soul Beast was a long river, and although the process of slowly absorbing spiritual energy was very comfortable, it was still boring after drinking too much of the porridge. Absorbing the spirit origin energy from the demon dweller's brain was like drinking strong wine. A large amount of spirit origin energy instantly poured into his sea of consciousness. That taste, TSK TSK TSK. I haven't tried it for a long time. Sometimes I do miss it a little. However, if they wanted to kill Zhuo Liqing, they naturally couldn't rely on the Wild Dragon battleship, which had stopped evolving and was still far from fully maturing. Therefore its performance was basically average. In fact, even if they were to return to the Black Mosquito Star, Yi Xian didn't expect to rely on it. As such, he immediately called for Hao Fangfang. After the two of them walked out of the Wild Dragon ship, Yi Xian immediately took out the Dongshu shuttle. After sending the confused Hao Fangfang into the shuttle, he immediately waved his hand and kept this temporarily unusable Starry Sky treasure-grade super life fortress into his undying world. Yi Xian hadn't branded this Wild Dragon battleship with a strand of his soul into the World Worm's evolution crystal and made it recognize him as its master. It was as if he had completely refined it. However, the devouring system had already infiltrated this crystal and purposely exposed it to confuse him. It was the same as an ordinary space fortress's main control center. He had also taken over the control center's ultimate authority, which was equivalent to completing the initial refinement. Therefore, Yi Xian could easily keep this Wild Dragon battleship into his undying world like he did with the Black Mosquito Star and Black Wind battleship. After that, Yi Xian stepped into the Dongshu shuttle and brought out 1,000 mosquito beasts and 1,000 soldier ladles. Among the 2,000 beasts, there were 200 of them from the 4th realm, the planet realm, to the 8th realm, the black hole realm. In addition, Yi Xian also brought out the 8-star Wang ladle, who was at the mid-stage of the origin realm. As for Guihai Yi Dao and his 1,000 demon slaves, who were also stationed in the Dongshu shuttle, Yi Xian didn't use them. They were too weak and weren't suitable for this kind of intergalactic battle. As for the wretched mosquito slayer, it was naturally even more impossible. Ever since Yi Xian discovered that there was something wrong with him, he had been secretly wary of him. He couldn't possibly let him participate in such a big matter. When he had the time later, he would have to deal with him properly. After the mosquito beast, soldier ladle squad, and 8-star Wang ladle walked out of the Dongshu shuttle, Yi Xian quickly put the Dongshu shuttle back into his undying world with a wave of his hand. Then he directly brought out the Black Mosquito Star and Black Wind battleships. Inside the Black Mosquito Star and Black Wind battleships were an army of 10 million mosquito beasts and 100,000 soldier ladles. Among the 10 million mosquito beasts, there were more than 10,000 Black Hole Realm mosquitoes. Among the 100,000 soldier ladles, there were nearly 1,000 Black Hole Realm 7-star ladles. These tens of thousands of mosquitoes and nearly 1,000 7-star general ladles were all summoned by Yi Xian, along with the ones that had been transferred out from the Void Cave shuttle. Because they would have to move them frequently in the future, they specially mobilized all of them this time to refine their weapons. According to Yi Xian's instructions, the 1,000 mosquito beasts and the 1,000 soldier ladles quickly dispersed into the surrounding space. Moreover, he immediately concealed his figure, restrained his aura, and silently lay dormant. Afterwards, Yi Xian gave battle orders to the Black Mosquito's demon slave Chief Barker, as well as the other demon slave Vice Chief Barker, who was personally selected by Barker, who was in charge of the Black Wind, including his entire battle plan and final goal. In the end, the two bastions also sailed to the locations indicated by Yi Xian. They quickly began the process of recharging the Superstar Destroyer cannon. At the same time, they activated the concealment formation and disappeared in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the void fell into silence again. Everything seemed to be the same as usual, but in fact, Yi Xian's arrangements had already turned the void into an absolute killing zone. Yi Xian chose this place to set up an ambush because it was the closest natural wormhole to the Demon Emperor planet on the way back to the Black Mosquito Star Zone. If the stellar-level battleship of Zhuo Liqing and Zhuo Hongwu wanted to perform a long-distance space jump, it had to come here and enter the wormhole. Chapter 2971. Translator. Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio Prey comes to the door. Zhuo Liqing and Zhuo Hongwu gritted their teeth in anger at Yi Xian's departure. They could not accept the fact that Yi Xian was already so arrogant even before he had become the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son. However, in the end, Zhuo Liqing and Zhuo Hongwu didn't plan on carrying the tattered little fortress that Yi Xian had chosen back to the Black Mosquito tribe. It wouldn't be worth it if it fell apart halfway. As far as they were concerned, this matter was purely due to Yi Xian's desire for face. Although Zhuo Liqing and Zhuo Hongwu were extremely angry, after thinking about it for a moment, they became happy again. This brat had no one to blame but himself for seeking death. Originally, he was worried that he wouldn't be able to find a reasonable excuse to get rid of him openly, but now he had presented this opportunity to him on a silver platter. The space fortress was a public property given to the Black Mosquito tribe by the Devil Emperor Mo Wen Tian. However, Yi Xian was the one who handled the matter. Because of his personal reasons, the Black Mosquito tribe finally got a battered little fortress that could not be seen at all. It would be a laughingstock if it was shown to the public. Under such circumstances, not only would Generals Wufeng Tai, the great commander of the Black Mosquito tribe, be enraged, even High Priest Hue Gulei, who had always been at odds with Wufeng Tai, would be enraged. If it had been before, High Priest Hue Gulei, in order to continue holding the Black Mosquito tribe's Holy Sun's authority, would have tried to win him over even if Zhang Wuji, who had won the Holy Sun trial, did not have much ability. This was to prevent the Black Mosquito tribe's Holy Sun position from falling into the hands of Wufeng Tai's faction. If that happened, Hue Gulei, who had always held a superior position in the Black Mosquito tribe, would lose the slight advantage he had over Wufeng Tai's faction. However, this Zhang Wuji was courting death. He had caused the Black Mosquito tribe to suffer such a huge loss for his own sake. It was almost a humiliation. In this case, Grayskull Ray would no longer be biased towards him. After all, this was related to the tribe's reputation. Grayskull Ray was the high priest after all. He obviously couldn't ignore this factor completely. If there were no accidents, as long as Zhang Wuji returned to the Black Mosquito Star with the broken fortress, Wufeng Tai and Hue Gulei would definitely go on a rampage after learning about the situation, and the latter would most likely not stop them. This was clearly a heaven-sent opportunity to kill Zhang Wuji in public. However, with that guy's glib tongue, if he was allowed to return to the Black Mosquito Star first and spout nonsense, he might be able to reverse the situation that was almost set in stone. It was precisely because of this that Zhuo Liqing and Zhuo Hongwu, as uncle and nephew, were suddenly anxious to return home. Therefore, Yi Xian drove the Long Yi battleship out of Demon Guard Yi's star dock and into the void of the universe. Not long after it was gone, Zhuo Liqing and Zhuo Hongwu, who realized that something was wrong, immediately stepped into the 3,000-meter-long stellar-level battleship that Wufeng Tai had given to the latter. They rushed toward the first natural wormhole that was closest to the Demon Emperor planet on the long journey to the Black Mosquito Star area. At this moment, the uncle and nephew were sitting on the sofa in the main cabin of the Feng Ting battleship. They were drinking wine and chatting happily. In their opinion, although Zhang Wuji had set off one step ahead of them, and the battleship he was piloting was still a battleship. Even if it was only a 5,000-meter-long battleship with a shabby appearance, it was still a battleship. Not to mention other aspects, its speed and space-jumping ability were definitely not comparable to an ordinary stellar-level battleship. But in fact, the uncle and nephew were not worried about this at all. The so-called Long Yi battleship was already damaged, and the Feng Ting battleship they were on now was not an ordinary stellar-level battleship. Even if Zhang Wuji could reach the Star Mosquito Star before them, it would not be much earlier. At most, it would only be half a day. In such a short period of time, he believed that the Black Mosquito tribe's grand commanders Wufeng Tai and the High Priest Hue Gulei would not be so easily fooled by him and conclude the matter of the Wild Dragon ship. It would be a little embarrassing if they were to turn the tables around after the fact. Zhuo Hongwu was still very confident about this. After all, this Feng Ting battleship was privately obtained by his brothers Wufeng Tai from the Demon Dweller Star area at a great cost. Not only could it perform long-distance space jumping like a battleship, but it also used the perfect space folding technology of the Tianji tribe inside the battleship. Although the battleship looked like a stellar-level battleship with a length of only 3,000 meters, in fact, the interior space was very large. It could accommodate at least 10,000 demon dwellers. Right now, there were 6,000 to 7,000 demon dwellers in the Feng Ting battleship, and its speed was much faster than an ordinary stellar-level battleship. In just 6 hours, the first wormhole in the star area was in front of them. Zhuo Hongwu immediately gave an order to his sidekick. He turned around and said, "Go to the main control room and inform them to do the last pre-inspection of the wormhole. If there is no problem, immediately start charging the jump shield of the battleship. After entering the wormhole in front of us, the first thing to do is to jump." The sidekick nodded. Just as he turned around, the entire Feng Ting battleship suddenly shook violently without warning. It was like a small boat sailing on a raging sea. Caught off guard, the sidekick fell to the ground. Before he could get up, his face had already changed in horror. He cried out in alarm, "What's going on? Could it be that we have encountered space turbulence?" This situation was very similar to when a battleship was sailing in the universe and suddenly accidentally entered a chaotic space turbulence. This was also the reason why this lackey had suddenly turned pale with fright and actually cried out in alarm on the spot. Space turbulence was very dangerous. Once one was sucked into it, there was basically no hope of coming out safely. Even if one was lucky enough to rush out of the turbulence area, the entire warship would probably not be much different from being torn apart. Even the alloy battleship was like this, then there was no need to mention the flesh and blood creatures in the cabin. Damn it, this is not space turbulence. This is clearly caused by the space oscillator. Chapter 2972. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. The Black Mosquito's Wahongwu's guess was correct. It was Yi Xian's handiwork that caused his Feng Ting stellar-level battleship to tremble so much. As for the space fortresses that emitted this kind of spatial vibration, they were naturally the Black Mosquito and the Black Wind. At this moment, as the space oscillator was fully activated, the Black Mosquito and Black Wind, which had activated their concealment formations, were instantly exposed. This was one of the major drawbacks of the space oscillator. Although this method could trap the target battleship, it would not be able to perform a space jump, even if it was only a short distance. In the void of the star field where the space was disturbed and the amplitude of the space oscillation was greatly increased, the target battleship's normal navigation would be affected. Even if it could still move forward, its speed would be greatly reduced and it would be very bumpy. Under such circumstances, it was very easy to be ambushed. Unfortunately, the terrifying effect of this space oscillator was also a double-edged sword. While trapping the target warship, the warships on his side, including the warship that released the space oscillation force, would also be affected within the area covered by the invisible shockwave. However, because the battleship that caused the space oscillation was the source of the space oscillation would radiate out from there. Within the effective range, the further the space oscillation was, the stronger the effect would be. Therefore, the battleship that caused the space oscillation would be less affected than the target battleship. However, no matter how slight the effect was, it was impossible for the target battleship to maintain its concealment state. This problem had troubled some experts in the human race's science and technology for many years, but they had not been able to solve it. Even the Tianji clan, which was far more talented than the human race in science and technology, had not been able to solve this problem. Because of this, as the effect of the space oscillator appeared, the Black Mosquito and the Black Wind, which had been in a hidden state, were immediately exposed without any suspense. But this didn't matter because the target they were lying in ambush for, the Feng Ting ship, had been firmly trapped within an expanse of space that was around 50 kilometers in diameter at this moment. Not to mention being unable to move, it was absolutely impossible for it to maintain a normal sailing speed at least. Black Wind and Black Mosquito were the two bastions, and the area of influence had been predetermined before they activated their space oscillators. Of course, a distance of 100 kilometers was the limit of what a bastion could cover. If the void of the Milky Way was considered as a huge circle, then the Feng Ting ship, which was trapped in this huge circle, was right in the center of the circle. The Black Mosquito ship and the Black Wind ship were facing each other at the edge of the giant circle. They were about 50 miles away from the bountiful Ting ship, which was exactly the radius of the giant circle. A distance of 50 miles was considered quite a distance on the ground. However, in the boundless void of the universe, it was really nothing. Without a reference and no obstacles, it was empty as far as the eye could see. Under these circumstances, not to mention 50 miles, even 100 or 100 miles would feel very close. At least, from the Feng Ting ship, which was in the center of the huge circle, ordinary masters could easily see the Black Wind ship and the Black Mosquito ship, which were hovering far away in the void on both sides of the huge circle and were eyeing them fiercely. After the initial panic, Zhuangguo and Zhuo Liqing quickly regained their composure. Even the warship crew on the Feng Ting battleship quickly calmed down and took various countermeasures at once. Even the star cannons on the Feng Ting battleship had been activated to the high-speed charging mode. While the bountiful Ting ship was preparing for war, Zhuangguo and Zhuo Liqing were still in the main cabin on the top floor of the bountiful Ting ship. They were observing the situation around the bountiful Ting ship through a huge 5-dimensional holographic screen. There was no doubt that the Black Mosquito ship and the Black Wind ship were so close to each other in the empty void of the universe. Anyone who wasn't blind would be able to see them at first glance. As a result, Zhuangguo's expression suddenly changed again, and he immediately exclaimed in disbelief, "What? Isn't that the Black Mosquito ship? What's going on? What? Black Mosquito ship? It can't be, right? Second uncle, don't be kidding." Zhuo Liqing was startled by Zhuangguo's exclamation. Almost subconsciously, he directly denied this possibility. As he muttered, he followed Zhuangguo's dazed gaze and looked in the other direction of the huge virtual screen in front of him. The next moment, Zhuo Liqing also opened his mouth wide and was completely dumbfounded on the spot. He only felt that there was a buzzing noise in his head and he was completely stupefied. Although the Black Mosquito cruiser was one of the 10 bastions of the Demonkin Scout Corps and rarely returned to the First Universe for many years, both Zhuo and Zhuo Liqing had met them once when it first arrived at the demonic mosquito planet and took away the former Black Mosquito cruiser's leader, Naibo Shan, and his 10,000 Demonkin scouts, who were in charge of receiving and commanding this bastion. Although it was only once, the Black Mosquito ship had a huge pattern of a ferocious Black Mosquito beast engraved on the outer wall of the fortress ship. Therefore, even after so many years, the uncle and nephew still recognized it at a glance. And they were very sure that it was the Black Mosquito ship, even though they didn't have the slightest doubt. But this didn't make sense. The Black Mosquito ship was clearly still at the frontier of the Third Universe, which was ruled by the human clan of the Wanluo Federation. How could it suddenly return to the First Universe? What's more, even if it did come back, it would hide outside the wormhole and activate the concealment array. When the bountiful Tengale arrived, it would immediately activate the space oscillator. What was the meaning of this? These thoughts flashed through the minds of Zhuo and Zhuo Liqing almost like lightning. Vaguely, they both had an extremely bad feeling as if something big had happened. In the end, it was Zhuo who was more astute. After being stunned for only a dozen seconds, he seemed to suddenly understand something. His face changed again and he exclaimed, "No, Zhang Wuji is a problem. The Black Mosquito ship is lying in ambush here. It must be his idea. How could a little meteor realm cultivator have such an ability? This is bad. The secret army of the human clan of the Third Universe has quietly sneaked into the Demon Star area, and even the Black Mosquito ship has fallen." Chapter 2973. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. Who the hell are you? Ah, this is not good. There's a bastion here. My God, who the hell is watching us? This can't be the kid surnamed Zhang. Just when Zhuo was horrified, he immediately issued an order to ask for help from the demonic Imperial Star. Then, his henchmen immediately turned around and rushed to the central control room of the bountiful Ting ship. Behind him, another henchman of the demon dwellers suddenly screamed without warning. Not only was his face full of shock, but he also raised his hand and pointed in another direction of the huge virtual screen. This huge 5-dimensional virtual screen almost surrounded the entire top floor of the bountiful Ting battleship. It was a 3-dimensional all-around display of the void outside the cabin. Although Zhuo saw the Black Mosquito just now, he didn't have time to turn around and look at the virtual screen behind him, so he didn't know about the Black Wind. It was only when he heard the devil's shocked cry that he and Zhuo Liqing turned to look in that direction out of conditioned reflex. In the next moment, the expressions of this pair of uncle and nephew changed drastically without any suspense. Zhuo immediately screamed in despair, "The Black Wind? It's actually the Black Wind. My God. What the hell happened? Is the entire demonic army in a trap? Otherwise, how could the Black Wind appear here? Who the hell is that kid Zhang Wuji?" Although Zhuo hadn't seen this bastion before, he still recognized it at a glance. The demonic army had a total of 10 bastions. Nominally, these 10 bastions belonged to the 10 major tribes, but in fact, the masters inside the bastions and the tens of thousands of demonic army soldiers were all recruited from the 10 major tribes of the demonic army. However, the administrative control of these bastions had nothing to do with their respective tribes. They were only under the command of the leader of the demonic army. This leader was Ba Chai from the Black Wind tribe. The Black Wind tribe had always been the most powerful tribe among the 10 foreign tribes of the demonic tribe. Among the 10 demon tribes' holy sons, only the one from the Black Wind tribe had inherited a secret skill of spiritual power when he first entered the Demon Saint Forbidden area to undergo the Black Wind tribe's holy son's trial. Although this reflected his personal talent and spiritual power, it also reflected the strength of the Black Wind tribe. Because of this, the commander of the entire demon army was chosen from the Black Wind tribe. The reason Zhuo was able to recognize Black Wind at a glance, even though he'd never seen it before, was simple. The outer walls of each of the 10 bastions were engraved with the image of a savage beast. Each of these beasts represented a tribe of demon kin. Just as the Black Mosquito's hull bore the image of a giant black mosquito, the Black Wind's hull bore the image of a ferocious Black Wind beast. Although Zhuo had never seen it with his own eyes, he had at least heard of it. Therefore, he recognized the Black Wind at a glance. Boom! Boom! Zhuo despairing words had barely left his mouth when his vision was filled with a large amount of bright silver light. The giant 3D virtual screen that surrounded the main hall of the soaring warship's top floor burst into a dazzling white light. A giant energy beam about 500 meters in diameter was shooting from the Black Wind Bastion at an unimaginable speed. Not only the Black Wind, but the Black Mosquito on the other side also shot out a giant energy beam of the same size at the same time. This was clearly the superstar obliterating cannon on a 10,000-meter-long Galaxy-class bastion, firing at full power. Its power was so terrifying that it could easily shatter a small meteor. Such a terrifying destructive power was not something an ordinary battleship could withstand, at least not this soaring warship. Even if it was an enhanced version of a special battleship that was close to the highest grade. Not to mention the fact that there were two terrifying superstar destroyer cannons attacking from the front and back. Even if there was only one, the rising Ting ship was like a swamp right now. There was no way for it to use its speed or space jump to avoid the attack. The final outcome was already decided. The moment the soaring warship's hull was hit by the two superstar obliterating cannons, the destruction of the soaring warship would come at the same time as the disintegration of the entire battleship. And this moment was not far away. To be more precise, it was already in front of them, perhaps in the next second. Zhang Wuji. I'm not done with you. As his expression changed, Zhuanggu let out a miserable roar with a ferocious expression. At the same time he reached out to grab Zhuo Liqing, who was beside him. Before the latter could react, and before he could even finish his miserable roar, which was full of resentment, his figure disappeared in an instant. Facing these two destructive energy beams, Zhuanggu was certain that the Feng Ting ship under his feet would not be able to survive. Therefore, even though he was unwilling, he still took Zhuo Liqing and escaped from the Feng Ting ship at the first possible moment due to his strong desire to survive. Although the soaring warship was 3,000 meters long, and the two superstar obliterating cannons were only 500 meters in diameter, this kind of tearing would not completely destroy the soaring warship. Therefore, even if the soaring warship was destroyed, some of the demon experts inside would still be able to survive. Unfortunately, this probability was not ideal. Of the 6,000 to 7,000 demon cultivators in the soaring warship, it would be good enough if 1,000 could survive. Zhuanggu naturally would not bet on this kind of luck. Therefore, abandoning the soaring warship was his only choice. Screech, rumble. Almost as soon as Zhuanggu and the pale-faced Zhuo Liqing appeared in the void not far from the cabin of the Feng Ting ship, an earth-shattering boom was heard from the Feng Ting ship several miles away. At this moment, blazing flames soared into the sky, illuminating most of the void. In addition, mixed with this huge explosion, there was also an incomparably ferocious howl coming from the front. Zhuanggu and his nephew subconsciously turned their heads to look, and what they saw immediately made them scream again. Oh my god, where did so many mosquito beasts come from? And, are they all void-swallowing beasts? Oh my god. Zhang Wuji, it's really you? You have two origin state ferocious beasts with you. Were you? In the distance, the army of mosquito beasts and ladle soldiers, who had been hiding their auras, revealed themselves at this moment and surrounded them from all directions. As for Yi Xian, he was standing on the back of the ladle emperor with his hands behind his back. Behind him, the mosquito prince Shuaiben's aura surged. Chapter 2974. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations leave no one alive. Rumble. Rumble. As the Black Mosquito ship and the Black Wind ship were bombarded by the superstar destroyer cannons, the 3,000-meter-long Feng Ting ship was blown into 3 pieces in an instant. The 2 pieces of the ship that were hit by the superstar destroyer cannons were almost vaporized. Apparently, the demon dwellers who were in this part of the ship were also vaporized. At the same time, the surviving demon dwellers fled out of the gaps in the wreckage of the Feng Ting ship. Their faces were filled with fear, and some of them were even screaming. They were obviously scared out of their wits. After the survivors rushed out of the Feng Ting ship, they immediately scattered. Their only thought was to leave this place as soon as possible. They didn't care about anything else. Originally, there were 6,000 or 7,000 demon dwellers. Now there were only about 4,000 left. They were like stray dogs running for their lives. They didn't have the slightest desire to fight. Unfortunately, these demon dwellers were destined to die here today. Their bones would be buried in this quiet void. Screech, whoosh. Along with the endless ferocious roars, the mosquito beasts and the ladle soldiers in the void began to move. With ferocious expressions, they pounced on the fleeing demon dwellers. A fierce battle unfolded in an instant. To be more precise, this was clearly a one-sided slaughter. Thousands of demon dwellers' blood splattered in the void. Yi Xian had made it clear before. This time, none of the living things in the target ship would be left alive. Since the Black Mosquito ship and the Black Wind ship had been exposed, this was Yi Xian's only choice. There was no room for negotiation. At this moment, with the arrival of the mosquito beasts and the army of ladles that had been lying in ambush in the air, Yi Xian, who was standing on the back of the 8-star ladle, had already arrived in front of Zhuo Liqing and Zhuo Hongwu. He expressionlessly looked at the pair of uncle and nephew from a distance of about a mile. Behind him, except for the mosquito beast Prince Shui Ben, who was hovering in the void and flapping his blood-red wings from time to time, there was no one else. All the mosquito beasts and the ladle soldiers had pounced on the terrified demon dwellers. "Oh, who are you? Why did you betray the demon dwellers and work for the human dwellers of the third universe?" Zhuo Hongwu had already begun to tremble uncontrollably from the moment Yi Xian appeared. Even the words that he braced himself to ask Yi Xian were clearly trembling. He was really scared, terrified. Although the man and the two beasts seemed to be alone on the surface, they were incomparable to the army of ferocious beasts that pounced on the demon dwellers just now. But in fact, whether it was the huge void-swallowing beast on the back of Yi Xian like a mount or the blood-red mosquito beast floating behind it, they could kill him with a raise of their hands. There was no room for resistance. Zhuo Hongwu was well aware of this. He also knew that he would not be able to escape death today. Since the other party had taken the initiative to expose such a shocking secret from the beginning, it was natural that he would not leave anyone alive. But even if he had to die, Zhuo Hongwu did not want to die in such a sullen manner. He was indeed powerless to resist and did not want to resist. At this moment, the only reason he asked Yi Xian with unwillingness was that he could know Yi Xian's true identity before he died. Even if he died, he had to know. "You can call me Yi Xian. It seems that you have more or less guessed the truth." Shrugging his shoulders, Yi Xian lightly said, "That's right, these two space fortresses no longer belong to your demon race. However, you guessed wrong when it came to selling your life for the human race. Because I am the human dwellers you are talking about." After saying that, Yi Xian waved his hand disinterestedly. "Go, remember to cut out the brain nucleus. It is full of pure spiritual origin energy." The last sentence was obviously directed at the mosquito beast prince, Shui Ben, who was floating behind him. Screech. The latter obviously understood. He immediately let out a shrill cry, and with a flap of his wings, his entire body turned into a stream of blood-red brilliance and shot out at extreme speed. Yi Xian, however, turned around and swept toward the black mosquito in the distance. From beginning to end, he did not even look at Zhuo Liqing, who was hiding behind Zhuo Hongwu and was obviously scared out of his wits. He treated him like air and ignored him. Ah! At this moment, as Yi Xian turned around and left, Zhuo Liqing, who had been in fear all this time, suddenly realized that the final moment had come. At this moment, even his body, which was trembling like a sieve because of the great fear, returned to normal. The fear in his eyes disappeared, and his eyes, which were fixed on Yi Xian's back, were full of endless resentment, despair, and unwillingness. He raised his head and let out a mournful roar. Unfortunately, this howl that seemed to be the final cry of life seemed to be so short, and it had just started howling when it came to an abrupt stop. As Shui Ben, who was so fast that he almost turned into a stream of blood-red light, arrived in an instant, Zhuo Hongwu and Zhuo Liqing's heads almost flew into the sky at the same time. At this moment, the last thought that flashed through the uncle and nephew's minds was surprisingly the same. The warning signal to the Demon Emperor planet for help should have been successfully sent out. In less than 10 minutes, everything had come to an end. Thousands of demons were all killed, just as Yi Xian had instructed. Not a single one was left. After the battle, the mosquito beasts and the army of soldiers first gathered all the corpses of the demons and piled them into a small mountain of flesh and blood. At the same time, Yi Xian took out his own battle weapon and let the demon blood sword spirit contained in the demon blood star tears sword wantonly absorb the essence of qi and blood. In the end, the entire mountain of flesh and blood turned into a withered corpse. At the same time, the mosquito beasts and the army of soldiers immediately returned to the black wind and the black mosquito. As for the brains that were cut out from the brains of the demons, they were gathered together and handed over to Yi Xian. In total, there were more than 4,000, including the brains of Zhuo Liqing and Zhuo Hongwu. Unfortunately, even if they were all absorbed in one go, the spiritual origin power contained in the brains of these 4,000 demons was far from enough to allow Yi Xian's spiritual origin core to transform and evolve again. After all, it would be a 7th grade source core if it were to transform again. Among the entire demon race, only the Demon Emperor Mo Wen Tian had reached this level. It was obviously not easy. As he thought of this, Yi Xian sighed faintly and put all the demon cores into a small space box, which he then kept in his undying world. Chapter 2975. Meteor 5th Order Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Yi Xian didn't know that Zhuangwu had sent a distress signal to the demonic Emperor planet as soon as he saw the Black Mosquito spaceship. In fact, even Zhuangwu and Zhuo Liqing couldn't be sure of the answer. Not long after the informant who'd received the order turned and left, the Black Wind and Black Mosquito superstar destroyers were fired. Whether or not that demon had managed to send out the distress signal before the Fengting ship was destroyed had become an unsolved case. As for Yi Xian, after successfully dealing with Zhuo Fengtai and Zhuo Liqing, he didn't waste any time and immediately stored the Black Wind into the undying world within his body. Then he waved his hand and put away the wreckage of the Fengting battleship. Although it was just a pile of junk, it was too eye-catching to throw it in the void near the entrance of a wormhole. It was extremely inappropriate. Finding a remote place to throw it away would be more reassuring than leaving it here. With the disappearance of the wreckage of the Rising Ting battleship, the void, where a monstrous slaughter was taking place not long ago, finally returned to its original tranquility. If it weren't for the faint smell of blood that still lingered in the void, it would have been as if nothing had ever happened. After confirming that there were no traces left behind, Yi Xian was completely relieved. Then he stepped into the Black Mosquito spaceship with the 8-starred Wang ladle behind him. As for the Mosquito Beast Prince Shueben, he directly put him into the beast bracelet on his wrist. Even though there were no outsiders here, Yi Xian didn't dare to let him stay outside for too long. If he was accidentally angered and went crazy, even Yi Xian didn't have much confidence in suppressing him with the influence of the slave seal. About 5 minutes later, all the preparations for the long-distance wormhole jump were ready. Then, after asking Yi Xian that there was nothing else to do and that he could enter the wormhole at any time and embark on the journey back to the Black Mosquito spaceship, the demon slave in charge of the central control room of the Black Mosquito spaceship immediately gave the order. More than 10 seconds later, Black Mosquito Cruise, which had been hovering in the void, suddenly moved. It turned into a black arrow and dived into the wormhole in front of it. The return journey to the Black Mosquito planet had officially begun. However, what awaited Yi Xian on the Black Mosquito spaceship was not good news. The mastermind behind Zhuo Liqing and Zhuo Hongwu's sneak attack at the edge of the black hole was obviously Zhuo Fengtai. In this kind of situation, Yi Xian returned unscathed, but Zhuo Liqing and Zhuo Hongwu were nowhere to be seen for a long time. With Zhuo Fengtai's slyness, it wouldn't be long before he realized it. When that happened, the entire Black Mosquito spaceship would be thrown into an unprecedented storm. However, although Zhuo Fengtai was strong, he was only a 4th order origin. If they really fought, 8-star Wang Biao would be enough to restrain him. The one who really troubled Yi Xian was the high priest of the Black Mosquito tribe, Griskel Ray. Although this person's cultivation base was only at origin stage 1st stage, which was the same as the Mosquito Beast Prince, Shueben, he was a special existence who had started as the tribe's holy son and continued to grow. He had even become the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest for many years now. His overall combat strength was clearly not as simple as his cultivation base seemed. If that wasn't the case, why would Zhuo Fengtai be afraid? Therefore, according to Yi Xian's estimation, the Mosquito Prince Shueben was most likely no match for Griskel Ray. Therefore, when the conflict broke out and High Priest Griskel got involved, Yi Xian would have to use the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn again no matter what. However, that was exactly what he didn't want. The Black Mosquito Star was not the Holy Devil Forbidden Land. Once he used the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn, it was very likely that news would leak out. If the Devil Emperor Mo found out about it, there might be unnecessary trouble. After all, the Devil Emperor had a special relationship with the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn. Although that was tens of thousands of years ago, for such an important matter, the royal family of the Devil people would most likely have some ancient books that were similar to their ancestral teachings that had been passed down for generations. Therefore, unless he had no other choice, Yi Xian really did not want to use the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn, let alone the headless infant corpse. Unfortunately, if Griskel Ray really interfered this time, he would have no choice but to use it. Of course, Yi Xian could just ignore it and go somewhere else to avoid the brunt of it. That was what he thought at first. He did not even want to become the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son. However, after he had deceived the Devil Emperor and the others with the excuse of coveting the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son and successfully escaped from the Devil Emperor planet, he had coincidentally become the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son. Therefore, Yi Xian's thoughts gradually changed. Under such circumstances, if he did not go to the Black Mosquito tribe, it would be tantamount to confessing without being pressed. The entire Devil People race would quickly put him on the wanted list. However, Yi Xian had no intention of returning to the human world in Universe 3. After all, the fragment of the immortal-level superbrain that was the intelligent core of his personal starry sky communication system had been slowly growing and strengthening after Yi Xian had thrown in some ordinary multi-pupil thought crystals. He believed that it would not be long before the fragment received an upgrade. If nothing unexpected happened, Yi Xian's personal starry sky communication system would become much more powerful. Its range of coverage would also be much wider. At that time he could start to search the Demon Dweller star field, and even the vast star fields of the first universe outside this star field, and try to find out if he could find any news about the devouring origin. It wasn't easy for him to come to the first universe occupied by the heavenly legacy race. If he didn't settle this matter along the way, Yi Xian wouldn't be willing to accept it. Therefore he was determined to become the holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe. With this identity, it would be much more convenient for him to do things in the domain in the future. Just as Yi Xian's thoughts were spinning in his mind, calculating everything and deciding on his next step, the Black Mosquito Bastion had successfully completed its first wormhole jump. After activating the concealment array, it instantly transformed into an invisible arrow and sped towards the second wormhole in front of it. But even so, even if the Black Mosquito cruiser traveled at full speed and performed long-distance wormhole jumps intermittently, it would still take more than a few days to reach the Black Mosquito cruiser. Therefore Yi Xian quickly adjusted his state of mind. He pulled out a large amount of star core from the undying world within him and threw it all to the devouring progenitor. He wanted to take advantage of this free time to try to break through to the next level. He hoped to reach Meteor Level 5 before he reached Black Mosquito Planet. Chapter 2976. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin to think about it in detail, ding. A large amount of star core origin has been discovered. Do you wish to absorb it immediately? As Yi Xian took out a large amount of star core origin from his undying world and threw it to the devouring system, the system's familiar notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Without hesitation Yi Xian gave an affirmative reply. Then he sat cross-legged on the leather sofa in the core area of the top floor of the Black Mosquito cruise and entered a state of cultivation, forgetting everything around him. In the core hall of the top floor area, only the 8-star Wang ladle was quietly lying on the ground. There was no need to doubt the loyalty of these soldiers because the Void Essence had given the Void Essence crystal, which represented the core of the Void Essence, to Yi Xian. Therefore to these soldiers, the invisible aura emitted from Yi Xian's body was clearly their Void Essence crystal. From a certain point of view, these soldiers were more reliable than Yi Xian's demon slaves. Screech. As Yi Xian entered a state of cultivation again, his entire mind was gradually immersed in the supreme mysteries of the Dongshu fragment. Then an earth-shattering familiar voice immediately sounded from the depths of the void, attracting Yi Xian's consciousness. At the same time, images flashed in his mind. The world of the Dongshu fragment that he had entered twice before appeared once again. The scene in front of him was so familiar. In his line of sight, a terrifying claw that was enormous like the sky was silently stretching out from the distant darkness of space. With a casual swipe, space was instantly obliterated, and a vast expanse of space collapsed. Then from the endless darkness, a round head stretched out. Its eyes were surrounded by endless chaotic mist. Although the light in its eyes could not be seen, Yi Xian could clearly feel its fury. Only now did he recall that the last 2 times he came here, even though the giant starry sky tortoise had also made a sound, it was merely a meaningless roar. It was as if it was relying on this to shake the entire void and send a signal to all existences. This is my territory. But this time, the giant tortoise's voice was clearly a shrill and angry roar. Not only did it carry an extremely strong sense of fury, but it also seemed to be extremely serious, as if it had encountered a major event that could pierce through the sky. Could it be that as he cultivated this insightful emptiness fragment and improved his cultivation base, he was able to see some of the subsequent scenes from this illusory inheritance? If that was really the case, then why was this terrifying giant tortoise, whose terrifying strength was almost as large as a galaxy, so enraged as if it had gone berserk? In addition, when he was collecting the perfect 9-eyed golden crystal and accepting the inheritance of the heaven-falling bough, he saw the chaotic battle between countless Desolation-era creatures. Did this giant tortoise also participate in it? As he entered the illusory inheritance scene of the Dongshu fragment again, Yi Xian sensed everything in front of him and compared the 2 scenes of inheritance of the Dongshu fragment with the heaven-falling bough. At this moment he was sure that the aura was exactly the same and they were from the same era. The aura of the Void Prison, which was regarded as the holy devil forbidden area by the demon tribe, was also the same. These two illusory scenes and the real void prison were undoubtedly from the Desolation Era. If this was the case, the battle that year affected almost the entire Desolation Era, so the giant tortoise should have been alarmed and affected. Then, did it participate in the battle that year? Or in other words, did it survive or die at the end of the battle? As this thought flashed through his mind, Yi Xian suddenly felt a sense of fear. This giant tortoise was so powerful that a small pattern on its shell was as large as a galaxy. It could even destroy the endless void of an entire galaxy with a casual flick of its forelimbs. If such a terrifying existence had died in the battle that happened in the distant Desolation Era, then what kind of powerful existence would the final victor be? In addition, the void cage that was used to seal the corpses of countless creatures from the Primordial Age was clearly ripped out from the starlight river of the Primordial Age by some supreme divine ability and thrown into the infinite void. Judging from the fact that the continents in the void cage seemed to be scattered pieces and were separated from each other by a void barrier that was full of space turbulence, it could be confirmed that this was the case. Regarding this, although Yi Xian only saw the edge of the continent where the corpse pool was, the situation was indeed so. However, according to his analysis, the condition of the edges of the continents in the other areas was most likely the same. This was enough to prove that the entire cage world was forcibly torn apart from the Desolation Era by some kind of power. If it were not for the countless corpses in the corpse pool, this situation of a broken world being forcibly torn apart and separated could be a natural result of the collapse of heaven and earth caused by some kind of monstrous battle. However, although this possibility existed, it could not explain everything in the corpse pool. Therefore, all this must be the work of the final victor of the battle that year. Yi Xian even suspected that the so-called will of the heavenly way in this cage world was the work of the other party. Perhaps it was a fake will of the heavenly way condensed from a strand of its divine soul. After all, how could there be a complete will of the heavenly way in a broken world that was forcibly separated from the Desolation Era? The will of the heavenly way in the Desolation Era could not be so weak. Yi Xian did not think deeply about these questions before because the subsequent events unfolded one after another. He simply did not have time to care about these questions. However, at this moment when he inadvertently thought about it, he suddenly felt a sense of extreme fear. The reason why that existence created this void cage world was very obvious. It was only to imprison and seal the bloodline and inheritance of the Desolation Era creatures that died in the battle that year, so that they would not leak out. The ferocious starry sky beasts in the cage world had some Desolation Era bloodline in their bodies. Although it was very faint, they were still imprisoned and could not leave. However, this time he had swept away a large number of multi-pupil sense crystals from the corpse pool. The truth of these sense crystals was obviously that these Desolation Era creatures were unwilling to die. Because the last strand of obsession in their bodies was triggered, they produced corpse flowers and condensed corpse fruits in order to leave behind their inheritance. Unfortunately, only the corpses of the Desolation Era creatures that produced the perfect 9-pupil golden crystal could be considered to have successfully left behind their inheritance. The others had all failed. Yi Xian had 108 such inheritances in his hands. He had even obtained one of them and integrated it into his bloodline. In addition, there was the headless infant corpse. Looking at its power, it clearly had a greater origin, but he had also brought it out. Chapter 2977. Two tigers cannot share one mountain. Screech. Just as Yi Xian was filled with fear due to the distracting thoughts that suddenly appeared in his mind, and his entire body had already fallen into a state of fear, a long and mournful howl sounded out once again. It was still the voice of the giant turtle in space. Yi Xian was immediately awakened. He threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind and focused his attention on the distant starry sky of the illusory world of the primordial legacy. In his line of sight, following the second roar that was even more mournful and angry, the enormous giant star tortoise crawled out from the depths of the endless darkness. The oppressive aura emitted from its terrifying giant tortoise body seemed to have enveloped the entire world in an instant, causing the space to tremble as if it could not bear it and was about to collapse. This aura was so powerful that Yi Xian couldn't even guess what realm it was. He only knew that even among all the starry sky powerhouses he had ever met, the current demon emperor, the most powerful one, was only at the 9th level of the profound void realm. Compared to what Yi Xian felt from the giant star tortoise, it could only be considered an ant-like existence. No, he couldn't even be considered an ant. Comparing the two of them together was an extremely brainless method. What caused Yi Xian to be even more shocked and surprised was that there was clearly a strand of strong killing intent within the powerful aura that emanated from the giant astral tortoise's body at this moment. It was invisible, and like an extremely fast arrow, it swiftly shot towards the distant space to the right with a bang. It was like a final warning. Before Yi Xian could react to what had happened, at the end of the right side of the void where the invisible killing intent had shot towards, there was also a deep and dark void. Strangely enough, a resounding and clear dragon roar that could split the clouds suddenly sounded. It was like the roar of a giant dragon, and it revealed a vast and indescribable mysterious pressure that shot into the sky and instantly spread throughout the boundless void. Yi Xian's mind shook violently and he didn't feel good at all. He also had a strong sense of familiarity with this dragon roar. It was clearly the voice of the giant star dragon. When Yi Xian received the inheritance of the immortal ancestor dragon's blood, he had also entered such an illusory world of the primordial era, and looked into the eyes of the giant star dragon. And the latter even raised its claw and pointed at Yi Xian from afar, shooting a ray of golden light into his glabella. That strand of golden light contained the bloodline of the starry sky dragon. Only after obtaining it would Yi Xian be able to completely refine that drop of immortal ancestral dragon blood. But why did the giant star dragon come here? It was the same as the giant star tortoise. It was clearly just a form imprint left behind by two supreme existences from the distant primordial era. Even the primordial void that Yi Xian was looking at right now might have long since been annihilated in the river of time and space. What was displayed in front of him was just a holographic three-dimensional film of a long time ago. Although the giant golden dragon's immortal ancestor dragon's blood also had a similar image, at least the background of this primordial era void, how could it appear here at this moment? The two images were clearly illusory. Even the starry sky dragon and the starry sky tortoise, the two terrifying creatures from the desolation era, were illusory imprints in the images. It was impossible for them to have any connection at all, just as Yi Xian's mind was in a state of complete chaos with his mouth agape. A figure with an aura that was not the slightest bit weaker than the giant tortoise's finally appeared in the darkness of the void to his right, accompanied by the resounding sound of a dragon's roar. Sure enough, it was the giant golden dragon that was entirely golden and exuded the endless majesty of an emperor. Roar. At this moment Yi Xian's mind was roaring again. He was full of disbelief and could not accept what he saw in front of him. At the same time, the giant golden dragon, with the supreme majesty of an emperor, rushed out of the endless darkness of the void to the right. At this moment, it stretched out its neck and roared again. Not only did it directly ignore the hollow void giant tortoise's warning, but its right front claw also seemed to be showing its stance. With the second dragon roar, it suddenly waved its claw. Rumble. A huge explosion of heaven and earth was heard. Under the power of the giant golden dragon's casual wave, a vast galaxy was turned into nothingness, and a huge black hole was born, revealing an endless suction force. Several nearby galaxies were instantly sucked in and swallowed, but not even a single scale of the giant golden dragon was shaken. This clearly meant that it was not going to back down. If it wanted to fight, then fight. After keenly capturing this point, Yi Xian felt even worse. The scene in front of him clearly made him feel that the hollow void giant tortoise and the divine golden dragon were fighting for territory. This feeling was originally just a flash of inspiration, but Yi Xian caught some inspiration in an instant. At this moment, as his heart trembled violently again, a bold guess that was so exaggerated that even he himself could not believe slowly emerged in his mind, and it became more and more intense and clear. Fighting for territory? If there were no accidents, this should be the truth. Perhaps this was the reason why the giant golden dragon's inheritance image, which only existed in the drop of immortal ancestor dragon's blood, was able to cross the boundary and reach the inheritance image left behind by the hollow void giant tortoise. Whether it was the inheritance left behind by the hollow void giant tortoise, or the drop of immortal ancestor dragon's blood that represented the bloodline of the giant golden dragon, they were all obtained by Yi Xian. The ancestor dragon's blood had been refined and integrated into his own bloodline, and the profound meaning of the immortal ancestor dragon's blood was everywhere in Yi Xian's body. These two supreme inheritances from the antiquity age were now in his body. As the saying goes, two tigers cannot live on one mountain. Fighting for territory was naturally unavoidable. Even if it did not appear now, one day in the future, it would eventually erupt. This bold guess almost instantly made Yi Xian's heart sink. On one hand, it was his own cultivation method, and on the other hand, it was the giant golden dragon's inheritance that had been integrated into his bloodline, and he had also activated the body-tempering secret technique contained within. To him, these were all extremely important things and he could not afford to lose them. Yi Xian was naturally the one who didn't want to see such a tragedy of infighting. In addition, it didn't matter if these two fellows were fighting over territory, but the key point was that they were both in their own bodies. Although they were only a single inheritance imprint, Yi Xian didn't dare to doubt their might in the slightest. Such a terrifying force was actually using his body as a battlefield for a decisive battle, and wanted to start a great battle. This was clearly a scam. Screech. Chapter 2978. A round of mahjong. On the other hand, before Yi Xian could recover from the great shock of the golden dragon's sudden arrival, a long howl filled with endless sharpness suddenly appeared from the left side of the void without any warning. It was as if it had come from the heavens, and Yi Xian was so shocked that he almost collapsed in an instant. Although this roar was not like the previous roar from the Dongshu Void Giant Tortoise and the Golden Dragon, Yi Xian found it extremely familiar. But at this moment, when Yi Xian roughly understood the source of the conflict between the Dongshu Void Giant Tortoise and the Golden Dragon, he did not need to think about the origin of this roar at all. He understood it in an instant. In fact, it was the appearance of this roar that reminded Yi Xian of one thing. That was, the supreme desolate level inheritance he had obtained seemed to be only the two golden dragons and the giant tortoise in front of him. Not to mention the others, the heaven-falling bow divine ability that was inherited from the nine-eyed golden crystal was clearly a desolate level inheritance. Moreover, this heaven-falling bow divine ability also happened to leave a consciousness imprint from the desolate era, and it was the scene of the bloody battle that had taken place in the desolate era. In that bloody battle, where the flames of war had spread to almost every area of the desolate era, although Yi Xian did not see the Dongshu Void Giant Tortoise, Yi Xian saw the Golden Dragon and the mysterious figure who left behind the heaven-falling bow divine ability. In that shocking battle, there were countless desolate era creatures who were engaged in bloody slaughter, but there were clearly more than 100 figures who were the most eye-catching. At that time, Yi Xian casually glanced at them and captured their existence. These 100 figures were obviously the supreme existences who stood at the top of the pyramid among the countless desolate era creatures. The Golden Dragon was one of them. Although the desolate ancient Yaksha who left behind the heaven-falling bow divine ability was only a few feet in size, it could not be compared to the Golden Dragon, whose body was so huge that it could directly crush an entire galaxy. But it was clearly one of the most eye-catching figures among the 100 or so supreme existences. The unparalleled sharpness of the bow that could split the sky with a raise of its hand had clearly startled countless primordial beings in the void battleground in the illusory inheritance scene. Even the 100 primordial powerhouses like the Golden Dragon had clearly cast fearful gazes toward it at that moment. In other words, this desolate ancient Yaksha was most likely a supreme desolate era creature of the desolate era, on the same level as the giant tortoise and the Golden Dragon. Therefore, it was also qualified to participate in the battle between the desolate ancient dragon and the Golden Dragon. In the blink of an eye, the one-on-one situation had turned into a three-on-one situation. If there was one more person, it would be enough to form a mahjong table. As this thought flashed through his mind, Yi Xian felt like crying, but no tears came out. Because he suddenly thought of another matter. In the heaven-falling bow divine ability inheritance scene, Yi Xian saw more than 100 supreme existences like the Golden Dragon and the desolate ancient Yaksha. This time, the nine-eyed golden crystal he obtained from the corpse pool, which contained a desolate era divine ability inheritance, seemed to be exactly the same number. 108. There was almost no difference between the two. This should be just a coincidence, right? Otherwise, if Yi Xian were to collect the remaining 107 nine-eyed golden crystals in the future and obtain the inheritance of the primordial divine ability within them, then the terrifying power that would start a battle within his body and fight for territory, even if the Dongshu Giant Tortoise and the Golden Dragon were to not be counted, there would be at least 108 of them. Just thinking about it made one shudder. Unfortunately, as this thought surfaced in his mind, even Yi Xian himself did not believe that it was just a coincidence. No wonder there were countless consciousness crystals in the corpse pool, but only a little over 100 of them had reached the perfect grade of 9 pupils and successfully passed down the bloodline divine ability. This ability to pass down the bloodline divine ability after death was obviously not simple. Ordinary primordial creatures would not be able to do it. Most likely, only the supreme existences of the desolate era had this ability. Therefore, the identity of the corpses that gave birth to the 108 demonic corpse flowers and bore the inheritance crystal fruit in their flower trays was obvious. They were the ones Yi Xian saw in the heaven-falling bow divine ability inheritance scene, the 100 or so powerful existences who dominated the battlefield. He just did not know if the remaining 107 nine-eye golden crystals contained the cultivation methods and bloodline legacies of the Dongshu Void Giant Tortoise and Golden Dragon. If there were, it would mean that they had also fallen in that battle back then. If not, it was very likely that it would have survived. At most, it would have escaped with heavy injuries. With the terrifying vitality of such a creature, It was possible that it was still alive today. It was possible that it was hiding in the depths of some void plane, slowly recovering from the wounds it had suffered in the past. All this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it flashed through Yi Xian's mind like lightning. At this moment, with the third unexpected roar, a figure of not very tall silently shot over from the furthest dark void from the left. The moment it entered Yi Xian's sight, he immediately sighed faintly. He guessed right. This figure that rushed over at a very fast speed was only a few dozen feet tall. It had a pair of huge wings on its back. At this moment, it was this pair of black demon wings that flapped rapidly, turning its figure into a fast meteor that was difficult to be seen by the naked eye. It swept over in the void. While they were still far away, an incomparably sharp murderous aura had already rushed over, causing everyone to be extremely shocked. Even the Dongshu giant tortoise and the golden divine dragon, who had almost fought on the spot, turned their heads to look at the same time. There was a trace of surprise and fear in their eyes. This figure was clearly the same as the corpse that grew out of Yi Xian's mouth when he was picking the first 9-pupil golden crystal. He opened his mouth wide and looked up at the corpse pool, causing the demonic beauty that nurtured the 9-pupil golden crystal to grow from the roots of the corpse flower. The only difference was that between its eyebrows, there was a small golden bow pattern, which was exactly the same as the inheritance mark of the heaven-falling bow in Yi Xian's Sea of Consciousness. It was obvious that the one who had arrived was the small golden bow that was suspended in Yi Xian's Sea of Consciousness. As for the figure of the desolate ancient Yaksha, it was only a virtual one. It was only to show off its identity and origin. Buzz. At this moment, just as the ancient Yaksha transformed by the small golden bow was coming from the left in another direction, the fourth existence that was fighting for territory finally appeared at this moment. Before its figure arrived, there was already a faint high-frequency buzzing sound in the void. Yi Xian shook his head and sighed. This time, a table of mahjong was finally gathered. However, although it was not that he did not think that this guy would also interfere and suddenly appear at this moment, it was basically impossible. Chapter 2979. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin the fog of infant corpse, hum, accompanied by a violent trembling sound that seemed to resonate with the entire void. A huge blood-colored curved horn about 30 feet in length whizzed over from the void in that direction and appeared out of thin air. Apart from Yi Xian, the giant tortoise, the giant golden dragon, and the desolate ancient Yaksha that was formed by the heavenly fallen bow's imprint all looked towards the giant blood-colored horn that was whistling towards them. This huge horn was the Weeping Soul Bloody Horn that the Weeping Soul Bloody Ape had created when its original body was petrified and stuck on the cliff in the Forbidden Valley of the Devil Emperor planet, which then became a space tunnel that connected the Forbidden Valley to the Forbidden Valley. The Weeping Soul Bloody Horn was formed by the Weeping Soul Bloody Ape. In that shocking battle that occurred in the distant desolate era, the bloodline source of the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn's predecessor, an ancient blood ape with extremely mysterious aura in its eyes, had also appeared. Yi Xian had seen it in the picture of the sky-fallen bow's inheritance. The ape even seemed to have sensed something. It turned its head and glanced at Yi Xian with a touch of insidious evilness in its eyes that could make one's soul tremble. At that time, in the vast void of the desolate antiquity era, countless creatures of the desolate antiquity era were fighting fiercely. Only the desolate ancient blood ape was hiding behind a dark dead star by itself. Its eyes were filled with delight and satisfaction that it had succeeded in its scheme. It was quietly observing the entire battlefield. That was why it gave Yi Xian the strongest impression of it as a schemer. As for its strength, since the desolate ancient blood ape didn't make a move in the picture of the sky-fallen bow's inheritance, Yi Xian couldn't figure out its strength. He couldn't be sure whether it was at the same level as the Dongshu void tortoise or not. Therefore, the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn shouldn't have appeared in this chaotic battle for territory. It wasn't just because the ancient blood ape, the source of the Bloodhorn's bloodline, wasn't one of the most powerful beings in the primordial era. It didn't have the qualifications to compete with the Dongshu giant tortoise. More importantly, this Weeping Soul Bloodhorn had clearly been suppressed and refined by the headless infant corpse not long ago. Even if the Weeping Soul Blood Ape, whose bloodline was highly atavistic and later collapsed its remnant soul to condense this horn, had left some kind of hidden backup plan in this bloodhorn that was equivalent to a newborn bloodline, but since the headless infant corpse had already made its move, with its terrifying strength that could heavily injure the remnant world and fake will of the heavenly Tao in the desolate ancient cage, it would not be able to do anything. Those hidden arrangements had most likely been erased long ago. In other words, it was impossible for there to be any problems with the bloodhorn that had been refined by the headless infant corpse. Therefore, in Yi Xian's opinion, even if the source of its bloodline, the ancient blood ape, was in existence at the level of a supreme expert from the primordial era. In a scene like today, this blood horn shouldn't have a chance to appear. But now it had clearly come. Moreover, its aura was clearly extremely domineering and arrogant. Before its figure appeared, the entire space of the inheritance was already covered by its violent buzzing sound, completely enveloping it. It carried a supremely domineering aura of disdain and contempt. In addition, even the Dongshu giant tortoise, the golden divine dragon, and the desolate ancient Yuxia, who turned their heads to look, had a faint trace of fear in their eyes when they saw the blood horn whistling over. In addition to fear, what was more intense was surprise. Screech. Before Yi Xian could recover from his shock, the desolate ancient Yuxia that was whistling over had already let out a second roar towards the sky. Then it abruptly turned around and left. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the depths of the endless darkness of the void in the direction it came from. Yi Xian could clearly hear a sense of undisguised surprise and gratification from the roar before it turned around and left. It was as if suddenly seeing this blood horn was equivalent to its wish being fulfilled. In addition, the golden dragon on the right side of the void also let out a high-pitched roar, then turned around without hesitation and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The meaning of this dragon's roar was exactly the same as the roar of the desolate ancient Yuxia. Both were pleasantly surprised and gratified. The only difference was that the surprise in the dragon's roar seemed to be stronger, while the gratification was obviously much fainter. In the blink of an eye, the atmosphere in this inheritance scene had quietly changed. The three forces that had originally seen a great battle turn around without hesitation and walked to two sides. The reason why the remaining Dongshu giant tortoise did not leave was most likely because this was its territory. In other words, if it wasn't for this, the Dongshu giant tortoise would have turned around and left long ago. This scene happened so suddenly that Yi Xian immediately fell into a strong shock and was unable to accept it for a long time. Even if the source of the bloody horn, the treacherous primordial blood ape, was powerful, it couldn't be so powerful that the golden dragon and the primordial Yuxia didn't dare to face the bloody horn condensed by the remnant soul of its bloodline descendant, right? Moreover, the golden dragon and the desolate ancient Yuxia clearly did not have any dissatisfaction in their roars before they turned around and left. There was only joy and excitement. Could it be? In shock, Yi Xian's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he subconsciously looked at the huge blood horn in the distance again. In the next moment, his eyes lit up and he seemed to have come to a sudden realization. So that was it. Although it was indeed the weeping soul blood horn that was coming, the consciousness in it was obviously someone else. It was the headless baby corpse that had turned into a corpse lamp and attached to Yi Xian's left chest. After being refined by the headless baby corpse, the weeping soul blood horn also had a mark in the shape of a corpse lamp, but it was very small. At this moment, on the weeping soul blood horn that was roaring toward them, where the corpse lamp mark should have been, there was clearly a human face. To be more precise, it should be the face of an infant. It still had a slightly childish face, but its eyes were completely blood red and revealed endless ferocity that overflowed into the heavens. This strange face was very familiar to Yi Xian. It was exactly the same face that should have been on the neck of the headless baby corpse that had been holding in its hand. It was the headless baby corpse that was coming. In this way, everything could be explained. However, although this headless baby corpse must have a great origin, the Dongshu giant tortoise, the golden dragon, and the desolate ancient Yuxia were all supreme existences that stood proudly in the antiquity age. The latter even used to draw a bow and wanted to shoot down the sky with an arrow. How could such existences bow their heads so easily? Moreover, although they were afraid of this headless baby corpse, they did not have the slightest hostility. On the contrary, they showed their support. This was probably something that even the will of heaven in the antiquity age could not do. Then this headless baby corpse, who was it? Chapter 2980. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The wrath of Zhuofengtai. As the Dongshu void tortoise's figure disappeared completely from the weeping soul bloodhorn's domineering aura, the entire void of inheritance fell into a strange silence. Even the buzzing sound in the void had disappeared without anyone noticing. At this moment, the weeping soul blood horn that was whistling through the air circled around the central void domain before turning around and shooting back the way it came from. It was as if its arrival was merely an act of inspection. Its purpose was to disperse the three forces that had almost fought over the territory. Perhaps it was also taking advantage of this opportunity to announce the ownership of this territory. It clearly meant that this territory belonged to it. The reason why the Dongshu Void Tortoise, the Golden Dragon, and the Desolate Yaksha had all chosen to retreat at once was very likely because they had understood this layer of meaning. Therefore they had used this method to express their attitude. Unfortunately, all of this was just Yi Xian's conjecture. There was no way to confirm it. At this moment, although he also wanted to immediately stop the weeping soul blood horn that had circled around and immediately whizzed away, he wanted to personally ask the headless infant corpse to resolve the doubts in his heart. However, in this void of inheritance, although Yi Xian's consciousness existed, it couldn't make a sound, let alone make any substantial movements. This was because he didn't even have a body. He was like a ray of light cast from outside the window watching the world through the window. There was nothing he could do except watch. Thus, the weeping soul blood horn whistled through the air in the end, and it quickly vanished. Yi Xian's consciousness was suddenly repelled by a repulsive force and retreated from the void of inheritance. In the next instant, the scene in front of him changed to Yi Xian's knowledge sea. At this moment, in 4 different directions above his knowledge sea, 4 different existences of different shapes were quietly floating and rotating slowly. The spirit source core, the void essence crystal, the small golden bow that represented the desolate Yaksha and the golden dragon's bloodline, and the golden dragon scale. In response to the arrival of Yi Xian's self-awareness, the golden dragon scale of the golden bow that was hovering in the sea of consciousness did not react at all. It was as if they were completely unaware of everything that had happened in the void dimension fragment and had not participated in it at all. Yi Xian examined each of them separately with a complicated look in his eyes, and then he withdrew his gaze with a bitter smile. His gaze swept over the sea of consciousness that represented the cultivation realm of his hollow void skill, and was the source of his cultivation power. The sea of consciousness in front of him was clearly much stronger than before. The extent of its strength had even far surpassed the increase after the previous cultivation breakthrough. In addition, the energy of the origin source of the planet core that had been transferred to him through the devouring system had been fully transferred. Under the guidance of the original power in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness, it had started to circulate according to the profound meaning of the incomplete Dongshu book. It had been refined and completely transformed into the power of Yi Xian's cultivation. In other words, the cultivation this time ended inexplicably. Fortunately, judging from the somewhat exaggerated degree of expansion of the sea of consciousness, the result of this cultivation was obviously achieved. His cultivation realm had successfully ushered in another breakthrough. With a touch of excitement, Yi Xian's self-consciousness immediately withdrew from the sea of consciousness and ended the cultivation this time. The next moment, Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged on the sofa in the core area of the top floor of the Black Mosquito Cruise, slightly opened his eyes. As expected, the sound of the devouring system quietly rang out in his mind. What caught him off guard was that the sound of the system's notification rang out in his mind consecutively after a breakthrough. If it were not for the slight difference between the 2 notifications, Yi Xian would have mistakenly thought that the devouring system had inexplicably activated some kind of replay function. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Your cultivation realm has increased. Current level, Level 5 of the meteor state. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Your cultivation realm has increased. Current level, Level 6 of the sobbing star state. Level 5? Level 6? What's going on? Could it be that this time he had broken through 2 small levels in succession from Level 4 of the meteor state to Level 6 of the meteor state? No wonder the expansion of the sea of consciousness was so exaggerated. If it was a breakthrough of 2 levels, it would make sense. The surprise came so quickly that Yi Xian was in a trance for half an hour before his state of mind finally recovered from the surging waves of excitement. After a quick analysis, he quickly came to a conclusion. The reason why he had unexpectedly ushered in 2 consecutive breakthroughs in his cultivation and advanced 2 small levels in the blink of an eye was not only because he had thrown a little too much star core origin to the devouring system to absorb energy, but more importantly, it was mostly related to the invisible improvement of his state of mind when he had used the heaven-falling bow for the second time to shoot an arrow at the will of the Heavenly Ways doppelganger in the desolate antiquity cage. In addition, the large amount of spiritual power, life force, and chi and blood force that the headless infant corpse had absorbed from the dozens of descendants of the demon emperor was so abundant that it had almost overnourished Yi Xian's head. This was most likely one of the reasons. Although this was also a guess, whether it was true or not was already meaningless. The most important thing was that Yi Xian's cultivation had indeed broken through to the 6th level of the meteor realm in one fell swoop. This was already the peak of the middle stage of this realm. After the next breakthrough, Yi Xian would officially enter the late stage of the meteor realm. At that time, he would almost be within reach of crossing this realm and entering the satellite realm behind it. He was finally about to enter the third major realm. These thoughts flashed through his mind, and Yi Xian could not help but clench his right fist subconsciously. Waves of emotion surged in his heart again. In fact, not much time had passed since he had entered the starry sky environment with the vast void as his back. Yi Xian had finally advanced from the weakest meteor realm of the first level to the satellite realm, which was about to enter the third major realm. Although he was still very weak, at least he had successfully taken the first solid step in the starry sky level and was closer to the path of the strongest in the future. After a short while, Yi Xian dispelled the distracting thoughts in his mind, adjusted his state of mind and quickly calmed down. It was not until now that he realized that this cultivation session had taken him several days. Now that the Black Mosquito ship had jumped through many long-distance wormholes, it was already halfway through the journey. Even the black hole of life had been left behind. Will we arrive at the Black Mosquito star so soon? It really does feel like I'm not mentally prepared. Yi Xian muttered to himself, shaking his head with a wry smile. Obviously he was just mocking himself. After returning to the Black Mosquito star, Yi Xian was even looking forward to everything that was about to happen. As the chief commander of the Black Mosquito tribe, how crazy would Zhuofengtai's anger be after confirming that his only son had been killed by the new holy son of the tribe? Chapter 2981. The Mosquito Slayer's request. In 2 days, the Black Mosquito would enter its final wormhole. Once it was done, it would be considered close to the edge of the Black Mosquito domain. During these 2 days, Yi Xian didn't do anything. Other than occasionally trying to contact the headless infant corpse that had transformed into a corpse lamp and was branded on his left chest, he didn't receive any response. The rest of the time he spent almost all of it on the immortal level fragment that was the intelligence center of his personal space communication system. Ever since Yi Xian had acquired a large number of multi-pupil crystals from the corpse pool in the forbidden domain of Demonic Saint, he'd given them to the devouring system. The system had absorbed the crystal's energy and channeled it into its communication system's energy storage. Only a few days had passed since then, but the fragment that served as the intelligence center of the communication system had clearly grown a lot. Although it hadn't yet reached the point where it could break free from fragmentation, at least it had changed. The growth was clearly visible and it was enough to excite Yi Xian. Before this, he had continuously thrown countless ordinary demonic will star crystals, which were almost the size of a small hill, but the immortal horn fragment did not show any reaction. Today's change had at least cleared away any lingering doubts Yi Xian had about the fragment's inability to recover. Not long after, the day this immortal fragment broke free from the fragmented level, was the day Yi Xian started an official search for news of the devouring origin in the demon domain, which was located at the edge of the first universe. Even if he didn't find anything in the domain of the demons, he'd just have to leave. The domain of the first cosmos was but a corner of the first cosmos. The void beyond was vast. Yi Xian's sixth sense told him that he would find the source of devouring essence in the first cosmos, and that day wouldn't be too far away. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the Black Mosquito finally finished its last wormhole jump. It traveled for a while in the void before its eyes, and then it came to a stop silently. Not far ahead was the edge of the Black Mosquito domain. Black Mosquito Bastion wasn't suited for navigating this region, so it was better to be safe than sorry. Yi Xian immediately took the 8-star royal ladle and left the Black Mosquito ship. With a wave of his hand he kept it into his undying world. Then he summoned his Dongshu shuttle and stepped in. The 8-star King ladle was sent directly to the lowest level of the Dongshu shuttle by Yi Xian. There, the 1,000 mosquito beasts and the 1,000 soldier ladles each chose a corner to nest in. Right now it was an area that only belonged to the vicious beasts. The second level in the middle was where Guihai Dao led a 1,000-man legion of fiend slaves. They were on standby. At that moment, Yi Xian stepped into the Dongshu shuttle and appeared on the first level at the top. There were only 2 people there, the wretched mosquito butcher and Hao Fangfang. These 2 fellows were sitting on the sofa in the resting area of the main cabin on the top floor. It was unknown what they were talking about, but when they heard the commotion they both turned their heads and looked over. The wretched mosquito butcher's face was immediately filled with smiles as he stood up and eagerly walked over to Yi Xian. Hao Fangfang on the other hand was slightly stunned. Her face obviously darkened, but she did not say anything. Yi Xian knew that it was because his performance in the Forbidden Valley of the Demon Emperor planet was completely different from his usual self. This had greatly surprised him and made him want to distance himself from Hao Fangfang. But this was good. Yi Xian was looking forward to it, so he would not explain anything. At that moment, he saw that Hao Fangfang did not say anything and looked away after exchanging a glance with him. Yi Xian shrugged indifferently and said casually, "The Black Mosquito Star Zone is in front of us. Your Black Roar Star is not in the same direction as the Black Mosquito Star. So, if you have something to do, you'd better look at the star map and remind me at the right place to stop the Dongshu shuttle." In other words, he did not intend to bring Hao Fangfang back to the Black Mosquito Star with him. He was hinting that he would leave halfway or even right now. What? You value the title of Holy Son of the Black Mosquito Tribe so much, and now you've finally got it. You and I are acquaintances. Don't tell me you didn't even think of inviting me to the most glorious Holy Sun ceremony? Yi Xian's words caused a trace of anger to flash through Hao Fangfang's eyes. She immediately replied with a mocking tone. "There will be a Holy Sun ceremony after that. But before that, I'm afraid the Black Mosquito Star will experience some turmoil. So, you won't get anything out of coming with me now." Yi Xian directly ignored the sarcasm in her words and frankly stated the reason. Although Hao Fangfang did not know that Yi Xian had killed Zhuo Liqing and Zhuo Hongwu, she was clear about the conflicts and disputes between the former and Yi Xian. When Yi Xian mentioned the turmoil on the Black Mosquito Star, he wanted her to think in this direction. "I didn't steal Zhuo Liqing's Holy Sun title. No matter how angry Zhuo Fengtai is, he won't vent his anger on me, right? Do you really think I'm a pushover that anyone can bully?" Hao Fangfang curled her lips and looked indifferent. "Although there won't be any benefits, at least there won't be any harm. I'll just take it as watching a show. I'll make a small profit." After saying that, she turned around and walked into a cabin. Obviously, even if she was going to the Black Mosquito Star, she had no intention of staying with Yi Xian on the way. The latter shook his head speechlessly. However, he soon realized that ever since she became suspicious of him, although Hao Fangfang's feminine voice was still the same as before, she no longer called herself Luan Jia in front of him. This was a good sign. He could finally get rid of this sissy. Thinking of this, Yi Xian was immediately amused again. At this time, the wretched mosquito butcher, who had an ingratiating smile on his face, happened to be right in front of him. He bowed slightly and said with a bashful smile, "Master, I haven't been back to the Black Mosquito Star area for many years. Although I didn't have any relatives or friends when I left, and I'm not a native of the Black Mosquito Star area, but a demon cultivator from another star area, I did stay here for a period of time. Why don't you take me with you this time? It's a good opportunity for me to see the supreme glory of my master when you become the Holy Sun. Do you really want to go to the Black Mosquito Star?" Yi Xian was actually quite surprised that the wretched mosquito butcher would suddenly make such a request. However, after being stunned for a moment, he smiled indifferently and nodded without hesitation. "That's fine. After all, I'm the Holy Son of the Black Mosquito Tribe in the future. I can't do everything by myself. I need someone to run errands for me." Chapter 2982. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Sensation. If it was in the past, before Yi Xian entered the Black Mosquito Star, he would definitely stop somewhere in the void near this star. After storing the Void Cave shuttle into the undying world within his body, he would then use his physical body to traverse the void and enter the Black Mosquito Star. After all, although the Dongshu shuttle's extraordinariness couldn't be easily seen from its exterior, a casual glance was enough to tell that it wasn't an ordinary ship that could be found on the streets. Yi Xian was an ordinary demon cultivator who had just entered the second great realm. It was indeed rather eye-catching to have such a small private warship, which wasn't necessarily a good thing. Back then, even the strongest existence under his command, the Mosquito Beast Emperor Shueben, was only at the Origin Realm first level. Shueben was no match for the Black Mosquito Star's great commanders Zhuo Fengtai or the High Priest Huegu Lei. But now it was different. In terms of status, Yi Xian was already the Holy Son of the entire Black Mosquito Tribe. Although his status in the entire tribe was far inferior to that of the Great Commander and the High Priest, he was already on equal footing with the leaders of the 10 Great Devil Cultivators. As for strength, other than the Mosquito Beast Prince Shueben, Yi Xian now had an additional 8-star Wang Ladle at the middle stage of the Origin Realm. These were all powers that could be publicly displayed. Needless to say, the former had already shown himself before leaving the Black Mosquito Star. Needless to say, he could just say that he had recently broken through. In any case, Shueben was crazy. He had broken through from the initial Black Hole Realm to the Origin Realm first level in just a few months. Even if it was shocking, no one would really investigate it. As for the 8-star Wanghua, he could also find an excuse to brush it off. Moreover, other than these two Origin stage ferocious beasts that could be publicly revealed, the secret power that Yi Xian could use was clearly even more powerful. It was one thing for the headless infant corpse to appear, but the small black mosquito star wasn't qualified for it to take action. However, the weeping soul bloodhorn was different. It was only a refined item from an infant's corpse. If he was truly forced into a corner, Yi Xian could just take it out and kill all the devil cultivator experts present. It just so happened that the number of magic cores in his possession was too little. He was afraid that there wouldn't be enough for the sixth evolution of the source core in his brain in the future. Since the previous concerns no longer existed, and the conflict between him and Zhuo Fengtai would come sooner or later, there was no need to deliberately hide anything. It was meaningless. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian drove the Dongshu shuttle all the way from the edge of the Black Mosquito Star field. After arriving at the Black Mosquito Star, the speed of the battleship did not decrease in the slightest. Like an extremely fast arrow, it plunged into the atmosphere of the Black Mosquito Star and charged straight for the main city of the Black Mosquito Star. The Demonkin planets in the Demonkin tribe also had a star communication system, and the AI center was also the star superbrain, but it was the most ordinary star superbrain. Although the Demonkin tribe was already used to the technological elements of the Heaven's Legacy race, they clearly weren't too keen on it. Therefore, the star network of the Demonkin star was simply too weak compared to the administrative planets of the Third World's human race. There were many functions that were lacking. However, as one of the 10 main planets of the Demonkin tribe's foreign tribes, the star network of the Black Mosquito Star was obviously not as simple as that of the 10 main planets of the Demonkin tribe, such as the Black Mountain Star. When necessary, they could take the initiative to contact the Demonkin Emperor Star and connect to the star network. As for receiving signals and information from the star network of the Demonkin Emperor Star, there was naturally no problem. However, this kind of long-distance star network information transmission was extremely energy-consuming. Therefore, ever since the fierce mosquito ship left the Black Mosquito Star and set off for the Demonkin Emperor Star, Zhuo Fengtai had never contacted Zhuo Hongwu and Zhuo Liqing. They were not qualified to use the long-distance star network communication function of the Demonkin Emperor Star. Therefore, in Zhuo Fengtai's opinion, that ungrateful trial taker of the Black Mountain Star, Zhang Wuji, must have died on his way to the Demonkin Emperor Star. Until a few days ago, when the star network of the Demonkin Emperor Star suddenly sent an official circular letter, which was just a formality, Zhuo Fengtai was completely dumbfounded. The content of the circular letter was very simple and clear. The meaning was also very clear. Zhang Wuji, the new holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe, was appointed by the Demonkin Emperor himself. Therefore, considering that his cultivation was too weak and unpresentable, the Grand Commander and the High Priest of the Black Mosquito tribe were ordered to supervise him and urge him to practice diligently and not to wander around without permission. At that time, the High Priest of the Imperial City, Wen Xing, would personally come to the Black Mosquito Star to test his cultivation. The circular letter stunned Zhuo Fengtai on the spot. He was silent for a long time and his mind was in a mess. Apparently, the High Priest, Wen Xing, also saw the circular letter at the same time. Therefore, when Zhang Wuji entered the Holy Demon Mystery Area for the first time in this trial, he had received some kind of spiritual power inheritance. Among the entire demon tribe, he was almost as talented as the Holy Son of the Black Wind tribe in terms of spiritual power. Therefore, the news that he had been appointed by the Demonkin Emperor as the new Holy Son of the Black Mosquito tribe spread to the entire Black Mosquito City almost instantly. Then, it quickly spread to the entire Black Mosquito Star, as well as the Black Mountain Star and the other 7 demon tribes. The entire Black Mosquito tribe was in an uproar. It was no secret that the Grand Commander's only son, Zhuo Liqing, was determined to win this trial. The higher-ups of the 10 demon tribes were well aware of this. No one had expected that the result, which was originally decided without any suspense, would be completely rewritten because of a dark horse that suddenly rushed out and caused an abrupt change. Faced with such an unacceptable and embarrassing result, Grand Commander Zhuo Fengtai's anger was about to completely explode this time. These discussions had been raging in the Black Mosquito tribe's 10 demon tribes for the past few days after the circular letter was spread. Countless demon tribe experts gathered their gazes on the Black Mosquito Star, paying close attention to the subsequent development of this matter. Many people believed that the moment the Black Mosquito tribe's trial team returned to the Black Mosquito Star, Grand Commander Zhuo Fengtai would explode. An invisible tension shrouded the entire Black Mosquito Star, and it was increasing day by day in the past few days. Right at this moment, a small private warship arrogantly plunged into the Black Mosquito Star's atmosphere at an extremely fast speed. It whistled past and boldly charged toward the Black Mosquito City, which represented the core of the Black Mosquito tribe's power. At this time, there was still someone who dared to act so rashly. This time, Zhuofengtai's whiskers had been provoked, and he was worried about where to vent his anger. In the Black Mosquito City, countless demon tribe experts looked up and muttered to themselves. Their eyes were filled with sympathy. Chapter 2983. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. I was just guessing. Black Mosquito City, inside the Black Mosquito tribe's ancestral temple. The moment the Dongshu shuttle entered the Black Mosquito star's atmosphere, the Grand Priest Huegu Lei had already sensed it. However, he did not pay any attention to it. At this moment, as the Grand Commander's Zhuofengtai soared into the sky from the Grand Commander's official residence with a thunderous roar, he threw a punch at the Dongshu shuttle with boundless killing intent. The corners of the Grand Priest Huegu Lei's mouth slowly curled up into a mocking smile. For those in high positions, the more urgent the situation is, the calmer they are. You're so impulsive. Do you think you can control me and the Black Mosquito tribe alone? At this point, Huegu Lei shook his head with a disdainful smile. He glanced at the Dongshu shuttle and said, "This shuttle is not ordinary. I'm sure its owner is someone with a strong background. It's a pity that he bumped into Zhuofengtai. Him? It's him?" Halfway through his sentence, Huegu Lei suddenly stopped talking. Shock appeared on his face and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He exclaimed, "What's going on? That brat actually came back alone?" As soon as he finished speaking, a wisp of bright light flashed through his eyes, and it suddenly condensed as if he was capturing something. Almost in the next instant, a wisp of pleasant surprise quickly bloomed on his face, and even his voice revealed a strong sense of anticipation amidst the joy. "The two brands are actually still there? No wonder this kid is fine. Zhuohongwu didn't make a move? However, this is not important. The key is the other seal. It has obviously been activated. I wonder if the spirit rabbit has been obtained?" At this thought, Huegu Lei could no longer sit still. With a flash of his body, he dashed out of the house and flew into the sky, at the same time, in the sky above the Black Mosquito City. Just as the dimensional void shuttle pierced through the atmosphere of the Black Mosquito star and arrived above the main city and was about to land on the ground, the enraged Zhuofengtai, who was in the Great Commander's official residence deep within the main city, roared and threw a punch. This scene entered the eyes of countless demon experts in the huge Black Mosquito City as they looked up. Some of the devil cultivators were already shaking their heads and sighing. This was clearly a case of bad luck. With Zhuofengtai's origin level 9 cultivation base, he could even destroy a 1,000-meter-long planetary battleship, let alone a small private battleship that was less than 500 meters long. However, the scene that appeared in the sky in the next instant caused the jaws of countless demon dwellers in the Black Mosquito City to drop to the ground. Surprised cries of surprise rang out from everywhere. Boom! Screech! An earth-shattering explosion resounded. Zhuofengtai's all-out attack was filled with anger. Although it was only a simple punch, its power was enough to topple the mountains and overturn the seas. At this moment, an explosion resounded. It was clear that this terrifying punch had hit its target. However, the Dongshu shuttle that had suddenly stopped in midair was clearly not damaged in the slightest. A gigantic black ladle beast that was about 100 feet in size silently appeared and blocked the front of the shuttle. The power of Zhuofengtai's furious punch smashed onto the gigantic ladle beast, but it clearly did not shake it in the slightest. This gigantic floating beast was the 8-star ladle. However, in the Demon Dweller star field, the ladle tribe was called the Void-Devouring Beast. This was derived from their terrifying ability to devour the void of the galaxy. Origin Void-Devouring Beast? This is impossible. As the 8-star ladle's warning roar rang out, Zhuofengtai's expression suddenly changed as he cried out in shock. It was common knowledge that the Void-Devouring Beast's black ladle body was extremely sturdy. However, the Void-Devouring Beast that could withstand the power of his full-powered punch without any damage was definitely an origin-level existence, and definitely not an early origin-level existence. In other words, this Void-Devouring Beast in front of him actually had the qualifications to fight to the death with him. Moreover, with the terrifying body of the other party that he could not easily shake, if they really fought to the death, the one who would suffer would most likely be him. It was because of this that he, as the Grand Commander of the Black Mosquito tribe, lost his composure at this moment. "Grand Commander, I was just too eager to report the good news that I forgot to slow down for a moment. You don't have to do this, do you?" At this moment, Yi Xian stepped out of the Dongshu shuttle. With a flash of his body, he had already landed on the back of the 8-star ladle that was suspended in midair. He continued with an innocent face, If I had not met this brother ladle guest near the void-devouring black hole before, wouldn't I have been killed by your punch just now? If this is really the case, the Black Mosquito tribe will never be able to remove the title of the shortest-lived holy son in the history of the Demon Dweller tribe in the future. While speaking, Yi Xian waved his hand and the Dongshu shuttle that was suspended behind him was instantly absorbed into his body. At the same time, Hao Fangfang and the wretched mosquito butcher were also moved out of the shuttle by him and landed on the back of Ladle, standing behind Yi Xian. "It's you?" Seeing Yi Xian, Zhuo Fengtai was suddenly stunned. A strong impulse surged in his heart and he almost attacked immediately, but in the end he restrained himself. The opponent was now the holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe. It was impossible for him to sit back and do nothing, let alone there was an origin stage void-devouring beast in front of him that was not inferior to him in strength. Thinking of this, Zhuo Fengtai subconsciously glanced at Ladle under Yi Xian's feet and his eyelids twitched. An origin stage void-devouring beast actually made this brat stand on its back like a master and even brought other people along. What was the difference between this and taming it? Just casually circling around the void-devouring black hole and he could come across such a good thing? This luck was simply heaven-defying. Thinking of this, the unwillingness in Zhuo Fengtai's heart grew stronger. He was so angry that his neck was thick. Panting heavily, he reprimanded in a deep voice, "Why are only the two of you back? Where is the fierce mosquito?" This was clearly asking the obvious. He was really good at pretending. Yi Xian sneered inwardly. He spread his hands and said with a stunned expression, "Chief Commander, you still don't know? The fierce mosquito has been destroyed by Zhuo Hangwu and Zhuo Liqing." Zhuo Fengtai almost vomited blood on the spot. Although he was well aware of this, from a certain point of view, the fierce mosquito was indeed destroyed by Zhuo Hangwu and Zhuo Liqing. He could even be included in this. However, what did he mean by destroyed? Even if he knew some inside information, there was no need to say such harsh words, right? This was clearly a deliberate provocation. Could it be that after taming this origin stage void-devouring beast, Zhuo Fengtai thought that he had something to rely on and planned to go against him openly? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Zhuo Fengtai calmed down and stared coldly at Yi Xian with a playful look in his eyes. "Zhang Wuji, don't forget that you are not the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son. Zhuo Hangwu is the scout commander of my Black Mosquito city. How can you slander him in public? I'll keep this in mind and look into it when Commander Zhuo returns." "Thank you, Chief Commander, but what if they don't come back?" Chapter 2984. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Greybone lays probing you. Zhuo Fengtai had originally forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart, but after hearing Yi Xian's provocative words, the monstrous anger that had just been suppressed surged again in the blink of an eye. He glared at Yi Xian and was about to explode. At this moment, a hearty laugh suddenly resounded in the void. The high priest Greybone Lei had arrived. "Haha! Zhang Wuji, you're able to obtain a spiritual power skill inheritance the first time you enter the forbidden land of the demonic saint tribe. You've finally allowed our Black Mosquito tribe to rise again. From now on, our Black Mosquito tribe is no longer the weakest tribe among the 10 great demon tribes. Instead, we've become a top tribe that can compete with the leader, the Black Nightmare tribe." Along with the hearty laughter, the high priest's figure quietly appeared. He quietly stood in the middle of the confrontation between the Black Mosquito tribe's grand commanders Zhuo Fengtai and Yi Xian. In addition, when he arrived, he had a rather subtle grasp of the situation. All of this was clearly done on purpose, causing the eyes of Grand Commander Zhuo Fengtai, who was about to explode, to flash with a bright light. A strong sense of dissatisfaction and unwillingness quietly flashed through his eyes. But even so, with the arrival of the high priest Huigu Lei, the monstrous anger in Zhuo Fengtai's heart was suppressed again in the end. Although Huigul's cultivation base was only at the origin stage first stage, he was the great priest of a large demon tribe, so he was far better than Zhuo Fengtai, who was the tribe's great commander, in terms of using his mental power skills. Therefore, even though Zhuo Fengtai's cultivation base was at the origin stage fourth stage, the weaker Huigul had a better chance of winning if they were to fight. Moreover, Huigu had an extraordinary relationship with the high priest of the imperial city, Wen Xingshang, who had become one of the greatest existences in the demon race. Back when Wen Xingshang was still the high priest of the Black Mosquito tribe, Huigu had been the holy son of the tribe that he had nurtured with all his might. Although they weren't master and disciple, there wasn't much of a difference. Therefore, Zhuo Fengtai did not dare to offend Greybone Lei openly. After all, although the Zhuo clan had a backer in the imperial city, he was just an ordinary person in the imperial court. In the entire imperial city, He could not be compared to High Priest Wen Xing, who was popular in front of the Demon King Mo Wen. After considering all this as the Grand Commander of the Black Mosquito tribe, in the end, Zhuo Fengtai suppressed his anger. Was the Grand Commander of Black Mosquito tribe. Of course, the most important reason was that he felt that he would have a chance to deal with Yi Xian in the future. At the same time, he did not know that his only son, Zhuo Liqing, and his younger brother, Zhuo Hongwu, had been killed by Yi Xian on their way back to the Black Mosquito tribe. Otherwise, no matter how much Zhuo Fengtai feared High Priest Greybone Lei, he would have been enraged and attacked. You flatter me, High Priest. I was just a little lucky. At this moment, Yi Xian sighed in his heart when he saw that Grand Commander Zhuo Fengtai was actually suppressing his anger. He did not want to see this scene. Compared to lying low and facing a crisis that could erupt at any time in the future, he would rather face it now. At least, he could take this opportunity to force High Priest Greybone Lei to make a stand. However, no matter how unwilling Yi Xian was, he could not continue to provoke Zhuo Fengtai. Once he did so, not only Zhuo Fengtai, but even High Priest Greybone Lei would be suspicious. He was just a Meteor Realm nobody who had just been appointed as the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son. He should not have such courage and background. If he really did so, anyone would be suspicious of Yi Xian's motives. I didn't expect you to have such an opportunity. This void-swallowing beast is at least at the origin fourth order. It is already a supreme existence that is not weaker than Commander Zhuo. I'm afraid even this priest can't defeat it. Such an existence can actually hit it off with you and willingly follow you. It is really amazing. Personal luck is really mysterious and extraordinary. With Greybone Lei's level 5 source core and his background as the high priest of a large tribe, he could naturally see that the 8-star royal ladle under Yi Xian's feet was not like an ordinary demon's pet beast. Instead, he had branded it with a spiritual imprint and used it to forcibly control it. Therefore, these words were not just out of courtesy. They came from the bottom of his heart. Yi Xian even saw a flash of envy in Greybone Lei's eyes. It was obvious that Yi Xian was able to rely on his own luck to obtain such a powerful void-swallowing beast to follow him. Even the cunning high priest of the Black Mosquito tribe, Grayskull, couldn't help but sigh in admiration. In addition to that, what triggered even more was his eagerness for Yi Xian's secret mission to the Demon Emperor planet. Since this kid could deceive such a powerful mid-stage origin-level void-swallowing beast, he should have a way to deal with the extremely cunning innate spirit rabbit in the Demon Saint Forbidden Land. With this thought in mind, Greybone Lei could not hold back anymore. He did not even care that Grand Commander Zhuo Fengtai had just turned around and left. If he had, he would have heard the conversation between the two. Greybone Lei's eyes flashed and he immediately asked Yi Xian, "Little friend Wuji, the matter this high priest entrusted to you that day, may I ask?" "High priest, are you talking about that clever dead rabbit?" Yi Xian sneered in his heart, but he did not show it on his face. When this matter was mentioned, it was as if the hatred in his heart had been aroused. A look of indignation appeared on his face as he said hatefully, "That damn rabbit is too clever. It played tricks on me several times. Unfortunately, I couldn't catch it in the end. Otherwise, I would have skinned it alive." This result made Greybone Lei very disappointed. He was so disappointed that he even lost his composure and exclaimed softly. However, he quickly reacted. His eyes flashed, but he did not dwell on this matter. Instead, he waved his hand and withdrew the 2 spiritual imprints that he had injected into Yi Xian's body. Then, with a flash of his body, he flew toward the tribe's ancestral temple at the end of the Black Mosquito City. His figure had already disappeared, but his figure was still lingering. "In 3 days, I'll hold a ceremony for you to become the new holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe. In addition, during these 3 days you can stay in the side hall of the Holy Sun in the outer courtyard of the ancestral temple. However, if there's nothing else, it's best to use these 3 days to cultivate diligently. Don't go out and leave the Black Mosquito Star if there's nothing else. The High Priest of the Imperial City, Wen Xing, is very worried about you. He specially told me to supervise you diligently. As the holy son of a large tribe, your cultivation is only at the Meteor Realm. It's really too weak." Chapter 2985. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio exposing the truth. No wonder both Zhuo Fengtai and High Priest Huegu Li seemed to know who the Black Mosquito tribe Holy Son was when he had just arrived on the Black Mosquito Star. It turned out that the Devil Emperor planet had sent a message to the Black Mosquito Star's lower star network through the star's superior star network. Moreover, this message was most likely from the High Priest of the Imperial City, Wen Xing. In the message, besides announcing the fact that Yi Xian was the new holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe, he even specifically instructed Huegu Lu, the high priest of the Black Mosquito tribe, to diligently urge him to concentrate on his cultivation and not leave the Black Mosquito star. When Xing had mentioned this in front of Yi Xian that day. At that time he had not thought much about it, but now it seemed that these words had a deeper meaning. Otherwise, with Wen Xing's prominent status as the high priest of the imperial city, why would he be so concerned about a newly promoted holy son of a small tribe? If he was not mistaken, the so-called diligent urging to concentrate on his cultivation was a lie. His real intention was not to leave the Black Mosquito star. It seemed that everything he had done in the Saint Devil Forbidden area was still unable to fool him in the end. Although Wen Xing didn't investigate further that day, it was obvious that he was certain that Yi Xian wouldn't be able to escape from his grasp. When he turned around, he was in the mood to deal with him at any time and carefully investigate the inside story. Huigu Lu, the high priest of the Black Mosquito tribe, had more or less guessed this. Therefore, when Wen Xing deliberately mentioned this before he left, it was obvious that he wanted to knock some sense into Yi Xian. His purpose was to force Yi Xian to report the truth about the spirit rabbit, so as to seek his protection. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's heart sank, but a faint sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Both Wen Xing and Huigu Lu might have thought that they could easily control him, but how could they know that even when they were trapped in the Devil Emperor city that day, Yi Xian was not completely powerless to resist? He just did not want to reveal some of his tricks so easily. Now that they had left the Demon Imperial City and returned to the Black Mosquito Star, the main planet of the Black Mosquito tribe, Yi Xian had no reason to be afraid of them. Without the threat of the few Grotto Heaven Realm's supreme existences from the Imperial family, even if High Priest Wen Xing of the Imperial City personally came, he was only a Grotto Heaven Realm's supreme existence. If he forced Yi Xian into a corner, they could just break up. If he really wanted to shed all pretense of cordiality, he was completely confident that he could slaughter all the devil dwellers present and then calmly leave. At that time, although the news would definitely be leaked in the Demon Imperial City, they would at most know that Yi Xian had the ability to kill a supreme existence in the Heavenly Passage realm. However, they definitely didn't know what this ability was. In that case, even if it was Yi Xian, it would not matter. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately calmed down. He lowered his head and glanced at the countless devil dwellers in the Black Mosquito City below, who were looking up with burning desire in their eyes. He smiled faintly and put the 8-star royal ladle into the Dongshu shuttle. Then, after putting the Dongshu shuttle into his body, he led Hao Fangfang and the wretched mosquito butcher toward the tribe's ancestral temple in the depths of the Star Mosquito City in front of the city. Among the 10 foreign tribes of the Black Mosquito tribe, there was a demon ancestral temple on the main planet of each tribe, just like the Demon Imperial City. The high priest of each tribe was the master of the ancestral temple, and the holy son of the tribe was equivalent to the successor cultivated by the high priest. In the ancestral temple, he was equivalent to the young master. As the future high priest, the holy son of the tribe had an unshirkable share of the specific daily affairs of the entire tribe's ancestral temple. Of course, the high priest would not casually hand over the core affairs to the holy son. Generally speaking, the holy son was only responsible for the daily chores of the ancestral temple. Therefore, the holy son's living quarters were basically in the outer hall of the tribe's ancestral temple. To put it bluntly, his authority was equivalent to that of the general manager of the entire ancestral temple. When Yi Xian led Hao Fangfang and the wretched mosquito butcher down from the sky, there were already many ordinary priests waiting respectfully in the outer hall of the ancestral temple. These demon dwellers were priests, but in fact they were just doing the daily chores of the tribe's ancestral temple. The ancestral temple of the demon dwellers was originally just a formality. The so-called demon emperor himself was far from a godlike existence in the universe. How much meaning could this so-called demon dweller's ancestral temple have to offer sacrifices to a godlike existence? After entering the side hall of the Holy Sun, an elderly demon dweller priest who should be the most senior among the priests of the ancestral temple led Yi Xian's group around the huge side hall like a guide. Then he carefully explained that as the holy son of the tribe, Yi Xian should share the daily chores of the ancestral temple and handed over a few thick account books. Yi Xian was not interested in this at all, but the wretched mosquito butcher behind him immediately took it with a smile. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. He immediately raised his hand and pointed at the wretched mosquito butcher. He said in a low voice, "This is Mosquito Butcher. All my affairs, big and small, have always been handled by him. In the future, such mundane affairs will be handed over to him." With that, he ignored the elderly priest's shocked reaction and turned to enter the main hall of the Holy Sun's courtyard. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. It was now the 3rd evening of Yi Xian's return to the Black Mosquito main planet. The Black Mosquito tribe's new Holy Sun ceremony would be held at noon tomorrow. At that time, all the leaders of the Black Mosquito tribe's other 9 demon dweller planets would be present to observe the Holy Sun ceremony. In the past 2 days, the entire Black Mosquito main planet was bustling with noise and celebration. The Star Mosquito main city was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. After all, the new Holy Son of the tribe had successfully inherited a certain spiritual power skill when he entered the Saint Devil Forbidden Land for the first time. Even among the top 10 demon dweller tribes, he was one of the best. Most of the demon dwellers in the Black Mosquito tribe were very happy because of this. As a celebration, it was necessary to have a grand appearance. However, under the surface of the celebration, the entire Black Mosquito main city was in turmoil. Whether it was High Priest Huegu Lu or Great Commanders Wufeng Tai, they did not show up in the past 2 days, nor did they summon Yi Xian, who was about to become the tribe's holy son. Everything seemed to be calm and peaceful. Even Yi Xian felt that he was about to successfully ascend to the position of the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son. However, on the evening before the Holy Sun ceremony, a shocking roar suddenly came from the Great Commander's official residence in the Black Mosquito main city without warning. It was Great Commander's Wufeng Tai's voice. "You brat Zhang Wuji, I was almost fooled by you. You're clearly courting death." Roar. The furious roar shook the entire Black Mosquito main city. Following that, a murderous figure rushed out of the Great Commander's official residence and soared into the sky toward the ancestral temple. Chapter 2986. The real crisis. The past 2 days seemed peaceful, as if nothing had happened. But in reality, both Wufeng Tai and High Priest Huegu Lei were secretly making some moves. The latter was investigating Yi Xian's background. Following his identity as the chosen child of the Black Mountain Star, he had investigated all the way to the main city of Black Mountain. Wufeng Tai, on the other hand, did not make any unusual movements on the first day. Only the resentment in his heart could not be quelled. But as the day passed and the Black Mosquito tribe experts who were originally stationed on the ferocious Mosquito Bastion under Zhuo Liqing and Zhuo Honghuang still had not returned, Wufeng Tai finally felt that something was amiss and began to investigate. He had personally given the battleship to Zhuo Hongguo. This battleship was part of his personal collection, so no one knew better than Wufeng Tai about its performance. In his opinion, even if Zhuo Liqing and Zhuo Hongguo left the Demon Emperor planet later than Yi Xian and set off on their return journey, they definitely wouldn't be delayed for an entire day and still not arrive. Anxious and suspicious, Wufeng Tai immediately used his connections to contact the other 9 demon tribes, especially those that the Black Mosquito tribe had to pass through on their way back from the Demonic Emperor planet. So, from that night onwards, the other 9 demon tribes more or less sent out some demon tribe warriors to search for the whereabouts of the bountiful Teng. For the entire day, Wufeng Tai had been anxiously waiting for the news. Until just now, a small team of demon dwellers finally found part of the wreckage of the bountiful Teng battleship in the void. This was enough to confirm that Zhuo Liqing and Zhuo Hongguo had met with misfortune and had died. When the news came, Wufeng Tai immediately went berserk. He roared crazily and rushed out of the Black Mosquito City's commander's residence. He went straight to the side hall of the chosen child in the ancestral temple where Yi Xian was. As a 4th-level Origin Realm warrior, Wufeng Tai's mighty power was almost earth-shattering. Behind him, countless demon tribe warriors in the Black Mosquito City raised their heads and looked at him in horror. "Bastard Zhang Wuji, how dare you murder my son Liqing and my brother Hongguo? Today I will crush your bones and scatter your ashes." Rumble. At this moment, Wufeng Tai's entire body was covered by a boundless and surging airflow. However, in the sky there was a gigantic claw print that was like a mountain range. It carried a rumbling sound as it clenched its fist. This was clearly the rhythm of wanting to capture Yi Xian and slowly torture him when they returned. "Commander Zhuo, if you want to accuse me of something, you can always accuse me. If you think that I took away your son Zhuo Liqing's position as the Black Mosquito Holy Son, you can just say so. Don't you think it's beneath your dignity to accuse me like this?" At this moment, Yi Xian had already walked out of the courtyard of the Holy Sun's side hall. He stood on the peak outside the courtyard and slightly raised his head to look over. His expression was neither shocked nor panicked, and his tone was neither servile nor overbearing. However, the words that came out of his mouth were extremely clear, so clear that almost all of the countless devil cultivator experts in the Black Mosquito City heard it clearly. Behind him, the wretched Mosquito Butcher and Hao Fangfang stood on each side. No one knew what they were thinking. The former's eyes were shining with a crafty light, while the latter was frowning and looking at Yi Xian with a thoughtful expression. From time to time she would glance at Yi Xian. You still dare to be stubborn when you're about to die, ha. No matter, this commander has plenty of methods to make you confess. In the face of Yi Xian's rebuke, Zhuofengtai, who was floating in the sky, was so angry that he laughed. During this time, the huge palm print that was rumbling from the sky did not stop for a moment. In the blink of an eye, it had already pressed down more than half of the palm print. After a while it would arrive with a loud bang. But until this time the high priest Huegu Lei still did not appear. Yi Xian sneered in his heart. With a wave of his hand, he had already cast the Dongshu shuttle and suspended it in the air in front of him. Screech! In the next moment, along with a scream full of violent hostility, a huge black figure had already rushed out from the Dongshu shuttle. It was the 8-star royal ladle that was more than 100 feet in size and was not inferior to the huge palm print that was pressing down from the sky. As soon as it appeared, it was wrapped in endless power and rushed into the sky, colliding head-on with the huge palm that was pressing down from the sky. Boom! Screech! A thunderous explosion rang out in the next instant, and the huge palm print was knocked away by the 8-star royal ladle without any suspense, dispersing in the air. Then the 8-star royal ladle did not reduce its speed. It let out a second screech and rushed toward the Black Mosquito tribe's great commanders Zhuofengtai in the sky again without delay. This was clearly the rhythm of being stirred up and wanting to fight fiercely. Enough. Do you think the current situation is not chaotic enough? At this moment, in the Black Mosquito tribe's ancestral temple behind him, the high priest Huegu Lei finally arrived in the sky. As soon as he arrived, he shouted and then lowered his head to look at Yi Xian standing on the side of the peak below. Zhang Wuji, call back this origin void-swallowing beast. I promise that this matter will end here. Before the arrival of the high priest of the imperial city, no one will mention this matter again. After saying that, seeing Yi Xian frowning and waving his hand toward the sky, Huegu Lei turned his head to look at Zhuofengtai in the sky and said in a deep voice, I just learned about this matter after receiving the secret message from High Priest Wenxing. Now I can confirm that Zhuo Liqing and Zhuo Hongwu are indeed dead. However, the person who attacked them is definitely not Zhang Wuji, but the scout fortress of the Black Mosquito ship in the front line of the demon army. Before the Fengting ship was destroyed, it sent a distress signal to the demon imperial planet, clearly indicating this point. There is no doubt that the demon army in the front line of the third universe must be in big trouble. Let's not talk about the other scout fortresses for now, but the Black Mosquito ship must have fallen into the hands of the human tribe, and the other party must have successfully sneaked into the demon star area. You and I can't escape the responsibility of this matter. On the demon imperial planet, the demon imperial guard commander Chanas has led the army here. When the time comes, the army will be divided into two groups. One group will thoroughly investigate the entire Black Mosquito tribe and the surrounding star areas, while the other group will directly enter the universe wormhole and head to the front line of the third universe to investigate the incident of the demon army. The high priest of the imperial city, Wenxing, is also with this army. He will arrive at the Black Mosquito star in a few days. You and I, as the high priest and the great commander of the Black Mosquito tribe, had better think of a plan quickly. What? The Black Mosquito ship did it? How is this possible? When these words came out, even Zhuofengtai, the great commander of the Black Mosquito tribe in the sky, was completely shocked and exclaimed softly. Chapter 2987. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin in for a penny, in for a pound. When the high priest Huegu Lei personally spoke about the shocking change in the Black Mosquito Scout Fortress, he did not deliberately avoid anything. Therefore, when his voice was loud and clear, almost all the demon dwellers in the Black Mosquito City in the distance heard it. The entire Black Mosquito City was in an uproar, and the news would spread out as fast as possible. It wouldn't be long before all the 10 demon dwellers planets in the Black Mosquito tribe knew about it. A storm that would sweep across the entire Black Mosquito tribe and even the entire demon dwellers tribe was coming. Although the terrible news brought by the high priest Huegu Lei was shocking, the effect it had in some ways made people speechless. It was precisely because of this shocking and unexpected arrival that Grand Commander Zhuofengtai's suspicions towards Yi Xian disappeared in an instant. He coldly glanced at him before leaving with the high priest. It was obvious that they were secretly discussing how to deal with this matter. At the very least, from the looks of it, the two of them hadn't cast suspicious gazes on Yi Xian for the time being. After confirming this, Yi Xian's heart calmed down slightly. After putting away the 8-star King Ladle and the Dongshu shuttle, he turned around and walked back to the Holy Sun side hall behind him. He sat alone in a secluded room, and as his mind raced, he began to quickly think of a way to deal with it. Judging from Huiguliai's words and reaction just now, Although the Fengting ship had sent a distress signal to the Demon Emperor planet and even mentioned the Black Mosquito Scout Fortress, there shouldn't be any mention of Yi Xian's appearance in the distress signal. It was probably because it was too hasty. This was really lucky. Otherwise, the crisis that Yi Xian was facing at this moment would be much more severe. However, even though Yi Xian hadn't been exposed yet, since the Black Mosquito's whereabouts had been leaked, and the demon army from the Demon Emperor planet had set off, it wouldn't be long before they entered the graveyard domain through the natural wormhole that connected to the third realm of the universe. When that time came, everything would be exposed. Once the information was sent back, the entire demon domain would start a thorough investigation. Sooner or later, the investigation would eventually lead back to Yi Xian. After all, his appearance was too abrupt. Everything before this could not be investigated, so it was hard not to arouse suspicion. Faced with such a situation, he had only two choices. One was to leave the Black Mosquito Star immediately before the army of the Devil Imperial Star arrived. He would rush to the wormhole and leave the Devil Star area as soon as possible. He would return to the third universe controlled by the human tribe. However, if that was the case, his original plan to search for the devouring origin in the Devil Domain and even the vast first universe outside the Devil Domain would be completely ruined. Moreover, in the short term, there was no possibility of this plan being carried out. After all, such a big thing had happened to the Demon Scout Corps. Not to mention the wormhole, near the exit of the wormhole in the first universe, the demon tribe would definitely send a large number of troops to guard it. It would be very difficult to sneak in again. As for the second choice, it was to make up his mind and continue to stay on the Black Mosquito Star. This move seemed risky, but after careful consideration, Yi Xian finally made the decision to bide his time and stay on the Black Mosquito Star. It was not easy to come to the first universe, and now he had obtained the identity of the holy son of a large demon tribe. This would be very convenient and helpful for his upcoming search for the devouring origin. In any case, Yi Xian was not willing to give up so easily. As for the current crisis, on the one hand he had two trump cards, the Headless Infant Corpse and the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn. Even if his identity was really exposed, he could just go all out. As long as Yi Xian used all his means, there were not many existences in the Devil Domain who could keep him here. In addition, even if the incident of the Demon Scout Corps at the frontier of the third universe was exposed, they might not necessarily find out about Yi Xian in the end. Of course, the premise was that he had to make some preparations before that. For example, he had to plant a few real high-level spies in the demon tribe. At that time, if there was any movement, he was at least confident that he would know at the first moment. If there was really an unforeseen event, he would have a buffer time to react. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately shook his head and smiled bitterly. After a period of time, the slave seal that he had put aside for a long time was finally put to use again. This time, the demon experts who would be planted with the slave seal would no longer be low-level demon experts. At the very least, they had to be existences at the level of Zhuofengtai and Huigulei. Otherwise they would be worthless. The first two targets, let's start with them. With a flash of light in his eyes, Yi Xian made a decision in an instant. After all, I am still in the Black Mosquito tribe. As the immediate superior, Huigulei and Zhuofengtai are most likely to have doubts about me. Since this is the case, I might as well go all out and plant the slave seal on these two guys. Otherwise, I really can't sleep in peace. This thought made Yi Xian's heart beat wildly. Whether it was the great commander Zhuofengtai or the high priest Huigulei, they were all supreme existences of the 9th level of the origin realm. Yi Xian had only subdued one demon expert of this level by planting a slave seal before. That was the prince of the mosquito beast race, Shueben. Moreover, when he planted the slave seal on Shueben, he had the assistance of the Mad Mosquito Emperor, who was at least at the Heavenly Passage realm, to control the mosquito beast prince, Shueben, in advance. Otherwise, with Yi Xian's cultivation at that time, there was no possibility of success. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to plant a slave seal on the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest Huigulei. After all, not only was the high priest proficient in the use of mind power, but he also had a level 5 source core. This kind of existence with a high-level source core had an astonishing resistance to slave seals. However, Yi Xian had now completed the 5th transformation of the source core in his brain. His source core had long entered the 6th level, which surpassed Huigulei's. It was on the same level as the high priest of the imperial city, Wen Xing, and second only to the devil king Mo Wen Tian. Under such circumstances, Yi Xian's chances of success in subduing Huigulei by planting a slave seal on him had greatly increased. This was why he had suddenly come up with such a bold idea. After making his decision, Yi Xian immediately started making preparations. To put it bluntly, he just had to condense a slave seal. Huigu Lei and Zhuofengtai were supreme existences of the 9th level of the origin realm, which meant that the slave seal he planted on them had to be at least at the 11th level, which meant that he had to repeatedly condense the slave seal 10 times. However, to be safe, Yi Xian decided to condense 2 12th level slave seals to deal with these two fellows. This way he could guarantee that nothing would go wrong. If he started condensing the slave seals from the beginning, even with Yi Xian's current power at the 6th level of the meteor realm, he would need a long time to condense 2 12th level slave seals. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to make it in a few days. Chapter 2988. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin revealing the fangs. Since the 2 level 12 slave seals were obtained after 2 repetitive refinements from the level 10 slave seals, Yi Xian only spent half a day or so to complete all of this. The necessary software resources to deal with Grayskull and Zhuofengtai could be considered to be ready. However, just preparing the software was clearly far from enough. These two fellows were both supreme beings of the 9th realm, the origin realm. It was clearly not easy to successfully shoot 2 successfully condensed level 12 slave seals into their bodies. Yi Xian analyzed the abilities he had. Whether it was the spiritual suppression or the giant dragon roar, which he had obtained after his starry sky dragon bloodline reached the entry level, although they were all skills that could shock the mind of the enemy unexpectedly, due to the huge gap in strength between Yi Xian and his opponents, these two abilities were obviously not effective. As for the Fallen Sky Bow, Spiritual Lightning Technique, Annihilation Spear, Destructive Vortex and other spiritual secret techniques, they were all offensive in nature and were not suitable to deal with this situation. It seemed that the only way to successfully shock Huigu Lei and Zhuofengtai in a short period of time, and then take advantage of this opportunity to shoot the 2 level 12 slave seals into their bodies, was to ask for help from the headless infant corpse. Even if it was not interested in doing it personally, the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn would be enough to do it on its behalf. The Weeping Soul Bloodhorn was a supreme existence that could even crush a 9-star Ladybird Empress of the Grotto Heaven realm. Dealing with Huigu Lei and Zhuofengtai, 2 demon experts of the origin realm, was a piece of cake. However, it was hard to say whether this would work or not. Although the headless infant corpse had always been in Yi Xian's body and had turned into a strange tattoo in the shape of a corpse lamp on the left side of Yi Xian's chest, the headless infant corpse had never responded directly no matter how Yi Xian actively tried to contact it. Therefore, Yi Xian was not very confident about asking for the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn's help this time. He could only give it a try. If it did not work, he would think of another plan. What surprised him was that this time, the headless infant corpse, which had always ignored his calls, actually transmitted a mysterious aura over at the first possible moment. It directly entered Yi Xian's sea of consciousness, exactly the same as last time. Through this mysterious imprint, Yi Xian could control the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn for his own use at any time. When he needed it, he only needed to activate the imprint in his sea of consciousness. At that time, the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn that had long since been refined by the headless infant corpse would naturally sense it and move according to Yi Xian's will. It could be said to be extremely convenient. The only pity was that this kind of imprint was a one-time consumable. Yi Xian knew that once it was activated, this imprint would turn into a mysterious and unknown force and quickly enter the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn's body, never to be seen again. Such a powerful Weeping Soul Bloodhorn could only be temporarily controlled every time. He could not use its terrifying supreme power to his heart's content. This made Yi Xian feel quite helpless, and he could not help but feel a strong sense of regret in his heart. While he was sighing, a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed in his mind. As his eyes lit up, a kind of sudden enlightenment was like a cold soft light in the moonlight, covering the sea of consciousness in an instant, making his mind suddenly shocked. At this moment Yi Xian's state of mind was unexpectedly enlightened. He was inexplicably open-minded and bright, and his entire heart was filled with an endless sense of heroism. No matter how powerful the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn was, it was still an external object in the end. Perhaps it was because he had recently encountered too many difficult situations that he was unable to resolve with his current cultivation. Yi Xian pondered for a moment and suddenly realized that he had unknowingly developed a faint sense of reliance on the headless infant corpse and the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn. Every time a major dilemma appeared, he would subconsciously think of them. This was clearly the rhythm of treating the headless infant corpse and the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn as some kind of trump card in reliance under the influence of imperceptible influence. Although this was originally a fact, if he really had this kind of dependence, then it would obviously be harmful to Yi Xian's future growth. He would completely lose the heart of an expert. But at this moment, as this light flashed in his mind, Yi Xian finally realized this point as if he had an epiphany. At this moment he thought all this through, and even his state of mind had a little elevation. A feeling of loosening the bottleneck of the realm came straight to his heart. The cultivation realm of a cultivator could not only be improved by diligent cultivation day after day. Occasionally, a thorough understanding of the state of mind would also loosen the bottleneck of the realm. If one could seize this opportunity, breaking through in one fell swoop was not a problem. At this moment Yi Xian clearly encountered such an opportunity. Overjoyed in his heart, he immediately sat down cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and entered a mysterious state of cultivation. This time Yi Xian did not absorb a drop of the star core source energy. He was completely sorting out his state of mind and figuring out the mysterious feeling like he had just had an epiphany. Unknowingly half an hour had passed. At this time Yi Xian had completely forgotten everything. His state of mind was clear as if he was in a bright place, untainted by dust. This kind of breakthrough of the state of mind that led to the elevation of one's cultivation realm and the realization of the advancement of one's cultivation power was extremely mysterious. It was the first time that Yi Xian had encountered this kind of breakthrough. Everything was just a kind of trial and error for him now. However, he finally grasped this opportunity. At this moment, when the familiar prompt of the devouring system suddenly sounded in his mind, Yi Xian, who had entered a state of forgetfulness, trembled slightly, and his consciousness completely returned to normal. Ding. Congratulations to the host, your realm has increased. Current realm. Level 7 of the meteor realm. Level 7, this meant that he had finally entered the late stage of the meteor realm. With another 2 small breakthroughs he would enter the third realm of the starry realm, the satellite realm. When these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian had already opened his eyes slightly, and there was a strange light in his eyes. He was in an extremely good mood. Coincidentally, my state of mind has improved and my realm has broken through. It is a double blessing. At this time, it is the best time to completely take down Huigulei and Zhuofengtai and get rid of all worries. With a slight shake of his body, Yi Xian stood up from the ground and muttered to himself. A firm light burst out from his eyes, and there was a cold light in them. As he stepped forward, he pushed open the door and walked out. I have endured in this black mosquito star for a long time. Now it is finally time to show my fangs. Chapter 2989. Translator, Transin Editor. Transin come to resolve doubts. Although night had fallen, the high priest of the black mosquito tribe, Huigulu, was still in the side hall of the ancestral temple, discussing some important matters with Zhuofengtai and Zhuofengtai. Although the two of them were friendly on the surface, they had been secretly scheming against each other. One of them was the high priest, but in fact he controlled more than half of the black mosquito tribe. The other was unwilling to see his authority diluted, so he had been looking for an opportunity to reverse the situation and completely take control of the black mosquito tribe. Even so, the black mosquito tribe was facing a sudden change, and they did not know if the fall of the black mosquito ship would affect the entire tribe. As the high priest and great commander, Zhuofengtai and Huigulei did not have any reservations in dealing with this matter. It could be said that they worked hand in hand without any hindrance. If that wasn't the case, they wouldn't have talked until nightfall and still hadn't dispersed. The inner hall of the ancestral temple was an important place in the tribe. Even the ordinary priests in the ancestral temple were not allowed to enter at will. However, as the new holy son of the black mosquito tribe, Yi Xian had no problem entering and exiting this place. After entering the courtyard of the ancestral temple, the guards of the ancestral temple did not stop him and let him go straight in. Along the way Yi Xian kept thinking. At least, he had to find a valid reason to visit the high priest in the middle of the night. However, he soon felt relieved. After laughing silently, he threw this thought to the back of his mind and did not think about it anymore. Anyway, sooner or later they would fall out with each other. Why should he waste the effort? With the terrifying power of the Weeping Soul Blood Horn, Huigulu and Zhuofengtai were only 2 Origin Realm experts. When the time came, Yi Xian only needed to use the Weeping Soul Blood Horn. Under the suppression of the Qi, the two of them would not even have the chance to turn around and escape. They would be completely bound and unable to move in an instant. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian immediately relaxed. Although he was unwilling to rely too much on the power of the Weeping Soul Blood Dragon and the Headless Infant Corpse, he had only been in space for a short period of time. Moreover, he had no choice but to face 2 terrifying existences at the 9th level of the Origin Realm. Facing such an opponent with such a huge disparity in strength, it was understandable and acceptable to rely on external forces. While he was thinking, the door to the inner hall of the ancestral temple was already in sight. Inside the hall was a small hall with some doors on both sides. At this time, the window of the door on the left was clearly lit, but there was no one outside the hall. Zhuofengtai and Hui Gulei were secretly discussing important matters, so the priests of the ancestral temple who were originally serving here must have been driven away. This would make things easier for Yi Xian. After calming himself down, Yi Xian took a deep breath and stepped into the inner hall of the ancestral temple. He then turned around and walked straight to the lit door. As soon as he stepped into the room, he looked up and saw Zhuofengtai and Hui Gulei chatting softly while sipping spirit tea. The two of them sat facing each other across the table, and the atmosphere seemed to be quite harmonious. However, when they looked up and saw Yi Xian suddenly appear, they were surprised and slightly stunned. "What are you doing here? Don't forget that before the ceremony, you were not the holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe. How can you come and go as you please in the ancestral temple?" After coming back to his senses, Zhuofengtai's face immediately darkened. He snorted coldly and glanced sideways at Yi Xian, who had stepped into the room. His tone was extremely unfriendly. On the other side, High Priest Hui Gulei slightly frowned and was about to ask Yi Xian why he had come. However, the latter spoke first with a faint smile on his face, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. "The reason why I am here is to answer your question. As you said, Zhuo Liqing and Zhuohangwu, as well as all the demon scouts on the Fengting ship, were all killed by me. To be exact, more than half of them were killed when the Black Mosquito tribe and the Black Wind tribe's superstar-destroying cannons destroyed the Fengting ship. The other half were killed by my pet army, including your son and your brother." Silence. A deathly silence. As Yi Xian's words left his mouth, Zhuofengtai and Grey Bone both subconsciously opened their mouths wide. They looked at him in astonishment, and even their eyes flickered with a suspicious light. That kind of look clearly gave people the feeling that they were looking at a lunatic. Obviously, the two of them did not believe what he said. They did not hesitate at all and directly regarded him as crazy talk. After a full 2 breaths of time, Zhuofengtai finally came back to his senses. He realized that he'd been teased and provoked by Yi Xian in front of him. In his embarrassment, he instantly flew into a rage and roared, "Stinking brat, you're courting death." Before his voice died away, Zhuofengtai had already raised his right hand and slapped with all his strength. "You are the one courting death." Yi Xian's face suddenly became serious and he retorted in a deep voice. At the same time, he did not hesitate to activate the mysterious mark in his mind. In less than half an instant, a slight but intense low buzzing sound had already enveloped the entire large house. A blood-colored waterfall whizzed out from Yi Xian's body and grew with the wind. In the blink of an eye, it was about 30 feet long, hovering above the house, pouring out a majestic and mighty aura. In an instant, it dissolved Zhuofengtai's palm power into nothingness. Weeping Soul Bloodhorn? This is impossible. What is going on? The aura of this big curved horn is at least beyond the Grotto Heaven realm. How can there be such an existence? Almost at the same time, Zhuofengtai and Hui Gulei's expressions had changed dramatically, and they exclaimed in horror together. Although the latter had roughly sensed the level of the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn, he obviously did not know its origin, but the high priest of the Black Mosquito tribe, Hui Gulei, was different. As soon as the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn appeared, his mind flashed one after another, and he instantly understood everything. After the first exclamation came out, he turned his head in horror and looked at the calm Yi Xian with a ferocious expression. "So the person who ruined my plans on Black Mountain Star was actually you? It seems that what you said before about the 2 scout fortresses of the Black Mosquito ship and the Black Wind ship should also be true. Damn guy, as a demon cultivator, you actually betrayed your tribe to the human race." "Sorry, I was originally a human, but I swallowed a lot of demon cultivators' brain nuclei, so I grew one in my head." Shrugging his shoulders, Yi Xian shook his head and threw out another heavy bomb. Seeing the two people opposite him shocked again, he couldn't help but smile bitterly and sigh faintly. "Don't look at me like that, you are just too confident. Who said that human cultivators can't have demon nuclei? Traditional ideas kill people." Chapter 2990. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. Cunning old fox. When the 2 level 12 slave seals entered Zhuofengtai's and Hui Gulei's foreheads at the same time and disappeared in a flash, the two fellows' eyes became blurry. The shock and fury on their faces started to dissipate slowly. It was obvious that the slave seals had entered their brains quickly and successfully entered their mind source cores to begin the process of enslaving and refining them. Although Zhuofengtai and Huegu were both supreme existences of the 9th Great Realm, the Origin Realm, they didn't seem to be so weak. However, in reality, if it wasn't for the suppression of the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn, which surpassed the Heavenly Passage Realm, Yi Xian wouldn't have been able to succeed. The 2 slave seals that had shot out hadn't even touched Zhuofengtai and Huegu Lei's skin. Therefore, this seemingly easy situation and results were entirely due to the use of the Weeping Soul Blood Horn, which was a terrifying being whose strength surpassed the Heavenly Passage realm. This wasn't surprising at all. Besides, the reason why these two fellows had reacted so quickly was also because Yi Xian's cultivation base was a little weaker, as he was only at the second level of the meteor realm. However, the grade of his mind source core wasn't low. It had already reached the 6th level. In the entire demon race, his mind source core was second only to the demon king Mo Wen Tian and was on par with the high priest Wen Xing and a few others. Between Zhuofeng Tai and Huegu Lei, even though Huegu Lei was the high priest, his mind source core was only at the 5th level. Under the circumstances, they naturally wouldn't be able to resist the level 12 slave seals that Yi Xian had condensed using his level 6 mind source core multiple times. As long as the slave seals successfully entered their bodies, there would be no suspense in the final outcome. However, these two fellows were origin-grade entities after all, so the source cores in their heads contained boundless spirit origin source power. Even with the power of a grade 12 slave mark, it would take an extraordinary amount of time to refine all of them and brand them with the enslavement mark. Yi Xian was not in a hurry. He slowly walked to the table at the side and pulled out a chair to sit down. Then he took out a small clean cup and poured himself a cup. Then he began to taste the spirit tea brewed by either Zhuofeng Tai or Huigu Lei. During this process, he never withdrew the Weeping Soul Blood Horn that was hovering in the air. After all, their targets this time were all supreme existences at the origin realm. Their abilities were far superior to the demon experts that Yi Xian had enslaved in the past. If they were plotting something and took the Weeping Soul Blood Horn, it would be no different from courting death. After about half an hour, the two grade 12 slave marks finally completed the process of enslaving and refining the source cores in Zhuofeng Tai and Huigu Lei's heads. The blurred look in their eyes slowly faded and they regained their clarity. Then they respectfully walked to Yi Xian and stood on either side of him with their hands by their sides. They looked like they were waiting for orders and did not say a single word of nonsense. This was the normal behavior after being enslaved by a slave mark. Yi Xian did not know what was wrong with the wretched mosquito butcher. The first time he was pretending, but the second time he was clearly enslaved. In the end, he did not behave properly for more than a few days. Not long after, he began to behave strangely again. When he returned, he really had to find some time to properly investigate what was wrong with this guy. Of course, the reason Yi Xian had brought him out of the Dongshu shuttle this time was actually to test him. If he made any strange movements, Yi Xian would be able to detect it in an instant through the connection between him and the slave mark in his head. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not know whether that guy really had a problem, or whether he would easily give himself away on his own initiative. After being slightly distracted, Yi Xian quickly threw the matter of the wretched mosquito butcher to the back of his mind. He swept his gaze over and examined Zhuofeng Tai and Huigu Lei, who were standing on either side of him. After confirming that there was no problem, he felt relieved. He waved his hand and said, "In the future, when there are other people around, you can still call me Zhang Wuji. The word, master, cannot be heard by anyone else. In addition, when you are in public, your words and actions must be the same as usual. The entire Black Mosquito tribe's affairs will still be handled by the two of you. Just do as usual." Facing this order, Zhuofeng Tai and Huegu Lei immediately responded respectfully. Yi Xian was quite at ease with this point. He never thought that the two of them would appear abnormal in front of others, so much so that they would reveal themselves. After all, Yi Xian had personally planted more than 10,000 slave seals, and his experience was already very rich. Yi Xian waved his hand and shot a psychic power at the Weeping Soul Bloody Horn. After summoning it back into his body, he immediately fell into deep thought. Now these two guys were his demon slaves. If there was anything he did not understand, Yi Xian could ask them casually, and the answers he got would be absolutely true. There was no possibility of being fooled. In this case, Yi Xian was naturally a little impatient. At this moment he was thinking about the doubts in his mind. He thought that if he could ask them one by one in detail and finally get all the answers, it would be a very pleasant thing. Unfortunately, after thinking about it for a while, he found that there were not many questions he needed these two guys to answer in a short time. For example, when he was on the way to the Demon Emperor Star, Zhuo Liqing and Zhuo Hongwu attacked him. Whether it was related to Zhuofeng Tai or not was simply superfluous. There was no need to ask them in detail. In the end, Yi Xian glanced at Huigu Lei. He had 3 questions about this old guy. First, it was about the countless Weeping Soul beasts in the Weeping Soul Cave under the Black Mountain Star, and the Weeping Soul Bloody Horn that had been refined by the headless baby corpse. Second, it was about the 2 spiritual marks that Huigu Lei gave to Yi Xian before, asking him to take the spirit rabbit transformed by the demon soul pupil out of the Saint Devil forbidden area. The last one was how close the relationship between High Priest Wenxing and Hui Gulei was. Before this, did Wenxing privately reveal to Hui Gulei any words or ideas related to Yi Xian? These three questions Yi Xian asked Hui Gulei one by one, and the latter immediately gave a detailed answer. As for the second question, the matter of the spirit rabbit formed by the demonic soul pupil, there was nothing strange about it. It was just as Hui Gulei had said before, the last time he entered the Saint Demon forbidden area, he had exhausted all his effort but was unable to successfully trap it. Furthermore, during the month of pursuit, he had discovered that this spirit rabbit was very interested in high-level mental energy and was extremely close to it. That was why he asked Yi Xian to take it out of the forbidden area. However, the answers to the first and third questions surprised Yi Xian, and his face immediately became gloomy. For words appeared in his mind as if it was a conditioned reflex. Chapter 2991. Big Spender. After asking, Yi Xian found out that whether it was the Weeping Soul Blood Horn, the Weeping Soul Beasts, or the Weeping Soul Beasts, Huegulu actually didn't know their specific uses and origins. Even those special spatial towers were given to him by High Priest Wenxing. In other words, the one who really needed those Weeping Soul Beasts and knew about the existence of the Weeping Soul Blood Horn was actually Wenxing. Huegulu was just following orders. This led to the answer to the third question. For Wenxing to be able to hand over such an important and secretive matter to Huegulu, the relationship between the two was clearly not ordinary. As a matter of fact, it was Wenxing, the high priest of the Black Mosquito tribe, who had given him advice to become the holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe. It was not an exaggeration to say that the two of them were master and disciple. Because of this, the inside information and secrets that the Grey Bone Rains knew about Yi Xian were naturally far from what Grand Commanders Wufeng Tai could compare to. As the High Priest, he could use the space network of the Black Mosquito Star at any time to connect to the upper-level star network of the Devil Emperor Star and get in touch with Wenxing. Even though this kind of star network cross-level communication consumed quite a bit of energy, Huegulu clearly didn't care about this. Just today alone he had already contacted Wenxing twice. Overall, one thing was absolutely certain, and that was that Wenxing had no intention of letting Yi Xian go. Over the past few days he had been reminding them to keep an eye on Yi Xian. Once he returned, they could not let him leave Black Mosquito Star. The old man had even revealed to Grey Bone Rain that not only did Yi Xian have a large number of multi-pupil sense crystals on him, there was also a high chance that he was hiding some even more valuable secrets. This time he was following the fleet of the Royal Demonkin Fleet, which was led by Chanas, the commander of the Demonkin Royal Guards. They had already departed from the Demonkin Royal Star and would arrive at the Black Mosquito Star in a few days. Their fundamental purpose was to capture Yi Xian and plunder the many-pupil crystal that he had intercepted. They even resorted to extreme means to extort a confession from Yi Xian and dig out the secrets that he knew. Such a truth was something that even Yi Xian himself didn't expect. Although Yi Xian realized that Wenxing was definitely not as simple as he seemed on the surface and was not easy to fool, he had even vaguely guessed that the other party might have already targeted him, but he had never expected that the old fox would be so ruthless and decisive. He had just returned to Black Mosquito Star and the old fox had immediately followed him. Furthermore, their intentions were clear as day. They planned to clean up Yi Xian once and for all. If he hadn't heard all of this from Huegulu, Yi Xian might really have been tricked by the cunning Wenxing in a moment of carelessness when the Imperial fleet arrived. In terms of cunning and ruthlessness, Wenxing, that old fox, is really one of the best. Even I was almost fooled by him. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself in a low voice. Although there was a smile at the corners of his mouth, it clearly revealed an increasingly cold and gloomy feeling. However, from now on, the entire Black Mosquito Star, and even the entire Black Mosquito tribe, is already my territory. So what if he arrives with the Imperial fleet? At that time, it's hard to say who will be tricking who. Speaking of this, Yi Xian seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He turned his head and glanced at Wufeng Tai and Huegulu again. He ordered, immediately inform the other 9 Demonkin planets in the tribe. The Holy Sun ceremony will be brought forward one day. Everyone must arrive at the Black Mosquito Star. The ceremony will begin at sunrise the day after tomorrow. In addition, all the team leaders of the 9 Demonkin planets and their main deputies, including the higher-ups of the Black Hole Realm and above, must be present. Not a single one of them can be missing. Also, get me a list of all the Demonkin experts of the Black Hole Realm and above in the 10 Demonkin planets, including the Black Mosquito Star. Of course, there is no need for the two of you. The purpose of Yi Xian's name on the list was obvious. He planned to plant a slave seal on all the demonkin experts of the Black Hole Realm and above in the Black Mosquito tribe and make them his slaves. This was a big deal. Yi Xian had never thought of this before. However, on one hand, Wen Xing had forced him to do this. On the other hand, with Zhuo Fengtai and Huegu Lu being subdued, he was very confident that he could achieve this easily. As long as he could subdue all of the demon cultivator experts at the Black Hole Realm and above within the 10 demon cultivator stars, without exception, then the entire Black Mosquito tribe would fall into Yi Xian's hands. At that time, no matter what he wanted to change or do, through the hands of the Black Hole Realm experts of the 10 demonkin planets, he would be able to implement it immediately. It could be said that at that time, the entire Black Mosquito tribe would be gathered together like never before. They would be as solid as an iron bucket, and in this territory Yi Xian would be able to do as he pleased without any hindrance. In this way, even if Wen Xing brought an entire fleet of the demon royal family to descend, and even shed all pretense of cordiality to deal with him, it would still be impossible for him to casually restrain Yi Xian. While Yi Xian was muttering to himself, Huegu and Zhuo Fengtai, who were busy drafting the list, passed it over in less than half an incense stick's worth of time. Yi Xian casually received it, lowered his head and carefully reviewed it. Although the Black Mosquito Star Zone occupied by the Black Mosquito tribe was vast and had countless planets, many of which were inhabited by life, 99% of them were Devil Beast planets. As for the Devil Tribe planets, including the Black Mosquito Star, there were a total of 10 planets. Among these 10 Demon Dweller planets, there were only 3 or 4 Demon Dweller experts above the Black Hole Realm and the other 9 Demon Dweller planets under the jurisdiction of the tribes. They were the team leaders, the vice city lords, 1 or 2 scout commanders or other important people. At a glance, there were a total of 32 Black Hole Realm Demonkin experts in the 9 Demonkin planets. As for the Black Mosquito Star, aside from the Origin Realm High Priest Huegu Lu and Grand Commander Zhuo Fengtai, the number of Black Hole Realm Demon Dwellers on the Black Mosquito Star was double that of the other 9 stars. In total, there were 40 Demonkin experts of the Black Hole Realm and above in the entire 10 planets of the Black Mosquito tribe. Of course, this was only referring to the Black Hole Realm experts who held a certain amount of authority in the 10 great devil realms. In fact, in such a large devil tribe, it was impossible for there to be only 40 existences above the Black Hole Realm. It was even possible to multiply it a few more times. However, those Black Hole Realm experts were all commoners. It was even possible that they had already gone into seclusion, so it didn't affect Yi Xian's control over the entire Black Mosquito tribe. Even if there was, Yi Xian didn't seem to be able to use this kind of official channel to forcefully gather them. Therefore, there was no need to care about the Black Hole Realm experts. Chapter 2992. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Double Blessings 40 Level 9 Slave Seals, huh? There's only 1 day left, so it's a little too tight. Luckily, I have some in stock, so there are only about 20 seals that I need to condense at the last minute. With my current speed, I should be able to do it. After muttering to himself for a while, Yi Xian went through all the key points of the entire matter. After confirming that there were no omissions, he remembered that he needed the slave seal to subdue the 40 Black Hole Realm Demon Cultivator experts and muttered to himself. After saying that, he raised his head and looked at Huegu Lu and Zhuo Fengtai, who were quietly waiting at the side. He waved his hand and said, "Summon the 7 fellows from the Black Mosquito Star. Let's deal with them first." Among the 7, there were 2 Black Hole Realm demons at the Great Perfection Stage 9 Black Hole Realm. One of them was the city lord of the Black Mosquito City, named Qi Ben. The other was the scout commander of the Black Mosquito City, named Hong Zhan. As for the other 5, they were either the vice city lords or the heads of important departments in the Black Mosquito City. Their cultivations ranged from Black Hole Realm Level 3 to Black Hole Realm Level 7. In Yi Xian's stock of slave seals, there were a few from Level 1 to Level 11. The higher the level of the slave seal, the lesser the number of slave seals. The Black Hole Realm was the 8th realm, so it required at least a Level 8 slave seal to successfully refine the source core in the brain of a being of this level. For safety's sake, Yi Xian had always planted a slave seal after raising the level of the slave seal. He had exactly 12 Level 9 slave seals in his stock. In addition to the 8 Level 10 slave seals that were used to deal with the Great Perfection Stage 9 Black Hole Realm demons, there were a total of 20 slave seals that were suitable for him to use in this plan. After dealing with the 7 Black Hole Realm demons, Yi Xian had to hurry up and condense the remaining 20 slave seals before tomorrow night. In the time it took to eat a meal, the 7 Black Hole Realm demons on the Black Mosquito Star had all arrived. Yi Xian subdued every single one that came. There was no suspense in the process. With Huegu Lei and Zhuafengtai suppressing them with their black hole realm cultivation, they couldn't do anything. Half an hour later, when Yi Xian stood up to leave, a group of 9 people swarmed to send him off. High Priest Huigu Lei and Great Commanders Wufengtai were at the front, followed by Black Mosquito City's City Lord Qi Ben and Black Mosquito City's Demon Race Scout Commander Hong Zhan and the others. These 9 people could basically represent the power and influence of the Black Mosquito Star, or even the entire Black Mosquito tribe. However, at this moment, not only were they all sent to Yi Xian, but their expressions were also clearly respectful and cautious. This scene was so strange that some of the patrolling guards of the ancestral temple were dumbfounded. They looked at each other, speechless. From this moment on, most of them had started to suspect Yi Xian's true identity, such as the illegitimate son of the Demon King. Otherwise, why would the High Priest and Great Commander be so subservient to him? Yi Xian wasn't interested in any of this. These were all insignificant characters. Even if they knew the truth, it wouldn't affect Yi Xian at all. After returning to the Saint's Side Hall, Yi Xian immediately went to his room and told the wretched mosquito slayer not to disturb him unless it was necessary. Then he closed the door and sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and entered a cultivation state. He started to condense the 29th grade slave seals in a hurry. The so-called slave seals were actually a kind of perfect and stable spiritual imprint that was condensed using a special method using mind power. Therefore, condensing a slave seal would consume the source power of Yi Xian's mind power from the source core in his brain. The higher the level of the slave seal condensed, the greater the consumption. This time, Yi Xian wanted to condense 29th grade slave seals in one go. The huge consumption was obvious. If it were any other time, it wouldn't be a big deal. It wasn't like he hadn't condensed a large amount of slaves before. However, now that the crisis was approaching, Yi Xian had to be in his best condition at all times. Therefore, after sitting cross-legged, he immediately took out a small spatial pagoda from the undying world in his body. With a thought, he summoned 10,000 weeping soul beasts from the pagoda. He immediately ordered the devouring system to absorb the source power of the 10,000 weeping soul beasts at the same time. This process quickly unfolded, and the system's absorption of the spirit source energy continuously surged into the spirit source core in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. Yi Xian, on the other hand, didn't pay attention to all of this. All of his energy was poured into the refinement of the 9th level slave seal, and even the passage of time had been forgotten by him at this moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Realm leveled up. Current realm, level 8 meteor realm. After an unknown amount of time, when Yi Xian finally condensed the last level 9 slave seal, his heart relaxed and he subconsciously returned. He exited his cultivation state and suddenly opened his eyes. A familiar system notification suddenly sounded out in his mind. Realm leveled up? Level 8 meteor realm? When these words flashed in his mind, Yi Xian was stunned on the spot. He had just unexpectedly advanced to level 7 meteor realm a day ago because of a breakthrough in his mental state, okay? How long had it been? He had actually broken through again? Did it have to be so fast? Moreover, it didn't seem like he had been cultivating before this. He had only condensed the slave seals. How could it cause his cultivation to level up because of a breakthrough? Filled with bewilderment and confusion, Yi Xian's consciousness quickly immersed itself in his mind and started to investigate. Sure enough, the source core, the fallen sky bow, the golden dragon scales and the void essence crystal were floating in the air. These represented Yi Xian's realm and cultivation base in the void dimension fragment, which was a primordial technique. Compared to before, it was even more majestic. Yi Xian's current cultivation base had indeed advanced to level 8 meteor realm. As for the reason for this unexpected breakthrough, he quickly found it. The source core floating in the air above Yi Xian's mind had been black at first. However, as it transformed and evolved again and again, a hint of purple had slowly appeared amidst Yi Xian's black source core, which was getting denser and denser. Not long ago, it had already been mostly purple with a hint of black in between. But now, the last traces of black in the origin core had clearly disappeared. It was likely that the spirit source energy provided by the 10,000 weeping soul beasts just now had allowed it to reach a certain critical point. In addition, Yi Xian was using all his strength to condense the slave seal, so the flow of the spirit source within the origin core had accelerated. Thus, unknowingly, his origin core had completed some kind of unknown change. It was precisely this transformation that had caused Yi Xian's unexpected breakthrough in his cultivation base like a chain reaction. What made Yi Xian's heart pound even more was that, as the source core had turned from a thick purple with a few traces of black to a full purple, He had a strong intuition that the Source Core's 6th transformation wouldn't be too far away. Chapter 2993. Holy Sun Ceremony. Pleasantly surprised, Yi Xian's consciousness quickly withdrew from his sea of consciousness. With a wave of his hand, he collected all the black weeping soul horns on the ground into a small space box. As usual, he threw it into a corner of the undying world in his body. Until now, Yi Xian still didn't know what these weeping soul horns were used for. He didn't even know how the large number of weeping soul beasts in the underground weeping soul cave came to be. However, these horns were related to the weeping soul blood horns after all. Perhaps they could be of great use in the future. Therefore, every time Yi Xian took out the weeping soul beasts to absorb the spiritual origin energy, he would put away all the weeping soul horns that grew out of them. After doing all this, he suddenly remembered the problem of time. He pushed open the door and walked out of the room. Only then did he realize that it was still night outside. Obviously, it wasn't night anymore. It was clearly the second night. As expected, 29th level slave seals took an entire day and night of Yi Xian's time. Fortunately, he was able to complete them in time. According to what he told Huegu Lu and Zhuofeng Tai yesterday, the Holy Sun ceremony would be held after sunrise tomorrow. Presumably, the ceremony venue at the Ancestral Temple Peak would be ready. In addition, the Black Hole Realm demon experts from the other 9 demon planets of the Black Mosquito tribe should have all arrived. Not only did this include Datu Shan of the Black Mountain planet, who had been subdued by Yi Xian as a demon slave, but also Hao Fangfang's father, Hao Deshuang of the Black Roar planet. Thinking of the latter, Yi Xian couldn't help but have a strange feeling in his heart. Although he didn't know Hao Deshuang, he was after all Hao Fangfang's father. Although this kid couldn't be considered as Yi Xian's close friend, Hao Fangfang had treated Yi Xian very well from the beginning to the end. It could even be said that she was quite righteous. In this sort of situation, knowing that the other party was Hao Fangfang's father, Yi Xian felt that it wasn't easy to make a move on him. Even though it was impossible for Hao Fangfang to know the truth, it was still difficult for Yi Xian to grit his teeth and cross this hurdle in his heart. One must have a clear conscience when doing things for others. Ordinary people took this as an example. Obviously, the importance of the heart was even more important for practitioners who fought against the heavens. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian couldn't help but look a little depressed. When he walked out of the side hall, although Hao Fangfang didn't see him, the wretched mosquito butcher had a big smile on his face. He immediately trotted over to greet him. His face was flushed with excitement as if he had just been injected with chicken blood. "Master, my master, this time we can hold our heads up high. Grand burial. Ba, it should be a grand ceremony. Tiske, you didn't see the grand ceremony venue on the peak of the Ancestral Temple. That's what you call grand. I heard that this time, the leaders of the other 9 planets of the Black Mosquito tribe, as well as the deputy castellans and so on, are all here. The Holy Sun ceremony in the past didn't have this kind of extravagance. Anyway, master, this time you've gained a lot of face. Ordinary people's protection can't compare to this. This fellow was still as unreliable as ever. He was full of warships, and after just a few words, he had turned the grand ceremony into a grand funeral. In the end, he even compared Yi Xian's face to that of an ordinary person's. When Yi Xian heard this, he didn't manage to catch his breath and almost fainted on the spot. Just as he was about to reprimand him, a figure walked toward him from the front of the side hall. Judging from the priest's attire of the Ancestral Temple, he must have been sent by the Grey Bone tribe. "Lord Holy Sun, the High Priest and the Chief Commander have invited you in. Also, the leaders of the other 9 planets of the tribe, the deputy castellans and other guests are all here. They're all waiting for you." As he approached, the Ancestral Temple priest bowed slightly in a very natural manner. His tone was respectful, and he even lowered his head. This was definitely not the attitude he should have toward the Holy Son of the tribe. It was a little too modest. If he was not mistaken, this guy must have heard the rumor spread by the guards of the Ancestral Temple last night. He was most likely thinking that Yi Xian might be the illegitimate son of the Demon Emperor. They're all here? Yi Xian was stunned for a moment before reacting. It was obvious that Grayskull and Zhuofeng Tai had gathered all of these black hole realm existences together. Their intentions were clearly the same as last night. After all, the Holy Sun ceremony tomorrow was a public event. It was not convenient to plant a slave seal on them. After the ceremony, these higher-ups of the Black Mosquito tribe who were unwilling to come, would most likely leave the Black Mosquito tribe immediately. It seemed that these 2 guys were quite considerate. He did not have to worry about them at all. After secretly praising in his heart, Yi Xian nodded his head and took the lead to leave. The Ancestral Temple priest wanted to follow him, but he was stopped by the wretched mosquito butcher. He glared at the priest and said, "Why are you in such a hurry? Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? I'm Mosquito Butcher, and I'm the chief steward of the saint. Even if it's my reincarnation, the saint has taken the lead, and the second person behind him can only be me. You're just an errand boy. How dare you cut the queue?" The ancestral temple priest was caught off guard and was stunned. Yi Xian, who just walked out of the courtyard, had a dark expression on his face. He almost fell head first. What happened next was needless to say. With the suppression of Zhuofengtai and Huigulu, as well as the help of the 7 Black Hole Realm experts who had been subdued by Yi Xian as demon slaves, the remaining 30 Black Hole Realm experts from the Black Hole Realm from the Black Mosquito tribe were all successfully planted with slave seals by Yi Xian. To be precise, there were 31 of them. 2 were missing. One was Xiong Haizi from the Black Mountain tribe, who was originally on the same side. The other was Hao Fangfang's father, Hao Deshuang. Although he had also come to the Black Mosquito tribe, he was dragged away by Hao Fangfang to leave the inn in the Black Mosquito City in the evening. Huigulu had not returned when he sent someone to invite him, so he was absent. This coincidence made Yi Xian feel relieved. It helped him make a choice. Since it was the will of the heavens, he would go with the flow. He did not have to worry about it anymore. 31 slave seals were successfully planted. The whole process took only a few minutes. Everything went smoothly. Only when he followed Yi Xian into the ancestral temple did he tactfully retreat to the corner of the wretched mosquito butcher. As he watched all of this happen with his own eyes, the light in his eyes clearly revealed a sense of coldness. Even the corners of his mouth seemed to have an imperceptible sneer, and in a certain instant, it seemed to have disappeared. Yi Xian did not notice any of this. After a few words as usual, he immediately returned to the Holy Sun's side hall. Chapter 2994. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The arrival of the royal fleet the next day before the sky brightened. It was clearly midnight, but in the entire Black Mosquito City, there were already a large number of demon cultivators who had deliberately woken up early, or perhaps had not slept at all. They all walked out of their houses and rushed toward the Black Mosquito Peak where the Black Mosquito Ancestral Temple was located. Although the saint ceremony was a good thing for others, they could only watch and feel the atmosphere. However, more than 80% of the demon dwellers in the Black Mosquito City had come to watch the ceremony. As for the remaining 20%, most of them had no choice but to give it up because they were unable to free themselves. After all, the former holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe had always been at the bottom among all the holy sons of the 10 foreign tribes of the demon tribe. Not only did he not gain anything from entering the forbidden land of Saint Devil 3 times in a row, but he also lost the honor of being a holy son because of this. When he returned to the Black Mosquito Star from the Demon Royal Star for the last time, he was killed by the furious Zhuofengtai. He was the first and only saint in the history of the demon race to be killed by his own tribe's grand commander in such a humiliating manner. Because of this, the Black Mosquito tribe had been ridiculed for more than 10 years. None of the demons in the tribe could hold their heads high anymore. However, all of this had been completely changed because of Zhang Wuji's sudden appearance. When he entered the forbidden land of the demonic saint tribe for the first time, he inherited a spiritual power skill. Even the high priest of the imperial city, Wen Xing, and the demon king praised him. The humiliation of being the Black Mosquito tribe's last holy son was finally thrown away. Just based on this point alone, the demon cultivators in the Black Mosquito City, and even the many cities on the Black Mosquito Star, would inevitably feel a kind of heartfelt support for the Holy Sun ceremony this time. Therefore, there was no suspense about the grand occasion. Although the ordinary demons could not go up the mountain to watch the ceremony at close range, they had surrounded the Black Mosquito Peak from all directions before sunrise. At a glance, there were at least hundreds of thousands of them. Even Yi Xian, who was caught off guard, was slightly shocked by this scene. Before he could react, the Grand Priest, Huigulu, who was already in place, had started the ritual of worshipping the heavens and ancestors. The ceremony had officially begun. The entire process was a little boring, but it was solemn and grand. Even the Black Mosquito 9 Stars leaders and vice-castellans, who had been forced to watch the ceremony and were originally disapproving of it, had bright lights in their eyes and they were excited. Among the 9 Stars leaders, who were standing by the Black Mosquito 9 Stars leaders, and Vice-Black Mosquito 9 Stars leaders, was dumbfounded. His mouth, and his face, was filled with astonishment. Translation: he was the Mosquito translation of 9 Stars eyes. Translation. Is words? Translation. Is star? Translation. Translation is translation 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 is translation 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 translation. Is that translation? Is translation? Is translation. Just at this moment, at the end of the sky above their heads, a series of thunderous roars suddenly burst out without warning, startling all the demon powerhouses who were immersed in the solemn atmosphere of the Holy Sun ceremony. Their faces stiffened slightly, and they all reflexively looked up. In their line of sight, the high atmosphere of the Black Mosquito 9 stars was churning violently like boiling water due to the large amount of turbulent airflow. A huge space fleet was approaching at this moment. Although they were hovering outside the atmosphere, they were not far away. At least, they were definitely not at a safe distance that had no effect on the atmosphere of the Black Mosquito 9 stars. This rude action was clearly a show of force. What was even more surprising was that the main flagship of this huge space fleet was a cosmic universe-level space fortress with a diameter of 20,000 meters. It was a huge object and it was shocking. Although space fortress was a general term, there were actually different levels. A space fortress with a diameter of 5,000 meters was a cosmic cloud-level space fortress, also known as a small fortress. Space fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters were cosmic-level space fortresses, also known as great fortresses. In addition, Yi Xian had seen a giant space fortress with a diameter of more than 10,000 meters in the Demon Guard 1-star dock. Those were two huge blocks with diameters of 20,000 meters. Space fortresses of this level were cosmic-level space fortresses. Of course, above cosmic-level space fortresses, there were cosmic-level space fortresses with diameters of 50,000 meters. Space fortresses with diameters of more than 50,000 meters were at least 100,000 meters. At this level, they could no longer be called space fortresses. Generally speaking, space fortresses with diameters of more than 100,000 meters were space fortresses. It was said that there were several space fortresses with diameters of up to 100,000 meters in the Divine Legacy clan's base camp, which was equivalent to 100 kilometers. There was even a super space fortress with a diameter of 1 million meters, which was equivalent to 1,000 kilometers. However, not to mention Yi Xian, even the Demon King Mo Wen Tian had probably never seen one with his own eyes. The main flagship of the fleet hovering outside the Black Mosquito star's atmosphere was a cosmic-level space fortress with a diameter of 20,000 meters. It was one of the two space fortresses that Yi Xian had seen in the Demon Guard 1-star dock back then. It was called the Demon King. It was probably named after the Demon King's noble status, which meant that he ruled over a star sector. Other than this Demon King, which was not much different from a small meteor, the entire royal fleet that had come all the way from the Demon King planet had 5 cosmic-level fortresses with diameters of 10,000 meters and 10 cosmic-level fortresses with diameters of 5,000 meters and 10 cosmic-level fortresses. There were also 100 stellar-level warships with diameters of 3,000 meters. Similarly, a huge fleet of cosmic-level space fortresses was more than enough to wipe out the entire Black Mosquito tribe, and it would be very easy for them to do so. Therefore, at this moment, the entire fleet spread out outside the Black Mosquito star's atmosphere and hovered high in the air. All of this could be clearly seen from the Black Mosquito star's main continent below through the gaps in the Black Mosquito star's atmosphere due to the fleet's sudden arrival. Because of this, on the Black Mosquito star below, a large number of demon race experts in the various demon race cities on the continent raised their heads to look because they heard the commotion. This was especially so for the demon race experts who had gathered around the peak of the ancestral temple to watch the Holy Sun ceremony in the depths of the Black Mosquito star main city. When they saw this scene, they were slightly startled. Soon, their expressions changed and a large number of gasps could be heard. The news that the Black Mosquito ship's scout fortress had fallen into the hands of the human race had long spread. Although in terms of organizational structure, the Black Mosquito ship had always belonged to the frontline scout army that the demon race had sent to the edge of the third universe, the more than 10,000 demon race scouts in the fortress, including the small leader, Naboshan, who controlled the Black Mosquito ship, were all genuine members of the Black Mosquito tribe without exception. From this point of view, now that the Black Mosquito ship's scout fortress suddenly changed, there was a possibility that the Demon King would launch an iron-blooded investigation on the entire Black Mosquito tribe in his fury. Chapter 2995. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Wen Xing was bewildered. According to the normal procedure, there were still some steps to be taken in the Holy Sun ceremony, but they were just a complicated formality and did not have much practical significance. Now, with the arrival of the Imperial fleet, all the later steps could only be omitted. High Priest Griskel quickly announced the completion of the ceremony. The originally grand ceremony ended in a hurried manner with a strong start and a weak finish. In this regard, the wretched mosquito slayer, who originally hoped to show his face in this grand ceremony and steal the limelight, was rather disappointed. When he looked up at the enormous fleet high in the sky outside the atmosphere, a fierce light burst out of his eyes. He was clearly venting his anger. It was unknown where this guy got the courage to glare fiercely at such a huge fleet. However, to Yi Xian the ceremony ended in a rush. He was very happy. He did not have to continue dealing with it. To him this was just a formality. Although he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart, Yi Xian's expression instantly became incomparably gloomy. When he raised his head to look at the sky, the dissatisfaction in his eyes was even denser than the wretched mosquito butcher's overflowing resentment. They're trying to intimidate us before we even meet. Looks like they don't have good intentions. As Yi Xian muttered to himself, the dissatisfaction in his eyes gradually disappeared. However, a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He did not do anything else. He just stood on the peak square where the Black Mosquito Ancestral Temple was located with his hands behind his back. He lifted his head slightly and looked into the sky. At this moment, the Black Mosquito City Scout Commander Hong Zhan had already received orders from Zhuofengtai to lead a group of demon scouts to disperse the demon experts who had gathered around the Black Mosquito Peak to watch the ceremony. The Black Hole Realm higher-ups of the Black Mosquito tribe on the peak square in front of the Ancestral Temple stepped forward and quietly gathered behind Yi Xian. They were in an orderly formation. Even the great commander of the Black Mosquito tribe, Zhuofengtai, and the high priest, Huegu, were on Yi Xian's left and right, but they were clearly half a step behind him. Suddenly he looked over. Amongst the group of devil cultivator experts on the plaza at the peak of the Black Mosquito Ancestral Temple, Yi Xian was clearly the leader. Everyone else seemed to be following his lead. In this way, if one were to look at it from another perspective, this clearly represented the entire Black Mosquito tribe. Now Yi Xian was in charge. After all, at this moment, the group of Black Hole Realm experts on the plaza at the peak of the Black Mosquito Temple had completely included all of the core members of the Black Mosquito tribe's 10 great devil cultivators. Regarding this, Hao Fangfang and her father Hao Deshuang, who didn't know the situation, had faces full of shock. They also followed the crowd and stood behind Yi Xian. However, the waves in their hearts were higher and higher, and they couldn't calm down for a long time. Both father and son realized that Yi Xian must have done something last night. However, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't figure out the truth. Everything was too strange. At the same time, in the sky of the Black Mosquito Star, the entire royal fleet from the Demon Imperial City was still hovering outside the Black Mosquito Star's atmosphere. However, because all the warships and space fortresses were hovering, their energy consumption was reduced. Therefore, the rolling momentum of the vast atmosphere in the sky was gradually coming to a stop. Presumably, it would not be long before it returned to normal. However, the rolling of the atmosphere just now had caused a large amount of cosmic rays to enter the Black Mosquito Star through the gaps in the atmosphere. These cosmic rays would have a certain effect on the plants of the Black Mosquito Star, as well as some ordinary devil dwellers with no cultivation. This was clearly a warning and shock from the Devil King Mo Wen Tian to the entire Black Mosquito tribe. From this, it could be seen how furious the Imperial City was when the Black Mosquito Scout Fortress was confirmed to have fallen into the hands of the human clan of the Third Universe. Soon, as the rolling momentum of the atmosphere in the sky gradually came to a stop, the Imperial City fleet hovering outside the atmosphere could no longer be seen. However, more than 10 standard military patrol warships of the Demon Imperial City passed through the atmosphere at this moment and sped toward the Black Mosquito Peak, where Yi Xian and the Black Mosquito tribe's 10 stars were standing. These standard military patrol warships were about the same size as small private warships. They were only a few hundred meters long. However, at this moment, more than 10 of them had arrived at the same time. Obviously many people had come. Ha ha ha. Looking at this formation, is today Zhang Wuji's Holy Sun ceremony? In that case, I've come at the right time. Very quickly, the dozen or so small patrol ships stopped at a low altitude in front of the peak of Black Mosquito Peak. The figure of the Imperial City's high priest, Wen Xing, stepped out of the ship and entered the line of sight of Yi Xian and the others. Before he even arrived, his voice had already sounded out clearly. In addition to Wen Xing, the commander of the Demon Imperial Guards, Chanas, who commanded the entire Imperial fleet and was also in charge of the thorough investigation of the Black Mosquito Scout Fortress, had also appeared. He walked side by side with Wen Xing and was descending toward the Black Mosquito Peak. Then, the Demon Imperial Guards of the Imperial City poured out of the dozen patrol warships and quickly got into formation. At a glance, There were at least 1,000 of them, hovering at a low altitude in front of the small patrol warships. They imperceptibly emitted an extremely fierce killing intent. So it's High Priest Wen and Commander Cha from the Imperial City. Didn't you say that they would only arrive in a few days? Why didn't you inform me a few days in advance? I thought the human clan fleet had arrived and the enemy had arrived. Looking at Wen Xing and Chanas, who had already arrived in front of them and were descending towards the peak of the Black Mosquito Peak, Yi Xian didn't wait for Zhuo Fengtai and Grayskull to respond. He immediately greeted them with pun. This was clearly a hint. Originally, Huegu and Zhuo Fengtai were about to speak, but at this moment, they both shut their mouths at the same time. They didn't look sideways as if Yi Xian was the one in charge of this place. Seeing this scene, Wen Xing and Chanas were both stunned, and a strong sense of suspicion surged in their eyes. In fact, Wen Xing's words just now seemed to be referring to Yi Xian, but his original intention was to say those words to Zhuo Fengtai and High Priest Huegu Lei of the Black Mosquito tribe. No matter how many demons there were in the Black Mosquito Star, only Zhuo Fengtai and Huegu Lei were qualified to talk to him, the High Priest of the Imperial City, on such a formal occasion. However, the current situation was clearly not right. Zhang Wuji, who had just finished the ceremony and officially became the new holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe, strangely displayed an attitude that was superior to that of Zhuo Fengtai and Huegu Lei. Moreover, the two of them even looked submissive as if they were willing to do so. Even the dozens of Black Hole Realm 10-star higher-ups of the Black Mosquito tribe behind the three were no exception. They were all like this. Wen Xing and Chanas naturally understood the significance of this scene, but this was too absurd. How could he have subdued the entire Black Mosquito tribe so quickly? Chapter 2996. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. Intrigue and intrigue. Originally, Wen Xing had planned to exchange a few pleasantries with Zhuo Fengtai and Grey Bone, then find an opportunity to shift the topic to Yi Xian. Using his lazy nature and lack of diligence and cultivation as an excuse, he reprimanded Yi Xian in public. This could be considered as a small preparation for the matter of making a move against Yi Xian in the near future. However, at this moment, as the strange scene in front of him caused him to feel bewildered, Wen Xing immediately dispelled this idea. There must be a reason behind this abnormality. In his opinion, based on Yi Xian's strength and methods, the scene in front of him should not have happened no matter what. This was enough to prove that Yi Xian must have some kind of powerful method that he did not know about before. Based on Wen Xing's scheming and cunning style, he obviously could not act rashly before he figured out all of this. After a round of pleasantries, Wen Xing's eyes flashed quickly. He finally brought up the important matter and began to probe Yi Xian with his words. Zhang Wuji, it seems that you are quite popular in the Black Mosquito tribe. Not only do the Great Commander and the High Priest support you, but even the entire Black Mosquito tribe's 10-star high-ranking officials are all so. The smile on his face remained. Wen Xing seemed to have casually mentioned it. As he spoke, his gaze slowly swept across the faces of the Black Mosquito tribe's experts that he had mentioned. There was clearly a sense of scrutiny in his eyes. Unfortunately, in the end he found nothing. Even if he were to use his mental power to carefully investigate the spirit source cores of the demon slaves present, Wen Xing would definitely not be able to find any problems, let alone examine them with his naked eyes. Yi Xian's mental power had already reached the 6th level, which was the same as his own. Moreover, the slave seal was so mysterious that Wen Xing had no chance at all. Only the 7th-grade Devil Emperor Mo Wen Tian, whose mental power surpassed Yi Xian's, would be able to do it himself. At this moment, as Wen Xing quickly examined all the Black Mosquito 10 stars higher-ups present, he did not find any abnormalities. The suspicion in his heart instantly grew stronger, and a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Even his words faintly revealed a hint of displeasure. Thinking back to those years, even when I was the High Priest of the Black Mosquito tribe, the entire 10 stars higher-ups of the tribe were far from being so harmonious. Kid, you're good. Indeed, the younger generation will surpass us in time, and so it's passable. Actually, it's not a big deal, it's just that. Yi Xian sneered in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. Halfway through his sentence, he suddenly paused as if he was trying to keep Yi Xian in suspense. Completely subconsciously, Wen Xingdong immediately followed up and asked, "So what?" As soon as this sentence left his mouth, he suddenly realized that he was a little too naive. This kid in front of him was so mischievous, how could he tell the truth and solve his doubts? Yi Xian was secretly pleased and quickly filled in the hole. He waved his hand and continued, "It's just that my character is too good, that's all. I can't help it. I've always been like this, winning people over with virtue." Between the words, It was obvious that he was insinuating that Wenxing's character was bad, and that he couldn't win people over with virtue. All the experts present, without exception, understood it. Huigu Lei, Zuofeng Tai, and the other demon slaves of Yi Xian were fine. No matter what they thought in their hearts, at least they didn't show any reaction on their faces. Hao Fangfang and Hao Deshuang, as well as some guards and ordinary priests of the Black Mosquito tribe who were trembling in fear, were so shocked by Yi Xian's words that their eyelids twitched. He dared to belittle the high priest of the imperial city in front of him, and in a situation where the high priest had the intention of denouncing him, all of this was too shocking. Hao Fangfang and Hao Deshuang felt that Yi Xian was getting stranger and stranger today, and they couldn't see through him. While the guards and priests of the ancestral temple were shocked, they quickly realized that the rumors were mostly true. If it wasn't for the fact that he was the illegitimate son of the devil emperor, this new holy son wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. As for Wenxing and Chanas beside him, they were obviously shocked by Yi Xian's words. For a moment they were speechless and looked very embarrassed. Although they were furious, the two of them exchanged glances and suppressed their anger in the end. The more abnormal Yi Xian's performance was, the more intense the bewilderment in Wenxing and Chanas's hearts became. Now, before the truth was known, there was no possibility of them rashly falling out with him. Wenxing felt that Yi Xian was very unlucky, and at the same time he realized that Yi Xian was not easy to deal with. In terms of scheming and intelligence, even if he was not as good as Wenxing, he could be considered as a little fox. In this way the follow-up tests were obviously meaningless. Fortunately, this matter was not urgent. During this period of time, the entire Imperial fleet would stay in the star area with the Black Mosquito Star as their temporary base camp to carry out a search and investigation. There would be plenty of opportunities to investigate this matter. Thinking of this, Wenxing's eyes flashed. He laughed and changed the topic. Yi Xian was not interested in chatting with him anymore, so he immediately sent a reminder signal to Zuofeng Tai and Huigu Lei through the connection between him and the slave seal. Soon the two of them took the initiative to speak up and catch up with Wenxing. While seemingly chatting as usual, they led Wenxing and Chanas to the left side hall of the ancestral temple, where they would stay for the night. The luncheon was very grand. After all, Chanas and Wenxing were the commander of the imperial fleet and the high priest of the imperial city. It was rare for them to come to the Black Mosquito tribe, so they naturally could not be rude. However, all of this was done by Zuofeng Tai and Huigu Lei. Yi Xian was not interested in socializing. Even at the luncheon he did not speak much. He just ate and drank as if there was no one around. On the surface, he seemed to be a small character, but the Black Mosquito tribe's 10 stars higher-ups, who were sitting at a few large tables, glanced at him from time to time. The atmosphere of the entire banquet hall was clearly focused on Yi Xian alone. Wenxing and Chanas exchanged glances. The doubts in their hearts were getting stronger and stronger. After the luncheon, Chanas left the Black Mosquito Star and entered the magic drive, which was hovering outside the atmosphere. He immediately took away part of the fleet's forces. In addition to the magic drive, which had a diameter of 20,000 meters, there were 2 galaxy-level fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters, and 5 nebula-level fortresses with a diameter of 5,000 meters. A total of 8 space fortresses of various sizes were activated at the same time. They whizzed away rapidly and disappeared into the vast void of space outside the atmosphere of the Black Mosquito Star in the blink of an eye. To everyone's surprise, the 8 bastions were heading straight for the wormhole that connected to the domain of the graveyard of the third universe.